The story begins with Young, the protagonist, lost in deep thoughts and memories about the challenges he faces daily. Despite being a skilled and well-known physical therapist, he wondered if anyone would dare to visit the hospital in the pouring rain. In the hospital, Young was swatting at mosquitoes with a racket. After finishing his task, he retreated to his office, relaxed in his chair, and resumed his musings. He convinced himself that no patient would risk coming in such weather. But suddenly, he noticed a patient sitting comfortably on a chaise longue in his office. The patient, significantly overweight, casually requested Young to tie up his back, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Young couldn't help but question why so many patients assumed that a physical therapist's job was merely tying cloth around their backs. Summoning his professional demeanor, he insisted on examining the patient first. The patient stubbornly refused, insisting that all he needed was for his back to be tied, all while absent-mindedly fiddling with his ear like a child. Intimidated by the patient's size, Young reluctantly agreed to the request. He reasoned that it didn't matter where the pain was, as long as the patient was satisfied and received the treatment needed. While working, Young felt a surge of pride, recalling how he had once been the most famous therapist at the rehabilitation hospital. He reflected on the two key skills for a successful therapist: connecting with patients and mastering manual techniques, the very essence of his profession. Later, Young moved on to another patient, a talkative woman. As he concentrated on the manual therapy, she bombarded him with remarks, questioning why he hadn't opened his own clinic yet. She confidently declared that he would make a fortune if he did. Her words lingered in Young's mind, planting the idea of opening his private clinic. Time passed, and as Young sat in his office scrolling through his phone, he received a message from Ji-eun, his girlfriend. She proposed meeting at a cafe and informed him that she would wait outside. Arriving at the cafe, Young saw Ji-eun already seated at a corner table. He felt a sense of joy upon seeing her and approached her. She had been his girlfriend for 10 years, a relationship that had endured for an entire decade. Yet, despite their long history, there was a tension in the air. Young questioned Ji-eun's choice of seating, but her indifferent response hinted at something deeper. When she began speaking about an important matter, Young interrupted, anticipating her words, and suggested that they should part ways. Ji-eun was momentarily taken aback, but admitted bluntly that she had found someone else. She explained that the new person was also a doctor, but one with ambition and a promising future. Young, though deeply hurt, remained composed and refrained from reacting. As Ji-eun ended their relationship and prepared to leave, she simply said, "I'm leaving." She took her umbrella and quickly left the cafe, where her new partner was waiting for her. She got into his car, leaving Young behind, sitting alone, trying to console his shattered heart. It felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath him. Time passed, but Young couldn't bear the pain of heartbreak and betrayal any longer. He decided to visit a bar, hoping to drown his sorrow in alcohol. His life already felt miserable, and no matter the choices, he felt like a loser. While he sat at the bar, lost in his thoughts, he was startled by the sudden appearance of his friend Jisuk, who approached him with a mix of surprise and concern. Jisuk asked what had brought him to the bar. Young's response was filled with anger and despair. His voice echoed his disappointment and bitterness as he told Jisuk to leave him alone. Between his words, he confessed his loneliness and shared that she was now with someone else. Recognizing the gravity of Young's emotions, Jisuk pieced together the story and asked if Ji-eun had betrayed him, trying to understand if infidelity was the reason for their breakup. Realizing the depth of his friend's hurt, Jisuk tried to comfort him, reminding him of his talent, professional standing, and bright future. But Young demanded silence, his frustration evident, asking Jisuk to lower his voice and stop talking. Time passed, and as the night wore on, Young drank excessively, almost to the point of losing consciousness. Seeing this, Jisuk arranged a taxi and helped him into it. After stepping out of the taxi, Young noticed a shooting star in the night sky. Seizing the moment, he stood still and made a wish, asking to become the best physical therapist and surpass the doctor who had taken Ji-eun from him. When morning came, Young awoke with a severe headache, feeling sick and weak. The memories of the previous night flooded back, particularly the excessive drinking and the embarrassment of needing help from strangers to get out of the taxi. He couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself as he reflected on how far he had fallen. Young was sitting in his office when he suddenly received a notification from the hospital about a new patient in need of treatment. As soon as Young met the patient, the man complained about severe back pain and pleaded for help. Young reassured him and asked him to explain his condition. The patient described his discomfort, explaining that the pain was concentrated in his left side and started after he had lifted something far beyond his strength. He admitted that he had failed to alleviate or conceal the pain, despite numerous attempts. Young escorted him to the examination room and began the checkup. As he started his work, a strange panel suddenly appeared before him, resembling a high-tech interface. The panel displayed unusual instructions, almost like a mission. It read, "The mission begins now. Treat the patient and earn 20 points. Completing the mission will grant you a special ability." Young was shocked and struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. He stared at the panel, repeatedly reading the words while questioning their meaning. Lost in his thoughts and overwhelmed by the bizarre situation, Young's voice rose unconsciously. catching the patient's attention. Misinterpreting Young's reaction, the patient assumed his condition was dire and asked with concern if his case was hopeless. Young, startled, replied in alarm, pointing to the panel and asking if the patient could see the words displayed. It quickly became evident to Young that the panel was visible only to him. Despite his attempts to show it to the patient, the man grew confused and thought Young was mocking him. At that moment, the panel displayed another message, asking Young if he wanted to proceed with the mission and use the points to enhance his skills as a healer. It became clear that the panel was some sort of extraordinary ability that had become uniquely linked to Young, designed to assist him in his work. The interface displayed a skill tree, showcasing options such as a magical hand, magical eye, magical brain, magical face, and magical mouth. Young stood frozen, questioning whether he was dreaming or if this was reality. Meanwhile, the patient anxiously waited for his treatment, observing Young's stillness. Breaking the silence, the patient asked if Young intended to start the procedure. Snapping back to reality, Young reminded himself of his priorities and decided to treat the patient first and deal with the mystery of the panel later. Young quickly apologized to the patient, assuring him that the treatment would begin immediately. Internally, he reminded himself that the patient's well-being must come before anything else. As Young started massaging the patient, a red notification from the mysterious panel appeared, flashing a warning. It informed him that his magical eye level was too low, which could lead to failure in treating the patient. Despite the panel's sudden appearance, Young tried to remain composed and decided to focus on the patient's condition instead of the distractions. Young diagnosed the issue, concluding that the left side of the patient's torso had been strained due to carrying excessive weight. He realized that the patient should have avoided using his left side after the injury, and suspected that the right side of the patient's torso might now be compensating for the weakened left side. Over time, this imbalance could lead to further deterioration of the injured side. After completing his assessment, Young devised a plan to target the left side muscles with simple exercises. He helped the patient perform these movements, explaining that they were designed to restore balance to his body. Once the exercises were complete, Young resumed the massage, gently pushing the patient's body to the right. As the treatment continued, the patient began to express discomfort, mentioning pain and unease. Concerned, Young asked for more details about the issue. Once again, the panel displayed a notification, warning that the low level of his magical eye had prevented him from correctly identifying and addressing the root cause of the patient's pain. Alarmed, Young began to question whether his initial treatment had been wrong. His fears were confirmed when the patient requested him to try something different to alleviate the persistent discomfort. Taking a moment to compose himself, Young decided to follow the panel's instructions and upgrade his abilities. He first enhanced the level of his magical hand, then raised the level of his magical eye. A notification appeared, confirming that the mission was successful and that his enhanced magical eye now allowed him to accurately diagnose and treat the patient. Shortly after, the magical hand upgrade was also activated. When Young resumed the treatment with his newly enhanced abilities, the patient immediately felt relief, reporting that the pain had nearly disappeared. Overjoyed, the patient thanked Young, describing the new method as far more effective than the earlier massage. Young asked if the patient felt better, and the man confirmed with gratitude, praising the success of the final treatment. Pulling a chair closer to the patient, Young began asking more detailed questions about his daily routine, focusing on specific habits. He inquired about how the patient put on his shoes, asking if he usually started with the right shoe, and whether he noticed the left shoe bending or tilting awkwardly. Surprised by Young's insight, the patient asked how he had deduced the problem. Young explained the diagnosis and treatment. The patient was suffering from spinal curvature, which had caused his pelvis to tilt toward the left. These issues were the root causes of his persistent pain. Young spoke seriously, explaining that the treatment was designed to address all underlying problems at once. He also asked whether the patient had previously tried massage or acupuncture therapies. As their conversation continued, Young noticed time passing quickly. When he asked if the patient had all his questions answered, the man checked his watch and exclaimed that he had been there for 30 minutes without realizing it. Grateful for Young's help, the patient expressed his thanks once again and left, satisfied and pain-free. After the patient left, Young slumped into his chair, exhausted. He muttered to himself about how difficult the treatment had been. Suddenly, the panel appeared again, displaying a notification rewarding him for successfully treating the patient. Intrigued, Young stood up, approached the panel, and confirmed that it was functioning properly. He expressed hope that the patient was happy now, and wondered if he should focus on upgrading the rest of his skills. Determined, Young decided to continue developing his abilities, selecting the magical brain skill. As soon as he did, the panel displayed a notification confirming that the skill level had increased. Feeling proud of his progress, Young sat back in his chair, vowing to keep the panel's existence a secret from everyone. He then remembered that his friend Jezik had once gifted him a book said to enhance one's abilities. Curious, Young retrieved the book and began exploring its contents, hoping it could help improve his skills. After 30 minutes of reading, a new notification appeared on the panel, indicating that Young's understanding had increased. It also revealed that he was now capable of treating conditions like Devereux syndrome and cerebral cerebral palsy. With this, Young successfully activated the magical brain skill. Suddenly, a visitor named Ji Jiok arrived. Through their conversation, it became clear that Ji Jiok was Young's brother. When asked about the reason for his visit, Ji Jiok mentioned that he just wanted to check on the place. However, Young felt conflicted about his brother's presence, silently cursing his arrival while putting on a polite facade. Ji Jiok, on the other hand, appeared relaxed as he sat down, casually asking if Young had treated any patients that day. Young replied that it was just the usual visits from patients. The conversation took an unexpected turn when Ji Jiok brought up Young's relationship, asking about his ex-girlfriend. He claimed to have heard about her betrayal and their breakup. Young was deeply saddened by the topic, questioning why his brother had chosen this particular day to visit. Ji Jiok continued speaking, mockingly reminding Young of the betrayal and sarcastically calling him pitiful after everything he had gone through. The memories flooded Young's mind, taking him back 10 years to his teenage years. He recalled an incident where he, along with a friend, had brought flowers to confess his feelings to Ji Yun. However, when he expressed his love, Ji Yun rejected him, revealing that she already had a boyfriend. In the next scene, the university professor addressed the students, reminding them that only 100 days remained until the university entrance exam. She urged them to remain composed and focused. Meanwhile, in the bustling campus corridors, two students had a brief conversation about Sukan, the boy Ji Yun had rejected. One of them mentioned that Sukan had been absent for a week, likely due to the embarrassment of Ji Yun's public rejection. Soon after, Ji Yun approached Young, asking about his performance on the upcoming university entrance exam. Back in the present, Young chastised himself for dwelling on the past and reminded himself that Ji Yun had become a completely different person. He recalled his brother's mocking laughter and the sharp comment about his recent breakup. Considering it had only been a day since the breakup, Young was surprised at how quickly the news had spread. His brother then taunted him further, boasting about his superior financial situation and ridiculing Young for thinking that opening his private clinic would put him in a better position. Adding insult to injury, his brother claimed that having a girlfriend was easy, as long as one had enough money. At that point, Young demanded his brother stop talking. Ignoring the request, Ji Jiok sarcastically asked what Young planned to do about his mounting debt. With mock enthusiasm, he suggested Young work at the same hospital as him, boasting about the hospital's prestigious reputation and excellent hiring practices. Ji Jiok emphasized that it was one of the best rehabilitation hospitals in South Korea. However, after his enthusiastic pitch, Ji Jiok delivered a stinging blow, telling Young he wasn't qualified to work there. Satisfied with himself, Ji Jiok excused himself, advising Young to work harder before leaving. After his brother left, Young reflected on his words. The mention of the panel and its unique abilities lingered in his mind, and he briefly entertained the idea of using it to win the lottery. Later, he dreamt of someone encouraging him to join the hospital, reminding him of his talent as a doctor. The dream echoed his brother's remarks about the hospital's reputation, prompting Young to wonder, why not? With the powers granted by the panel, working at the hospital might actually be possible. The next day, Young visited the bank to address his loan issues and then applied for a position at the hospital. To his surprise, he quickly received a reply confirming that he had passed the document screening stage and was invited to an in-person interview scheduled for Wednesday. On the day of the interview, Young dressed sharply and prepared himself. As he approached the hospital, he wondered about the hospital's claim of having exceptional hiring practices and felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He had given up his clinic and he hoped the interview would go smoothly. Entering the hospital, he marveled at its sheer size and luxurious design. It felt more like a high-end hotel than a hospital. At the reception desk, a staff member asked if he needed assistance. Young explained that he was there for an interview as a physical therapist. The receptionist directed him to the 7th floor, where the HR department was located. Once again, Young was struck by the hospital's grandeur and described it as hotel-like in appearance. On the HR floor, a large group of applicants was waiting for the interviews to begin. Young questioned why there were so many candidates for a position with only one opening. A staff member soon announced that the interviews were about to begin and explained that priority would be given to experienced doctors. Names were to be called in order, and each candidate would enter as their name was announced. While waiting, Young met a fellow doctor named Kim. Despite the passing time, Young remained seated, as only the experienced candidates were being called in. Suddenly, a young woman appeared out of nowhere, visibly anxious, asking if she was late for the interview. She then inquired if she could sit beside Young, to which he agreed. The two struck up a light conversation. She asked if he was nervous about the interview, and he explained that it had already started but only for the experienced applicants. Thanking him for the information, she admitted to feeling nervous. Young, understanding her feelings, noticed a small wound on her heel caused by her shoes. He handed her a bandage, explaining that she might need it for her injury. Grateful, she introduced herself and expressed her hope that they would both pass the interview and work together. Young agreed, wishing the same. Finally, the staff member called their names, signaling that it was their turn. The woman questioned why they were being called since the interview was supposedly for experienced candidates. Young confirmed her observation but reassured her as they entered. With a mix of determination and hope, he stepped into the interview room, silently wishing for success. Young entered the interview with two of his colleagues, and the HR manager began reading their names and confirming their information. Then one of the committee members, the head of physical therapy, spoke up, saying that professional positions don't need self-introductions. The committee then presented a slide about a patient who had suffered a stroke, showing the patient's details and age. The doctor mentioned they should get straight to the point, and Young wondered to himself if this was the special interview he had heard about. The head of physical therapy continued, explaining that the displayed chart was for a patient with hemiplegia due to a stroke, and asked them how they would treat the patient. He gave them a minute to think about their treatment approach. Afterward, he said he had heard all their answers and that the interview was about to end. They stepped out to wait again, but they needed to prepare for a different type of interview this time. After a while, they were called into a room with patients sitting in chairs. Each of them had to choose one patient since the number of patients matched the number of therapists. The head doctor then said that the first person to move could choose their patient first. Young chose a patient and said he decided to treat him. The head doctor then distributed the patients among Young and his colleagues, revealing that the patient on the left was chosen by Young, who was a passionate billiards player. The patient's issue was stiffness that made it hard for him to move or extend his elbow. Meanwhile, Dr. Lim Sung was next to his patient, a truck driver who had lost his ability to drive, and the goal of his treatment was to help him return to work. Lastly, Dr. Jo Hyun was beside his patient, who had difficulty walking due to a leg pull, and the aim of his treatment was to help him walk again. The head doctor then timed them, allowing only 20 minutes to treat their patients, and the countdown began. Young was focused on how to treat the billiards player and asked for his name before asking him to stand. The other therapists were busy as well, but Young managed to get his patient to respond, especially after he agreed to stand. Young asked him to imagine that the bed was a billiards table and that he was ready to start playing. Although the patient wanted to follow his request, he said it was difficult because he had trouble extending his arm. At the same time, Young was able to identify the problem completely and suggested they start with ice therapy, using his special skills to assist in the treatment. After a short while, Young succeeded in treating his patient and asked him to extend his arm. To his surprise, the patient moved his arm and was thrilled with the result. The head of therapeutic medicine then announced that time was up and that everyone had put in their best effort. Young thanked the patient for his cooperation and left. At that moment, a notification appeared indicating that he had successfully completed his treatment task and deserved a reward. After Young leaves, the committee starts meeting again to choose a doctor. At that point, we learn that the therapist Lim is the only one who passed the test. However, Young also managed to catch the committee members' attention as an interesting candidate. The hospital director began to consider Young's skills, while the head of therapeutic medicine smiled, as he was a big fan of Young and his abilities, but he was leaning towards Lim Soo for the job. The hospital director started asking about both doctors, trying to compare them and inquire about the standout candidate among them. The discussion opened up based on the priority of hiring skilled individuals, and at that moment, the director asked the rest of the committee to choose fairly between Lim Soo and Young. At Young's home, it was 3 p.m., and he was sitting at his computer, waiting for the announcement of the interview results. The head of therapeutic medicine appeared in the office with a doctor who was a member of the committee, and they discussed the final results of the test. At that moment, the doctor told the head of therapeutic medicine that Young had been chosen as the deputy team leader. When the head expressed surprise, the doctor replied that it was the director's decision and he had no say in it. Then the head asked about trainee number 11 and if it was possible to offer him a position. At the same moment, an announcement appeared about the finalists for the physical therapists, and when Young read that he had been appointed deputy team leader, he began to feel successful and proud of himself. Young then said that the leveling system was the reason his life was getting better, and he was very curious to try out the other skills and level up again. At that moment, he decided to invest in the magic hand and enhance its level. He admitted to himself that he was curious about the magic face and magic mouth, but he preferred the magic hand. Soon after, Young received a notification that the magic face had reached level 2 and its features became clearer. He began to prepare and looked at himself in the mirror, and when he noticed he was tense, he whispered to himself that he had been waiting for a week for this moment to get ready for work, and since it was his first day, it had to be error-free. Then he noticed a notification for activating the magic brain, and the idea of accessing the hospital's employee database and gathering information about the staff crossed his mind. So he learned about Director Kim Gui, the head of Jinmyung Hospital. He then searched for the rank above him and found out he would be working under Han Woo-jan. After that, Young went to the Yangjia station and discovered that the doors were starting to close, even though he had left home early. When he arrived at the hospital, he thought it was bigger than the last time. Soon after, his colleague from the first interview, Young, arrived and apologized to him because she had thought he was a beginner but realized he was experienced. He reassured her that it was fine and that he understood the situation. Young confessed that his presence was completely different from her expectations and that she was surprised to meet him again, mentioning how polite he had been during the interview. They then entered the hospital, and she thought to herself that he was handsome. They reached the Human Resources Department on the 7th floor. Dr. Jo Hosik, the head of the therapy unit, welcomed them. Young recognized Dr. Jo, even even though he had some information about him. At that moment, Joe noticed that Young knew him and curiously asked how he was aware of him. Young explained that he had learned about him from the hospital's website. At that point, Joe thought to himself that Young was ready from day one and mentioned that he had heard he had made an excellent presentation during the interview. Then, 2 new trainees arrived, but they were late. When they apologized to Joe, he informed them that they were indeed 15 minutes late and that the hospital was strict about timing. Joe asked them to start working immediately. Shortly after, one of the doctors entered the office and formally informed the doctor inside that the trainees, along with Deputy Team Leader Young, had arrived. The same person welcomed the team and began asking Young if he was still part of the rehabilitation team. Young replied that he was correct in his assumption, and the doctor noted that it was exactly 9:00 a.m. and that they needed to start working. At 9:50 a.m., the medical team was visiting the main therapy room to examine the dynamic body balance testing device, followed by an inspection of the advanced lifts and robotic treadmills. They then moved to the second physical therapy room, marking the official start of the team's work at Myeongsung Hospital on March 2nd. Dr. Joe began advising his new medical team, including tips on maintaining a professional appearance, especially regarding nails, as neglecting to trim long nails had caused an injury to a patient, leading to a problem. The trainees were surprised by the therapist's negligence in having long nails while being a therapist, finding it odd. However, at the same time, they decided to learn from others' mistakes, be leaders, and build a strong image for themselves in other departments, aiming to impress everyone with their skills. After that, Dr. Joe started welcoming the new people, and Young introduced himself as the vice president of the third team, hoping to have a nice time with them. Again, Joe reiterated his instructions regarding the newcomers, stating that each department would have a chance to take care of them, and he asked them to get to work quickly. Then, one of the doctors requested to speak with Young in detail. After a quick discussion, Young was tasked with starting his work plan since the training phase had begun. At the same time, there was a conversation between Young and a senior colleague at the hospital, whose job was to unsettle him. The colleague warned him that the treatment in the hospital was tough and advised him to adopt the same harsh approach with his team if he wanted to lead a comfortable professional life. Afterward, Kim excused himself because he had a patient needing follow-up, leaving Young alone, cradling his head in his hands, guessing that trouble was on its way despite it being his first day. A quick notification popped up, asking Young to raise the hospital's reputation to 60, which was a very challenging task for him. He began to reflect on his senior colleague's words, realizing that if he showed his kind side, all team members would take advantage of him. After a while, a group of team members entered, inviting his colleague to join them for lunch. It seemed that he and his colleague were office partners, and among the members were the lead therapist Soo Young and therapist Choi Jin. At that moment, his colleague introduced him, so Young had to introduce himself as the vice president of the third team. In the hospital cafeteria, everyone gathered for lunch, but one team member, the therapist Lim, apologized, claiming she was busy. Young was curious about her reason for declining to share a meal with them, and whispered to himself about why she disliked him. His senior colleague informed him that she had been passed over for a promotion because she was vying for the same position. Young understood from his colleague's words that he had blocked her promotion to secure his position. His senior colleague then warned him that the team leader might read his thoughts, possibly because he was distracted by the incident with therapist Lim. At that moment, he received a notification that his reputation in the hospital had increased by 1. His senior colleague was surprised when a group of trainees entered his office, asking to eat with him. He welcomed them, saying their food was delicious, and introduced them to the team leader as they were newcomers. He encouraged them to speak to him about any issues since he was their direct supervisor. Later, the director of rehabilitation therapy, Young Kyu Park, was in his office when therapist Lim entered, offering him a cup of coffee and advising him to take a break, as he looked tired. He admitted to her that he had failed to help her secure the vice president position due to the director's decision, stating that he and the head of human resources were still determined to appoint her to the role. He told her she needed to wait, as it was only a matter of time before he found a way to get rid of Young. The sun rose, and Young left work at 5 a.m., feeling proud of himself for accomplishing significant tasks at the hospital. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere, calling out to him and asking about his day. At first, Young felt tense and asked what he meant. The person suggested they discuss it somewhere away from the hospital. It turned out that his friend Han Ji was upset with him for winning the vice president position and insisted on knowing how he passed the interview and why he was accepted for the role. He accused him of definitely having connections with the hospital director and getting the job through favoritism. Young realized from his friend's words that when he encouraged him to apply to the hospital, he had serious doubts about his chances of being accepted due to the intense competition. He confirmed this when he asked directly why the hospital director chose him over therapist Lim Soo. Young was shocked by his friend's comments and then asked if he knew he could apply to the hospital and fail the interview. He scolded him, saying that even though he knew he might fail, his greed pushed him to apply. Hanji responded, asking if he was upset with him, and then they changed the subject, engaging in a brief chat. Hanji suggested they eat together, just once. After Young agreed and they spent some time together, his friend decided to leave. Later, Young visited a bar and met a strange and mysterious person he knew well. The person asked him about his first day at the hospital, leading to a discussion where Young asked if playing was enjoyable for him. The person replied that he loved playing, and Young asked how he would react if he discovered that reality had turned into a game. At that moment, Young's friend understood from his words that he had fears about working at Song Hospital and reassured him that as long as he passed the test with his skills, he had to prove himself in his workplace. Young asked if it was as easy as saying it and whether he could actually follow through. In the midst of the events, a mysterious figure appeared, riding in a sleek car. He confided in himself that he had finished his military service, and it seemed he was involved in some mysterious happenings that we might learn more about later. After that, Young was tasked with treating a patient confined to a wheelchair who seemed to have trouble walking, making Dr. Young responsible for his care. Young tried to learn about the patient's condition and guessed that his leg injury occurred while playing sports, which impressed the patient with his insight. The patient, curious, asked him about the secret behind his quick diagnosis, to which Young proudly replied that it was due to his extensive experience. He then continued his diagnosis, telling the patient that due to his paralysis, he faced significant challenges with speech, and his speech was slow. The patient agreed with him and thanked him for his diligence in diagnosing his condition, asking him to do his best to help him recover. However, Young had questions about his condition and needed answers. Here, Young began to inform him that the plan for his case indicated he had been a driver, and it seemed his only goal was to walk again. Young then asked him the specific reason for his desire to walk. At that moment, the patient spoke up, saying it was the first time he was discussing this with someone. He shared that he had a daughter, and her wedding was approaching in early April. As a father, he felt it was his duty to walk her down the aisle himself, and he hoped to regain his ability to walk and fulfill this wish before his daughter's wedding. Young congratulated him on his daughter's wedding and assured him that he was there to help and support him. Young then began to implement the first treatment plan, suggesting that he walk using a four-legged cane. The patient was afraid he might slip while using it, but he ultimately decided to give it a try. Young was able to identify the actual problem by activating the magic eye. He discovered that the patient's reliance on walking was entirely dependent on his toes, while it should actually be connected to his heel. Young then started addressing the issue by strengthening the anti-gravity muscles, which are the main muscles responsible for walking upright against gravity. Due to their importance, these muscles are distributed throughout the body, from the neck down to the legs. Since Young decided to focus on them, he asked the patient to lie straight and let his legs hang off the chaise lounge. The patient began to follow the instructions, while Young touched his heel with his hand, asking him if he could feel his touches. Once Young received initial responses from the patient, he asked him to push his hand away. During the treatment, amidst the excitement, his daughter appeared and asked him to relax and stop the session if it was tiring him. However, the patient was determined to continue the session, all thanks to Young and his encouragement. He said he was fine and continued with the session. Young took advantage of his enthusiasm and began asking him to imagine himself walking. The method worked, and the visualization increased his strength. Young then reached an advanced level in treating the patient, and the results were very satisfactory. At that point, Young asked his patient if he wanted to walk, and indeed, the patient decided to walk with Young's help and support. The patient was amazed that he could actually walk, and asked if it was really possible. At the same time, a notification appeared for Young indicating that the case had been successfully treated. After some time, the patient returned to sit in the wheelchair after a round of walking and movement in the hospital. Young asked him how he felt after walking, and the patient smiled, saying he felt his left leg had become much stronger. Young encouraged him to keep walking to improve further. The daughter thanked him for treating her father, but he calmly replied that it was his duty. Later, Young was in the doctor's room and had a subtle confrontation with a colleague who tried to mock him after learning that he had treated the patient and helped him walk again. The colleague claimed that his treatment could not possibly be the direct reason for the patient's recovery or ability to walk. He compared the situation to a case he had involving a patient of the same age, who, despite all the treatment, showed no signs of improvement. When Young insisted that the patient walked again because of his treatment, his colleague called him foolish and accused him of lying to himself. Young then walked away, apologizing that he was busy. A conversation then took place between Young and a senior colleague about a dinner party organized for the entire hospital team, with everyone planning to attend. However, Young was against it and had a different opinion about the party, firmly believing it was a gathering for bullying. He then entered his office, trying to recharge his superpowers, reaching the third level of the magic hand. When he came out, Dr. Joe was holding a meeting for everyone, informing them that a bus was waiting for them and that everyone should board it. Young wondered to himself about the bus's destination, only to be surprised that it stopped stopped at the same restaurant for the dinner party. Everyone gathered there to welcome the newcomers and formed friendships. Then Dr. Joe stood up and said that the director was about to arrive, asking them to wait quietly for him to eat. However, Young's mind was occupied with different thoughts, questioning the motivations behind everyone's friendships. A few minutes later, the director of rehabilitation, Young Kyo Park, arrived. As soon as he arrived, he coldly asked if they were waiting for him and requested them to start eating. They began to eat, and then everyone took a glass and started drinking. The director of rehabilitation, Young Kyo Park, raised his glass and welcomed the newcomers loudly, while Young was lost in thoughts about the hospital and whether it was worth his effort or not. The director of rehabilitation, Young Kyo Park, met with Captain Joe, and a discussion ensued where the director asked if Joe knew the president's and the deputy captain's opinions about him. Were they impressed with his performance or not? Joe replied that he was doing well and adapting to the work. The director then tried to cast doubt on the deputy captain's abilities, suggesting that he be excluded from the planned case conference set for March, arguing that the meeting would take a relatively long time and discuss a specific topic. Then a picture appeared from a conference held after a journey of pressure and suffering, as all the important officials were present. Although it was supposed to be the deputy captain Kang's responsibility to organize the conference, the director of rehabilitation decided to change the plan and requested that Young be in charge of the conference. Afterward, the director of rehabilitation sat with team leader Sung and tried to annoy her by mentioning that he heard about her breakup with her boyfriend. He asked if she had considered marrying the moody person, referring to someone known among them. He continued with an even sillier question, asking if she regretted that the age of opportunity had passed her by. He then returned to his calm tone, asking her to think about her age and social life, explaining that she was like a little sister to him and that her face was youthful and innocent, so it was his duty to advise her. After that, Young's senior colleague enters and asks him about his plan for the conference. Then, a female colleague asks him about his thoughts, and he goes silent. She tells him she can guess what idea he's preoccupied with. They then raise their glasses and drink. Later, Young meets Soo-jung, whose task is to find 3 ice creams. She asks him if he's also looking for ice cream, and he tells her the team needs 3 additional ice creams. At this point, Joe asks him to have the trainers deliver the ice creams instead of doing it himself, but Young calmly smiles and says that Soo-jung needed help delivering the ice creams, and he assisted her. He then hands them over to Captain Joe and asks if they need anything else. Of course, Joe thanks him, and Young seizes the opportunity to ask if he can go out with intern Soo-jung since they are on the same team, and despite that, they rarely talk. Captain Joe allows them to go out. Meanwhile, one of the doctors reprimands a junior colleague for allowing the interns to do personal tasks, stating that it goes against the rules. He clearly asks if he has warned him before and if he forgot or intentionally ignored his orders. After that, Young stands with intern Soo-jung and asks her to relax and forget about work for a little while. Soo-young then decides to thank Young for helping her with the ice cream delivery and asks him what he was thinking while they were eating ice cream together. Young gets lost in thought about her, and as soon as he snaps back to reality, he apologizes and explains that he was distracted because her nose reminded him of Rudolph. At that moment, she admits that even if the weather is slightly cold, her nose always turns red. Then she confesses that her nickname is Rudolph, while he tells her his nickname is Santa Claus. Since they met at the train station, she asks him if the train is about to arrive. He then asks her about her station, and she says Ogsu, and she returns the question to him. He says he's getting off at Shillem Station and suggests they take the same train until they switch. On the train, they stand next to each other, and he's still lost in thought about her nose, saying it still looks like Rudolph. Suddenly, they arrive at the transfer station quickly. He gets off first and wishes her a safe journey home, but she calls out to him again and thanks him for everything he did with her throughout the day. The next day, at the hospital, Young is happy and smiling as he visits his patient and calmly asks about his condition and if he feels any improvement. The patient reassures him that he's fine, but feels pressure while walking. We then discover that Mr. Park managed to walk within just 4 days, thanks to Young's treatment. While Young looks for a wheelchair for him, he hears Mr. Park's wife talking on the phone, complaining about a financial crisis. He waits until she finishes her call and starts talking to her, saying that Park can't handle the news at all and that it's their duty to hide the bad news from him. He assures her that it will be as if he didn't hear anything, because if Park discovers the secret, he will be greatly disappointed. She thanks him and leaves. On March 6th, there are exactly 2 weeks left until the conference, and Young is at work despite it being the weekend. In a new scene, Young meets his friends and asks about Park and his treatment. He then enters Park's room and decides to check on his condition himself again. Park asks him about the weekend and if he went out, but Young notices that Park is in a moody and irritable mood. Suddenly, Park surprises him by saying he knows about the financial crisis his family's facing and that his daughter wants to buy things but is broke. He then starts crying, saying he's a bad father because he has let his daughter down and that his existence is useless because he wishes he could work. He then confesses to Young that he's thinking of giving up on the idea of attending the wedding. Our hero is silent, lost in his thoughts, while the patient in front of him is breaking down in tears, saying, "I'm a useless father." After that, he continues with boredom, saying that his energy is gone and he can't handle new events. Our hero pauses for a moment, lost in thought, then calmly asks him about the reason for his distress. At this point, the patient lifts his head and says, "My daughter." Our hero is surprised and wonders to himself, what could be causing Park Bo-jin to break down like this? Is it because of people's eyes, his excessive love for his daughter, or his lack of self-confidence? Since the patient is in a state of terrible silence, our hero begins to comfort him and boost his self-confidence, saying, "Park Bo-jin, you can easily overcome this crisis. All you need to do is trust yourself more and be confident that I will try to fix everything and help you." At that moment, the patient's gaze towards our hero is filled with brokenness and hesitation. But at the same time, there are remnants of hope starting to chase his thoughts. He asks in a weak voice, "Can I succeed?" Our hero laughs and assures him that miracles exist and sometimes happen. At this point, the patient feels reassured for a moment, moves closer to our hero, and thanks him for restoring his hope. In the break room, our hero was extremely exhausted. His steps slow, and out of sheer fatigue, he was talking to himself. Then he got excited, and his determination increased when he remembered he had a conference and insisted on succeeding in it as the responsible coordinator. He told himself, "I must turn this conference into a miracle, no less than the miracle of patient Park Bo-jin." He opened his laptop and began to read the files again, verifying the accuracy of the information. Suddenly, the scene shifted to March 19th, the day of the anticipated conference. At that moment, all the doctors were gathered in a small hall at Myeongsong Hospital, and our hero appeared as he headed to the podium with his laptop in hand. He started to open the device and prepare for the presentation, telling himself confidently that he had to ignore the tension at least for today, and that all he needed to do was prove his point to everyone and his hypotheses for treating patient Park Bo-jin. After charging himself with enthusiasm, he began the presentation, and at that moment, patient Park Bo-jin entered, leaning on his crutch, with his wife walking beside him, trying to support him. Our hero observed them quietly and thought to himself, they are definitely in love with each other. Then our hero approached the patient with a smile, thanking him for coming to the conference and attending the presentation. The patient returned the smile and wished him good luck. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a week before the conference when our hero was sitting with Park Bo-jin's wife, trying to thank her for her time and kindness, as she played a role in facilitating Park's treatment. She informed him that she had done her duty and tried to invite him for a meal, but our hero needed a favor from her. He eased into it by saying he knew his request was difficult for her, but she could try. When she asked him what he meant, he requested her to convince her daughter to attend the conference. At that moment, the woman got anxious and told him that her relationship with her daughter was strained and lacking understanding. Young sympathized with her but assured her that her daughter's presence could be a significant turning point in treating Park Bo-jin. At that moment, the woman began to sip her coffee, saying hesitantly that she would try, but the outcome was uncertain. Despite her dismal response, our hero thanked her and assured her that if her daughter attended the conference, Park Bo-jin's treatment would change completely. At that moment, our hero told himself that if the daughter attended, the outcome would be better. He then approached the patient and reassured him that the day would go smoothly and in the best way, and then he asked him to walk in a certain direction. Park Bo-jin nodded and said they needed to move immediately to eliminate any hesitation. Returning to the present time of the conference, the hall was very crowded, and the members of the medical conference were scattered around, including the general director, the head of the medical council, and the head of the human resources department, along with a group of doctors and specialists. In the middle of the hall, the director stood contemplating his watch, his expression serious. Then he spoke, saying, "We can start the March conference right now. Please everyone take your seats." At the same time, our hero stood to the side, observing the scene with great focus, and thought to himself excitedly, miracles are always close, and this March conference might be one of those miracles. Then our hero spoke while standing on the podium, amidst the silence of all the attendees in the hall, saying in a serious voice the opening line of the conference, "I admit, I am a selfish person, but I always strive for change." He then introduced himself as the vice president of the 3rd Rehabilitation Treatment Team, explaining that the reason for his presence today and standing on the podium was to present the March conference. He continued confidently, "Today's case concerns patient Park Bo-jin. Let me introduce him. He is a 59-year-old man, born in 1965, diagnosed with partial paralysis. He was admitted to the hospital on January 2nd, 2023, due to foot drop, and his condition has directly affected his daily life." He paused for a moment, observing the expressions of the attendees, and continued, "Before I explain his condition in more depth, I must confess the first thing I thought of before starting the treatment phase as a motivation for treating the patient. I thought that the motivation behind treating Park was his desire to return to operating a crane, since he was a former crane operator." He took a breath and continued, "But over time, through our therapy sessions, things became clearer and a different perspective emerged. I began to understand that Park Bo-jin's goal was far from operating a crane, because simply put, his goal was to walk. For him, regaining his ability to walk was a matter of life or death, as it represented the restoration of his independence and freedom, which he had been deprived of due to the illness. Because of Park Bo Jin's motivation, I had to rethink the entire treatment plan. As Young was deeply engaged in his explanation, the audience focused intently on him, their eyes fixed on his presentation. At that moment, the director had questions for our hero, asking him to pause his explanation and first focus on the point of Park Bo Jin's motivation in treatment, asking why the motivation was walking and not operating a crane. Our hero paused for a moment and said, "The director's question is important, and I will answer it in detail." However, he asked everyone to allow him to return to the origin of the story from the beginning to understand the true motivation behind Park's desire for treatment. Here, Young decided to provide a practical demonstration with the patient because his goal was to prove his theory and hypothesis in treatment. He instructed the medical team to prepare the patient, then laid Park Bo Jin flat on the bed. Our hero continued speaking, saying, "Patients with chronic and severe illnesses, like Park Bo Jin's case, face challenges that disrupt their lives to the fullest, especially muscle stiffness and recurring spasms. This issue goes beyond mere side effects. They are real obstacles that turn their lives into hell and prevent their healing, causing them severe pain that makes it difficult to live a normal daily life." Our hero took a moment and continued his speech. Regarding Park Bo Jin's condition, the pain from the spasms was a constant obstacle in the treatment path, so it was necessary to eliminate it. I decided to create a simple step before the treatment, but it's very effective in reducing pain and improving the patient's response, which is to recommend using an ice pack before starting the therapy session. Then our hero turned his eyes to the medical team, pointed to one of the experimental cases and said, "Usually I ask the patient to place the ice pack on the affected areas for 20 minutes before starting the treatment session. The truth is that the ice pack is a very important step because regardless of its effectiveness in relieving pain, it reduces muscle spasms and helps the body adapt better to the session." He concluded by saying, "Despite the simplicity of the technique and some believing it's something ordinary, its results have been impressive during its application on patients, and I am confident that its positive impact will soon be evident in Park Bo Jin's case." Then our hero took pride in himself and said, "I managed to treat Park Bo Jin using the simplest technique, without any concern about muscle stiffness." He then backed up his words with scientific evidence, mentioning an article written by Baker Dominic, which proved that cold therapy has a positive effect on muscle stiffness cases because it helps effectively reduce tension and strain in the muscles. Our hero approached his patient, who was lying on the bed, and began to explain. The biggest problem that troubled Park Bo Jin was the continuous muscle strain in the hamstrings and calf muscles, as they were a direct cause of most of the pain and movement disability. But after observing his condition, I was able to identify the issue. The muscles are more resistant to gravity, and thus they face greater pressure than they can bear. He then glanced at the patient and continued, "For the same reason, I decided to subject the muscles to direct gravitational effects, allowing them to enter a state of relaxation and adapt better to the treatment. I then began applying treatment methods, especially those that effectively reduce tension in critical areas." Our hero paused for a moment and then continued, "Through this method, we can stimulate relaxation in the muscle tissues and reduce the patient's feelings of pain and spasms, which helps the patient gradually regain movement and makes the treatment more effective." He then spoke to the patient with confidence, saying, "And now, Mr. Park Bo Jin, would you like to try standing?" At that moment, the patient began to stand on his feet, but despite that, he felt a sharp pain. Our hero noticed his discomfort and cautiously pointed to his foot, saying, "You lifted your heel off the ground, and the reason is the short calf muscles, which is a problem that needs treatment because it hinders your movement naturally." Meanwhile, Park Bo Jin tried to take a step, and indeed he managed to overcome the issue and took a few simple steps, but the pain was very evident on him, and Young noticed it on his face. He thought to himself, "He's definitely very tense, but there's something different about him this time. His movement is harder than before, and his pain is greater, which is uncomfortable and surely related to a problem he's facing." Our hero was very focused on every movement of the patient, observing the caution and hesitation in each of his steps. At that moment, he felt that the issue had gone beyond physical treatment, and the patient was facing a psychological problem that was causing his slow progress. He began to think of ways to help Park overcome his tension and seriously considered adjusting the treatment plan. Our hero confidently explained Park Bo Jin's condition, saying, "Standing alone stimulates the calf muscle to be directly affected by gravity, and the situation is practically clear if you notice that the distance between the heel and the ground has become much closer when he tried to walk." He paused for a moment and then continued, "But we need to achieve a better result because Park Bo Jin's weight, when shifted forward, increased the pressure on the muscles more than necessary." Our hero focused his gaze on the patient and said, "Can you lower your head a bit, Park Bo Jin?" At that moment, he gently held his hand, and the patient indeed lowered his head and followed his instructions. Our hero continued, "Now, hero, I need to use my hands to help you extend your knee a bit more. He began to move his hands slowly and gently, employing treatment techniques focused on stretching the muscles and improving balance while trying to reduce pressure on the patient's joints, all while providing him with a sense of comfort as he moved. At that moment, the system announced, "The magic eye has been activated." Our hero seized the opportunity and held the patient's hand, and suddenly the patient was able to walk without any pain. Our hero glanced at the magic eye and thought to himself, "Great, we're getting closer, and it's worth investing in the magic hand and raising it to level 3. At that time, the patient was able to touch the ground with his heel without feeling any pain, and the sight surprised everyone in the room. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing!" Finally, his heel touched the ground. The director was watching the scene in amazement and said, "Truly amazing. I can hardly believe you managed to achieve this progress in such a short time." Then the chairman or head of human resources, still surprised, said, "Indeed, this is really impressive." At that moment, our hero said in a calm and steady voice, "Come on, Mr. Park Bo-jin, walk behind me and count your steps again." Indeed, the patient began to walk with easy and clear steps, confidently moving forward with our hero, as if he had finally overcome the pain that had held him back before. As the director watched the scene with great interest, signs of astonishment began to show on his face, as he was genuinely surprised by the rapid improvement of the patient. At the same time, the head of the medical council stood there very angry, his face showing clear displeasure, muttering to himself, "Is it possible? With just one touch, the walking pattern changed completely? This is impossible." Simultaneously, our hero was very surprised by an unexpected twist. Park Bo-jin's daughter, Seonji, entered the hall with her mother. He focused his eyes on them and thought to himself, "It's great that she came. This is exactly what I was hoping for." Now we return to the story's events before the conference, when our hero was talking on the phone, saying in a serious tone, "Hello, you're Park Seonji, right? I'm your father's physical therapist, and I need to tell you something important, which is why I decided to contact you directly." She replied in a calm voice, "Yes." We return to the present, specifically to the moment Seonji entered with her elderly mother into the hall, and suddenly we heard a voice saying, "Witness him just once. He has only completed and walked for his family." The voice belonged to the elderly woman who was observing the scene. Our hero spoke while standing in front of the audience, saying, "Since all the main characters are currently present, I will continue the speech I started earlier." Park Bo-jin was a former crane operator who operated the crane every day for 30 years without feeling tired or bored. But after a while, he ended up in a wheelchair for the sake of his family, and his daughter was always his source of strength and inspiration. Our hero continued, "Park's goal was never to regain his job. His goal was to be able to stand on his feet again, and this is an achievement we have accomplished. For Park, walking is more than just movement. It has always been his ambition and hope to regain his ability to stand for his family." At that moment, Park Bo-jin held his daughter's hand and walked with her, as if they were living a rare moment filled with joy and hope. But at that moment, his daughter was shocked by what she saw before her eyes. Her father was walking without pain for the first time in years, and this sudden change left her in a state of complete astonishment. At that time, our hero said, "This corridor has become a sacred path and has become dear to the Park family." As for Park Bo-jin, his eyes were filled with pride as he faced his daughter, reflecting on the years of toil and hardship he had endured as a father. Meanwhile, the head of human resources was busy questioning what was happening and trying to comprehend it. The atmosphere was filled with tension and astonishment at Park Bo-jin's sudden transformation. However, Park Bo-jin himself was talking to his daughter, who was in a state of complete surprise. He held her hand tenderly, and suddenly she began to remember her childhood days when she used to sit beside him. Then her father said in an emotional voice, "Thank you. Your father's hand has returned to you." She focused on him with tear-filled eyes and said, "I'm so sorry." Everyone in the room began to applaud them, and the director was also moved, showing them feelings of sympathy and respect. But the head of the medical department was puzzled by the situation and the atmosphere, and he was in a state of complete anger. As for our hero, he felt immense pride, and while he was basking in his success, a notification from the system appeared. When he read the message, he discovered that he had been awarded 30 additional points, bringing his total score to 61 out of 100. Our hero was surprised and said happily, "Is this possible?" At the same time, he wondered why he only received 61 points, speaking softly as he observed the surroundings, while everyone could hear him. The director began to speak, saying, "You made a whole movie, despite my request for you to hold a conference for the patient's case. You are Lee Ji-kyuk, the deputy team leader, right?" He then extended his hand, saying it was the first time he attended such a high-quality conference. After that, the director focused his eyes on the head of the medical council and asked, "What do you think of the head of the treatment department?" At the same time, the head of the medical council was thinking to himself, "He's a foolish man," and suggested a useless proposal. But despite that, he said to him with a cold smile, "You have excellent planning skills. It feels like I'm watching a drama." Our hero thanked him, and the director, focusing his eyes on him, said, "You put in a lot of effort in the conference and impressed me, and I must must give you a personal gift. You can visit me in my office at any time that suits you. At that moment, our hero was at the peak of his happiness, thinking to himself, this is the reward I was waiting for. This is a new step toward achieving my goal. Then we shifted to our hero in the director's office, where the director asked him to sit. At that time, he thanked him while being very focused on his words, trying to observe the gift the director intended to present to him, feeling puzzled about what it could be. Then the director presented him with the gift, explaining that it was a personal gift for him, but he was giving it away and hoped he would use it properly. Our hero focused his gaze on the gift and said, "Thank you." When he took it, the director said, "Open it." Our hero replied, "Sure." He opened the box slowly and the gift was a beautiful watch. He was shocked and asked in disbelief, "What is this?" His entire expression showed that he was astonished. The director thought the gift didn't please our hero, so he asked, "You don't like it? If you don't like it, let me know. There are other gifts if you prefer." Our hero replied, No, I like it, but it's very expensive." The director smiled and said, "No, it's not expensive. It's just a gift from someone. Personally, I don't know what it's used for or if I need it, and that's why I had to give it to someone who would benefit from it instead of letting it sit unused. Don't be shy. Use it as you like." Our hero took the gift and said to the director, "Thank you." The director then smiled and said, "You can get up and walk." He continued, "I don't think this gift is very valuable." Our hero began to laugh and said, "Thank you very much." In his heart, he thought, was this the big reward? I was expecting something more expensive. Our hero asked for permission and said, "I'll head out now, thanks boss." The manager replied, "You worked hard today." At that moment, our hero left the office, and the system started telling him, "Mission reward. Wearing the smartwatch increases points by 10% as a bonus." Our hero thought to himself, this isn't just an ordinary smartwatch. Then he asked the system, "If I get another gift, can the purpose of the reward change?" He received a notification. The purpose of the reward changes based on your choice. However, all options presented for the purpose are similar. Our hero began talking to himself. This is what I need to do in the end. He left, focusing on the watch, and said, feeling tired, "It's been a really tough 2 weeks. I've done everything I could, and this isn't the right time. I need to leave work right now." On the 1st of April, a scene unfolded with a person holding a camera, asking people to cheer for the bride. At that moment, Mr. Park Bo-jin's daughter appeared at the wedding, and our hero was, of course, present, watching the scene with a smile, thinking to himself, this was the first time I changed someone's life with my own hands. He was overjoyed. The bride held her father's hand, and they began to laugh and celebrate happily. Our hero focused his eyes on them with joy, thinking, miracles are never far away. The reason I have these abilities is probably... The story then shifted to the hospital, where the chief doctor approached our hero and said, "Let's wrap up today's lecture here, everyone." Then he called our hero saying, "Hey, team vice captain, do you know how to treat spinal cord patients?" Our hero paused for a moment and then replied, "Yes, of course. The first hospital specialized in spinal cord diseases, and over 40% of our patients have issues with it, so we have a lot of experience treating it." The chief doctor said, "I'm glad to hear that. We have a new patient coming to the hospital this weekend who suffers from spinal cord issues. You need to know that no one else can take over his case. So I hope you can take care of him, please." Our hero thought to himself while reading the file, "What's this?" Then he spoke up, "No, boss. The patient is 16 years old, injured at the second lumbar vertebra, and his Asia scale weakness is graded B." The doctor replied, "He must be very sensitive." Our hero continued, "No, wait a minute. Do I really have to take care of this patient?" The manager responded, "I've thought a lot about this, doctor. Since you're the vice captain and you put in excellent effort at the case conference, you need to be responsible for this case." Our hero, feeling anxious, said, "Case conference? Do I really have to take on this responsibility?" And he thought, if I put in good effort, I should deserve a reward. But instead of rewarding me, you're punishing me. He took the case, feeling frustrated, and said, "I understand, but if there's any problem, will it be my responsibility?" The chief doctor replied, "I'll follow up with you. Don't worry, and if you're not ready, I'll replace you immediately." The doctor continued, "For patients like this, harmony with the physical therapist is very important, and treatment will start today. I've booked an appointment for 10:30. Does that work for you?" Our hero, surprised, said, "What?" The doctor, stepping away quickly, replied, "Good luck." Our hero began to think to himself, there's no room for negotiation here. I'm stuck in the middle, and I can't back out right now. It's time to face the challenge. At that moment, the system screen lit up in front of him and said, "Improving patients' physical and emotional conditions is the goal. Patient satisfaction rating must be raised to 80 or higher." Our hero paused for a moment, then said to himself, "I understood everything except the -10. There must be something wrong. The mission is good, but I have a problem with -10? At that same moment, a woman pushed a patient in a wheelchair and said, "Hello, therapist. Here's patient Kim Sun-jun." Our hero turned to her and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Lee, and I'll be responsible for Kim Sun's case from now on." At that point, our hero began to observe the patient and thought to himself, was I worried for no reason? This person seems really nice. But suddenly the patient screamed, "Mom, why are you ignoring me? I have cramps in my leg. Why aren't you paying attention?" He was yelling at her. Our hero was taken aback as he watched the scene, and then the patient's mother apologized to him, saying, "I'm sorry, I was just greeting the therapist. Don't be upset." Our hero began to think and told himself that the boy boy wasn't nice. Then the mother said, "Please take him." Our hero thanked her with a smile, but suddenly, the patient started crying and said, "Mom, don't leave me here." Our hero thought, wait, did he say he was having cramps? Then he continued, "Leg cramps are a good sign. They confirm that sensation and motor nerves are present, meaning his condition isn't hopeless. He's a young guy, and if he works on himself, his condition could gradually improve." The patient's mother felt relieved and said, "Thank you," but the patient grabbed his phone angrily and said, "I'm not doing this. It hurts." He started pointing with his fingers and said, "I'm not doing this." Our hero observed the patient in silence, then smiled and thought to himself, the magic hand, the magic eye, magic, anything else. Suddenly the boy started to escape and his mother shouted, "Where are you going, son?" The boy quickly sped away in his wheelchair, and our hero was stunned, thinking, how is he so fast? He wondered, did I act like that when I was young? At that moment, the patient's mother spoke up, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm really embarrassed, doctor." At the same time, the system announced, improving patients' physical and emotional conditions. The goal is to raise patient satisfaction rating to 80 or higher. Our hero began to cry and thought to himself, I'm not dealing with these tasks again. They're too hard. In those moments, the patient was clearly in a state of confusion while his mother sat beside him, trying to convince him to respond to the treatment. "We need to move to the treatment room right now. We'll be late again." Despite her concern, the boy was angry and depressed, saying, "I told you I don't need treatment because it's pointless anyway." His mother tried to convince him, saying, "You have to continue with the treatment journey no matter what, because you might improve one day." But the patient began to scream, saying, "I'm sick. The treatment hurts, and even if I just stay still, I hurt more because I'm having spasms." Then he asked to be left alone. At that moment, his mother said, "Seongwoo, let's meet the therapist, please. What do you think?" The boy focused his eyes on her, then asked, "Will you push the wheelchair, Mom?" Then our hero appeared, and the system said to him, "Complete treatment. You earn 3 points as a reward." Then it issued a warning saying, "Patient satisfaction level for Seongwoo decreases by 2%. When the satisfaction level reaches -20, the mission will fail." Our hero was shocked upon hearing the warning, looking up and asking himself, will the mission fail in the next 4 days? Then he wondered how he could quickly improve the situation before the level dropped further. Then our hero began to think to himself, in the case of the young man for the second time, the motor nerves are good, a huge recovery can be expected, but seizing the time is very important. At the same time, the patient's mother was pushing her son toward our hero and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really embarrassed, doctor." Our hero replied, "No problem." He began to think to himself, pushing could lead to significant progress in the boy's condition, but if the plan fails, the results will be the opposite. He focused on the file and thought to himself, the next patient is someone who needs proper treatment due to insurance supply issues. Then he decided to take a look. He entered a young woman's room and started the treatment saying, "Please tell me if you feel any pain." But she replied that she didn't notice any pain. After that, our hero left her room and began reading the system in front of him. The notification said, "The treatment was successful. You earned 6 points as a reward." He thought for a moment and said to himself, no matter how hard a person tries, they're not completely satisfied. But on the other hand, there are many patients satisfied with simple treatment. He was surprised and began to think of something new, saying to himself, yes, everyone has personal treatment. I tried to treat the sacred womb with the woven field. I have a guide to solve the mission. The story then shifts to our hero and his team gathered for lunch. One of them laughed and said, "Vice Captain, how was that patient today?" At that moment, one of them laughed and said, "Caring for children is complicated because something is always expected to happen." While they were talking, someone in the group stood up and provocatively patted the other on the back, causing one of the assistants to get annoyed and say, "Stop what you're doing right now and you're not allowed to do it again." They then began to talk about studies and high school girls and teachers, and the atmosphere was tense. At that moment, the manager walked in, and after a few moments, the deputy manager suddenly appeared, surprised to see our hero and said, "Why are you here?" But our hero surprised him back, saying, "I was going to ask you the same question. Why are you here?" Moments passed as they were shocked to see each other at the same time, and then the medical assistant and her companion began talking to our hero, saying, "Vice Captain, we finished eating. Can we leave?" Then the assistant told the deputy manager that she would meet him later, but the deputy manager was distracted, thinking about Young and saying to himself, "After all, our relationship is the same. I never thought I'd meet you in a place like this." After that, the deputy director invited our hero to eat together, but our hero had already finished his meal and told him to enjoy his meal. At that moment, the deputy director started to provoke him with his words, saying, "Who would have thought we would stay in touch for more than 10 years? When I heard that later, I was surprised too. I'm sorry anyway." Our hero began to say everything was in the past. Then our hero changed the subject and said, "I heard you became a doctor. Are you here as a rehabilitation doctor?" The deputy director replied, "Yes, exactly. You know Korea University, right?" Our hero was surprised by his question and asked, "What are you doing at your father's hospital? If you had the chance to work at Korea University Hospital?" Quickly, our hero ended the conversation with him saying, "I really enjoyed meeting you, but I have to go." At that moment, one of the team members, Young, noticed him standing with the director's son and asked, "Deputy team leader, isn't that the director's son? What's your relationship?" Our hero replied, "A classmate from high school. He was in the same club." Someone standing nearby said, "Same club? Are you going to be friendly with him later? I'm jealous." Yes, you're lucky. Our hero responded, I'm not a friendly person. Then he thought to himself, I resemble a bad relationship. At that moment, the medical assistant said, it feels like there's something strange in the air. Her companion replied, what do you mean? Then they heard a voice, but our hero was thinking to himself, should I consider resigning? Meanwhile, the director and his son appeared again. And while they were eating, the director noticed his son was distracted and asked him, why aren't you eating? The deputy director replied, my appetite suddenly decreased. The director said, you need to eat before you leave. Then he continued, by the way, the therapist you were talking to a moment ago, why did you talk to him for so long? Did you know him? The son replied, yes, he was my classmate in high school. The director said, you need to put in a lot of effort in the future. Then he encouraged him, saying, the therapeutic skills of the deputy team leader were very good. The director's son was surprised and asked, can he memorize all the therapist's names? The director replied, it's hard to remember everything. I just learned the deputy team leader's name recently. And by the way, the last conference was very crowded. The son then expressed his surprise, saying, how did he give the conference? Aren't physical therapists just people who move under the supervision of doctors? The son meant how his father allowed our hero to present at the conference, but his father responded, doctor, this is a rehabilitation hospital, which means the role of the physical therapist is more important than anyone else. And you need to keep in mind that this place is different from the university hospital. At that moment, everyone was silent, exchanging glances, and the son said, I didn't know. I made a mistake I won't forget in the future. Then he asked the director if everyone would be alert after dinner. He asked his son to rest, but the son replied, I'm here for a bit. Then he sat alone in the same place where they had been eating, feeling very angry. He started thinking to himself, why didn't I apply to Korea University instead of this hospital? An annoying, selfish person sat alone, cursing our hero and vowing to cut him off with every word he said, and to annoy him all the time. In another place, we see the intern Sujung walking down the street, tired, saying to herself, I'm so tired. If only I could take a day off today. I'm afraid of the older people in the hospital. Is the internship supposed to be this hard? How can I endure today? At that moment, our hero appeared and said to her, Intern Sujung, hello, how are you? She turned to him, happy, and said, hello, deputy team leader. Our hero said to her, focusing on his watch, good morning, are you heading to work early? She replied, interns have to arrive 30 minutes before the doctors. He said, ah, right. You're the last to leave work. I'll help you as much as I can. If you face any difficulties, let me know immediately. She started to admire him and said, of course, thank you. Then our hero opened a discussion saying, by the way, during the interview, you said that if you joined the hospital, you'd definitely repay my debt, so how about you buy me food once? She suddenly stopped, embarrassed, and he said, I'm joking. It's my duty to buy you food. How about we have a meal after work this week with intern Dongshik and intern Jisuk? At that moment, Sujung laughed and thought to herself, I've changed my mind about not going to work because I'm afraid of older people. Then she said aloud, agreed. Then the scene shifted to them entering the hospital. Our hero started looking around, and he noticed the mother of the injured young man. He then said to intern Sujung, could you go in first? I need to stand here for a moment, and I'll catch up with you. Sujung agreed and entered first. At that moment, our hero approached the young man's mother and said, hello, you're the guardian of patient Kim Seong, right? As soon as she turned, she recognized him immediately and said, Doctor, what are you doing here? Our hero replied, I stood for a short while to get coffee. Then he asked about her son. The woman said, he's still sleeping, and his father is currently watching over him while I'm waiting for my shift. Our hero asked for permission to talk to her, and she allowed him. He then noticed a book and said, I think you're studying. She replied, yes, I think I can take care of patients if I learn properly. Our hero encouraged her, saying, you're amazing. But the woman replied, my son is always feeling down. Our hero asked her directly how Seong usually spends his time and if he has any hobbies or things he likes to do. The mother started to think and said, I don't know exactly, but I think he likes playing mobile games, and I believe he used to love basketball a lot before. At this point, our hero was surprised and started thinking to himself, basketball? Then he asked her, did you say basketball? The mother confirmed and said, yes, of course. Then she took out her phone, which had pictures of her son, and said, he used to play basketball when he was younger, but he stopped because it requires taller players, and his height was a barrier. Our hero, focusing on the pictures, said, a good player. The mother asked him how he guessed. Our hero replied, his jersey number is 23. And only the professional player on the team is allowed to wear that number. The mother laughed and said, you have good insight. You're right, and your guess is spot on. My son wanted to advance as a professional player. Our hero started to think and said to himself, why doesn't Seong-woo play basketball while in a wheelchair? Then he decided he needed to get closer to him first and decided to visit the patient, asking, are you okay? But he replied, I don't know. Even though the boy was completely ignoring our hero's presence, he decided to open a conversation again, asking, how's your condition? And the same response from the boy, I don't know. Then he decided to approach him through the gaming angle since he was a pro at it, saying, "A friend of mine recommended a game to me, and I tried it, but it was an excellent and fun game that I couldn't sleep all night." At this point, the boy asked him if he knew a game called Nine Rangers. Seong-woo asked our hero about his achievements in the game and how many levels he had completed. Our hero thought for a moment and then replied that he had completed 33 levels, asking Seong if he knew the game, with surprise evident on his face. Seong-woo replied, "I know it." Our hero pretended to be surprised and asked him, "How many stars do you have?" Then Seong replied, "I have 3 stars out of 5. Our hero decided to shock him by revealing that he was a pro at the game. He then offered to let him take a look at his phone, and it was a huge surprise for Seong, to the point where he doubted he was dreaming. But our hero spoke up saying, "I've actually reached level 51. At that point, Seong warned him that when he reaches level 70, all the stars disappear, and he continued saying that during his experience, he lost 4 stars out of 5, and that it was a terrible idea. Here, our hero got nervous and ran his hand through his hair saying, "So what should I do? I need to raise the number of stars again." Song had a clever plan, so he told our hero, "It's simple. All you have to do is make a resume." Since our hero was new to the game and had a basic understanding, he asked in surprise what he meant. Just then, Song's mother walked in and interrupted their conversation. Our hero had to wrap things up with the young man, saying, "We'll continue our talk later because your mom is here." Song noticed that his mother had indeed arrived, and for the first time, time flew by without him realizing it with our hero. He agreed to talk later, and then Song left. Here, Song's mother took advantage of her son's absence and started a brief chat with our hero, asking about her son's condition and how he was responding to treatment. She expressed her worries about her son's feelings of frustration and asked our hero if Song still felt hopeless. Our hero was very understanding and reassured her despite her exaggerated questions. She thanked him for being so cooperative and fulfilling his duties as a doctor. In Song's room, he was lying back on the bed again, with his mother beside him. She noticed he seemed very surprised, even though he was focused on his phone, and it was clear something was on his mind. For the first time, Song's spasms eased, and the convulsions disappeared. However, we noticed that Song kept repeating the name of someone called Anani, sounding very curious about the name, and he said, "Anani, is there really someone named Anani?" At the same time, his mother noticed a change in his behavior and wondered why her son had changed, as it was the first time she noticed him being cheerful and happy. This was strange for her because it had been years since she last saw Song laugh, which was before the incident. She thought to herself, Song's laughter has been missing for a long time, but he finally laughed. In our current scene, we see our hero starting to gather information about Song and deciding to put his plan into action. He asked Song's mother for help, and since she was eager for her son's treatment to succeed, she began to tell our hero everything about Song. In the same scene, we discover that the meeting between Song's mother and our hero happened after the success of the first part of their plan. Our hero sat with her, sharing about their first meeting, and he was surprised by Song's exaggerated interest in games when he asked him about the name of the game. It was a completely unexpected surprise, but our hero was very clever and prepared himself to face everything. He informed her that her help when he asked about Song's favorite game motivated him to search for the game and learn more about it, so he decided to enlist the help of his friend, the only game enthusiast in his circle. He then started messaging his friend, asking if he knew the game Nine Rangers. At that moment, his friend was very surprised because he was someone far removed from games and asked if he had decided to play games. But our hero responded to his question with a question, asking him to tell him everything about the game, every detail. His friend warned him not to play and lose his money because he had previously lost his entire wallet trying to reach 8 stars in the game, and in the end, he lost everything, even the stars. He advised him to save his money. At that moment, a notification appeared for our hero, indicating that the treatment had been very successful and that his reward had increased to 12 points plus an additional point as a bonus. The total accumulated points were now 121, and the satisfaction of patient Kim Song-woo had increased by 5. After that, our hero drifted off in thought and said, "Let's finish this task at this emotional moment." In a new room, Song-woo was lying on the bed, and someone was asking him questions about his condition and his training, whether he was keeping up with his training at the moment. Here, Song replied, "I'm fine. Everything is good." Of course, the questioner was our hero, who was surprised by the amazing change in the rebellious child who had previously rejected treatment, but now he was actively engaging in his daily activities with enthusiasm. All the visible changes happened in just 1 week, but our hero returned to reassure himself that everything he was experiencing now could have happened normally because Song-woo was indeed following the right treatment. After that, our hero was fulfilling his role as a physical therapist, directing his words to Song, saying that the key to moving from the bed to the wheelchair was hip rotation. He began to explain the importance of movement and how it could cause a big problem if he happened to fall, asking him to focus very carefully on his movements while he was moving to avoid any issues. During the explanation, Song was very obedient and engaged with our hero's instructions, promising to do his best and to move from the bed to the wheelchair very carefully. He started executing the task, and when he succeeded, the result was very satisfying for our hero. He encouraged him saying, "Your performance was excellent." Song-woo was very happy because of our hero's praise and asked if he had really succeeded and proven himself. Our hero confirmed his words and continued with advice, saying that if he was afraid of falling at any moment, he needed to act wisely and move his legs. He added, "You succeeded for the first time because you were able to move your legs." Here, we notice that their relationship developed, especially when Song asked our hero if he had finished level 50. He was definitely referring to the game, but our hero was clever and decided to dodge the question, saying, "Can we continue later?" He chose to postpone the topic. Since Song was persistent, he asked again but in a different way, saying, "You still haven't passed level 50, and informed Song that he had passed level 50 and finished it, unlike him. Song's mother arrived and saved the situation between them, and Song moved with his mother to his room. Since our hero had said goodbye to Song and was now alone, he spoke to himself, saying, "I can figure this out without the mission reward window," referring to the success of Song's treatment mission. He then continued proudly, "I achieved a great accomplishment in a short period." He decided to check the system's results himself, but suddenly, he froze in place, stopped, and asked himself if he was living in a dream. Our hero was surprised when he read the system notification, which stated, "The treatment was successful, increasing patient Kim Sung's satisfaction by 10, with a total score of 50 out of 100. The goal was to raise patient satisfaction to 80 or higher." Here we can understand why our hero was astonished and felt like he was living a dream as he talked to himself, saying, "I think I might fail the task, but what I need to do right now is raise Sung's satisfaction by just 30%. We notice again that our hero is close to succeeding in the task, but he needs a little motivation, so he encouraged himself, saying, "I need to gather some points, so I have to raise Sung's satisfaction." After that, he asked the system for ways to raise the level, and the system showed him methods to work on, which included skills for the hands, brain, mouth, face, and eyes. The system then allowed him to use 121 points, and he wondered which level he should raise. He decided to raise hand magic because it was the best for immediate treatment, but he reminded himself that eye magic was just as important, as it was crucial for diagnosing the condition. In the end, he made up his mind to raise hand magic. Afterward, the level of hand magic reached level 5, and the system notified him, "Your hands have become more precise, and your grip has become stronger. Your touches will impress your patients." To upgrade hand magic to level 6, eye magic must be at level 5 or higher, and brain magic must also be at level 5 or higher. Our hero then wondered about the conditions for raising the level, and was surprised that he needed to raise eye magic and brain magic. However, the system notification confirmed to him that hand magic, eye magic, and brain magic are strongly interconnected, because a healer can treat by understanding and seeing the condition. Our hero thought to himself, "I only have 11 points left, but eye magic needs 30 points. Here, he realized he had a problem raising eye magic, but in a moment of cleverness, he said he had an alternative solution, which was brain magic. When our hero decided to choose brain magic, luck was not on his side because he accidentally pressed the level for face magic. When he received the notification that face magic had reached level 3, he scolded himself, saying he was foolish because when face magic increased, he lost all his points, and the system update stopped for 3 days. At that moment, one of the support team called him and said, "Deputy, team leader." He replied, "Yes, do you need something?" Of course, he was holding his phone and focused on it. She apologized, saying, "Sorry, it's clear you're busy," but continued, "The next patient, Hong Shi, is absent from treatment." Our hero responded, "Okay, I'll contact the hospital room and find out why," but he thought to himself that he was very tired and needed a break for the rest of the day. However, before he could act on his decision, he did call the hospital room and said, "Yes, I understand. It's clear that the patient's absence from treatment was due to insurance." He felt sad and sympathetic toward him. He then thought again about whether he needed to take a break. In a different room, one of the medical team was sitting on the floor and seemed to have a problem with a device. At that moment, our hero said, "All you have to do is press the button." The nurse followed his advice and pressed the button, and the device started working. Our hero was very happy, and the medical team was happy too. He then greeted them and told them their performance was very high. He began to share some instructions, saying that during standing exercises or when using an inclined table, they should be cautious of low blood pressure and that everything should be done slowly with great care. He thanked them for their efforts, and they thanked him for providing them with information. He then asked about 3 doctors and who was responsible for the standing exercises. At that point, one of the team members spoke up, saying that the responsible person was Dr. Lim, but the director called, so she decided to leave early. Our hero understood the situation and said, "Okay, continue." It seemed he remembered something important and said, "I'd love to invite you all for a meal if you have time." He tried to reassure them that they could refuse if they were busy, and asked them to feel comfortable talking to him because all he needed was to eat with them as colleagues. We noticed that one of the team members was very happy because she was invited to a meal and was excited, cheering with joy. Our hero then addressed them saying, "Interns Su Jong and Dong Shik, is there a problem with the timing?" Both replied negatively, confirming that it was suitable and that they were completely free today. However, the surprise for him was that he meant to gather on any day, not the same day. Indeed, the four people gathered in one place and had a conversation around the dining table. Here, our hero spoke up, saying, beef, soju, and beer. His colleague was surprised, as if hearing the orders or menu for the first time. Our hero discussed the menu, saying, it's a menu with different muscle parts, and the advantage is that you can eat different parts of the meat. He continued, I have a close friend who loves eating pork belly, and I love pork neck, while minced meat is excellent for eating. The intern spoke up saying, I also love neck meat. Our hero then replied, since you and I are only eating neck meat, who will eat the remaining pork belly? He then explained that he was trying to lighten the mood and seriously asked about their favorite type of meat. Intern Shik spoke up saying, I love neck meat, while Sujong said, I love pork belly. Dong Shik told intern Sujong, since you love meat, you have the chance to eat it with a miracle. At that point, our hero said, I'm the best at home management, and I can help you, Dong. They then began to open up more topics to discuss, including the deputy director's case conference, which was impressive. The intern said, the competing teams in the hospital wished to learn from the deputy team leader, and continued, I feel grateful, because she was one of his interns. In a women's session, the interns had a discussion, and one of Sujong's colleagues asked about the deputy leader because she needed to gather information about him. Since Sujong was close to him, she knew a lot about him. Our hero was happy to hear the intern talk about her pride in being one of his interns, and thought to himself, his life is currently better than it was, and the reason he is advancing in his career is the level up system because it has changed everything in his life. He then spoke up, saying, I'm curious to know all your stories. Please be honest if you have any difficulties at work or any problems. At that point, one of the interns spoke up, saying, there's a big difference between university and practical training, and they are completely different. She continued, expressing her fear that she had studied for 4 years without benefit. However, our hero reassured her, saying, you are interns because everyone has a first time for everything. I know and am sure that it's difficult and new for you, but over time, you can become better, but you need to keep progressing. He then motivated them, saying that every effort must be rewarded in the end. Suddenly, our hero noticed that everyone was in a strange silence, and he asked if he was the reason for the sudden quietness, and inquired about the reason for their unexpected calmness. They spoke up saying, it could be a good thing if the deputy team leader became responsible for them and their protection. The intern, Sujong's colleague, asked her why she was so quiet and calm, as it was unusual for her to be so talkative. At that moment, Sujong got nervous and asked in surprise, are you talking to me? Here, Dongshik confirmed the intern's words, saying, indeed, Sujong is unusually quiet today. At that moment, Sujong completely denied it, saying, because no one asked her to speak, and requested them to stop talking and continue eating. In a new scene, an elderly lady was sitting at a dining table with a man in front of her. From the conversation, we understand that the elderly lady is the grandmother of Mayong Han Kin, who is the head of Mayong Song Hospital, and she is sitting with her son. Suddenly, her grandson, Suk Hin, entered. She asked him if he was hungry and invited him to sit and share the meal quickly. When he sat down, he said, for a moment I thought I might die from hunger and the moans of the patients. At that moment, she said, surely your time was tough. Her son said that she spoiled her grandson too much. Then he addressed his son, saying, your grandmother has been waiting for you all the time and refused to eat unless you were there. After that, the grandmother scolded Director Myung and asked him why he was so strict and harsh with Suk Hin, saying he was very tough on her poor son. The grandmother then began to speak to her grandson affectionately, asking if he remembered her friend who owned the art gallery in Insadong. At that moment, the grandson replied, yes. She continued, saying, her granddaughter returned to Korea after being busy studying abroad, and she is 3 years younger than you. She asked him what he thought about meeting the granddaughter. Suddenly, the grandson got excited and said, she's beautiful! The grandmother proudly replied, is it possible that your grandmother could overlook such an important point? With the same enthusiasm, he replied, it would be better if I met her. The grandmother supported his words, saying, indeed. He then insisted, asking, do you have a picture of her? If you do, I'd love to take a look. We notice our miraculous hero in a place with farming, and he's talking to an elderly woman saying, lady's son, the drinks have arrived. At that moment, she turned to him and asked when he arrived. Our hero replied that he just got there and that it was time to plant the seeds, but it might be difficult. Then the lady called out, loudly, to someone a couple of steps away, saying, dear Miracle, you've arrived, clearly referring to our hero. As time went on, and after their conversation, we understand that the two people are our hero's father and mother, and it seems they're settled far from where our hero is. He feels guilty for not visiting them, telling himself, you're still the same as you were. Inside the house, our hero's father sat on the floor and our hero spoke up, asking him to relax on the couch, but the father insisted that his clothes weren't suitable for sitting on the couch. Then our hero asked his father, are you about to plant the seeds? The father replied, he doesn't need to know. Our hero continued talking to himself, saying, he should have told his father that he arrived to help them. Suddenly, his system detected an issue with his father's shoulder, which was very stiff, and the muscle was somewhat distorted while the right muscle was raised out of place. Our hero then offered to give his father a massage, but the father refused, saying he didn't need it. However, our hero insisted proudly, saying, "Take advantage of having a son who is a physical therapist." The father finally relented and said, "Just do the massage quickly and finish it." As our hero began the massage, he discovered something strange. His father's shoulders were very swollen, and he doubted whether this was their normal size or if they had become swollen due to farming and work. He then thought to himself, "Even though I'm a physical therapist, I didn't notice that my father's shoulders look like this." After that, he focused his eyes and received a notification from the system that his eye magic had been activated, with the goal of treating his father's shoulder. He started the healing journey, saying, "Let's find the trigger point first." And the trigger point is known to be a nerve point about 2-3 centimeters above the shoulder blade, responsible for transmitting nerve signals that control the muscles of the upper arm. Since it's a junction for nerve roots, it was easy to stimulate the surrounding muscles. He then told himself, "I found it." Meanwhile, the father was impatient to finish the massage, urging his son to hurry up and massage harder to relieve the pain. But our hero, being a skilled physical therapist, said that the massage should be gentle because that way the results could be better, and the stiffness could be treated more effectively. However, for the father, it was just a normal matter. Our hero continued his work, aiming to stimulate the deep muscles, which are responsible for supporting the body's center by attaching close to the bones. They could be called core muscles because they support the body's center. Our hero treated his father, and they all gathered at the table for a meal. At that time, the mother noticed that her son looked tired and insisted that he needed to eat a lot afterward. They asked our hero if his position at work was going well, and he replied, "I currently hold a high position at the hospital," justifying that the hospital is the best in the country and that his position is very good, with retirement age guaranteed. He then informed them that the competition for his position was very high, but he was lucky enough to get the position of deputy team leader through his efforts. They asked him again if the position was good, and he confirmed, saying it was indeed a comfortable and secure position. He then offered them some money, saying he received his first salary and handed it to them. At that moment, they told him he needed to take care of Ji-yoon and spend the money on her, but he shocked them by saying they had broken up. His mother was surprised and asked why, saying, "You seem to get along well." He replied sadly, "The matter is over," but the father asked the mother to be quiet and end the discussion, standing by his son and saying, "Surely you thought well about it before ending it." He then thanked him indirectly, saying, "The massage was excellent." The father finished eating and left, but as he was leaving, he asked him to finish his meal and come out quickly before the sun set. The mother then spoke to her son, saying, "I think your father really liked your massage," and he replied that he hoped she would try it too, and lay down on the floor next to her, completely exhausted on a new day, specifically in the hospital room with patient Song. Our hero was busy with his exercises when Song entered and asked, "What are you doing?" Our hero was surprised to see Song and said, "I helped my father over the weekend." Song replied, "I feel jealous," and continued, "Because my ability to help is non-existent, even if I think about it." Our hero then advised him, saying, "You've finally grown up." Song replied, "Don't mock me." This reminded our hero of a moment, and he said, "Do you remember the first time you arrived at the hospital? Do you remember how you treated your mother back then?" Song recalled, saying, "I hated everything in the world because I felt like everyone was ignoring me, and to be honest with you, I still feel the same way." He then asked why he was suffering in life, even though he hadn't done anything wrong, continuing, "I keep going to therapy because you asked me to, but I feel aimless." Our hero spoke up, saying, "But the pain in your legs is less than before, and you can do most movements, thanks to the therapy." However, Song, feeling very frustrated, said, "I'm still half a person, and it's very exhausting because I'm supposed to be at an age to chase dreams." He then imagined himself with a friend, very happy, as if he wished for that moment and got it. At this point, our hero decided it was the right moment to talk to Song about basketball. He pulled out a picture from his phone and showed it to Song, who asked with interest, "Basketball?" Our hero replied, "Wheelchair basketball." Song asked if he meant he wanted to play basketball, and our hero spoke, saying, "Why not?" But Song turned his face away and said, "It's a fake basketball." He then talked to himself, saying he was an obscure player, unknown in the basketball world. Our hero asked him with interest, "Was your goal in playing to attract people's attention?" Here, Song clarified his words and said, "The topic is far from being able to make money from playing basketball." He concluded by saying he had lost the desire to play, but our hero was determined to convince him. He mentioned that if Song's goal was to make money, he should consider European League championships because through them, he could earn money and win, and he needed to join the national team. If his skills were strong enough, he could compete in the Paralympics since Korea has been holding a wheelchair basketball league every year since November 2015, with the league running from September to November each year. At that moment, Song thought for a moment and said it was complicated, but our hero replied, "You can think about it at your own pace." Here, Song spoke with hope and asked, "Do you think it's possible for me to be a professional basketball player?" Our hero replied, "I don't know." Song got frustrated and asked, "Why are you asking me to play if you don't know?" Our hero explained, "Because it's fun." After that, Song decided he had to play and become a professional player. Our hero asked him if he had really decided to do that, but he confirmed he was still thinking about it. Later, Song was lying on the hospital bed, trying to read news about a basketball team in Korea. The news confirmed that South Korea's performance was excellent excellent compared to the Canadian team, and that the Canadian team decided to change its players, among whom was a player named Kobe Hinson. At that moment, Song told himself that Kobe Hinson was a familiar player to him, and he began to get excited as he watched a basketball game on his phone. He was very impressed with Hinson's play and said that Hinson's speed was amazing. He wondered if Hinson had played in the American Professional League because his talent was striking. At that time, his mother entered and asked if he needed anything because she had to leave. She reminded him that she had never allowed him to be anywhere without her. He confirmed her words and said it was true, meaning she had been by his side for 2 years since the accident. But with the arrival of the physical therapist, things changed completely. She continued speaking, saying he was keen to be a friend to him and that she was very affected by his personality. She later admitted that the therapist had asked her about everything related to him, his likes and dislikes. After that, Song decided to confront our hero, and when he met him, our hero welcomed Song. He had prepared a surprise for him, expecting it would make him very happy. The surprise was that he would start playing wheelchair basketball. Our hero set up everything for him, and even though he created the right atmosphere, Song was sad at that moment. Our hero wondered if he had made a hasty decision and if using a wheelchair for basketball was the wrong choice for Song. At that moment, Song decided to confront our hero and asked him why he had lied to him. Our hero was shocked and asked what he meant. Song replied, "I learned everything from my mother." Our hero apologized and said he was sorry, to which Song replied that he wasn't upset but always remembered his trust in people. He asked why our hero treated him kindly and if he had done something special. Our hero simply said that his goal was to address the root of the problems and that he wanted to help him regain his dreams. Song continued, saying, "You realize how important dreams are to me." Our hero justified his words by saying he had read in a book about dreams, and that life without dreams was like a pale picture without features. Song decided to open up more and said his life was very difficult because of his inability to walk, and that his mother and father had gone through very tough times because of him. He admitted that the basketball offer had greatly improved his mood and made him feel a spirit of enthusiasm. He then directly asked if playing basketball could improve his physical condition and if he had some hope of returning to how he used to be. He started to cry, and our hero comforted him after a moment. He asked if he had wiped his tears, and Song replied, yes. Our hero's goal with the question was to start a rehabilitation journey with him to play basketball using a wheelchair. He said, "Let's start now. The first thing you need to know is the essential wheelchair movements, like the turning movement." Song spoke up saying, "Yes. Can the 180-degree turning movement be done with a wheelchair?" Our hero replied, "It's simple, and you can turn in the wheelchair using one wheel." He asked him to watch him carefully, but strangely, our hero was the one most impressed by his strength and asked if the magic hand could help with similar things. He stood admiring his magic hand in awe, while Song began to cry. Our hero turned to him and asked why he was unable to perform the turning movement in the wheelchair. He continued saying, "I learned the wheelchair turning movement from a patient I was supervising in the old hospital, and that patient was part of the national team." Our hero's goal in telling this story to Song was to assure him that he could succeed and perform the turning movement in the wheelchair. He then encouraged him and asked him to try again. To some extent, they reached a satisfactory result on the first day. Song got excited afterward and said he could master the turning movement completely in just one day. Our hero was very happy because the atmosphere had changed completely from before. He asked Song to be enthusiastic but not to overdo it. He then reminded him that time was passing and they needed to make the most of it quickly. At that moment, Song remembered that he had asked him to rest every 10 minutes. Suddenly, Song appeared in a wheelchair at a basketball club, amazed by the size and number of the audience present for the basketball game. Song was sitting in the wheelchair and our hero encouraged him, saying he had performed the turning movement and learned it professionally. Song joyfully asked if he had really reached professionalism in his opinion. Our hero then replied with a question, asking if he had trained a lot. After that, he asked him to move on to the second movement immediately and inquired about his reaction if he fell while playing. "Here," Song replied, "if I fall, I must stop playing immediately and ask someone for help, right?" Our hero responded, "That's wrong, of course, because it's a sport, and sports rely on physical combat. There will definitely be someone stronger among the players than you might imagine." He continued speaking and said, "For the same reasons, if you fall, it's impossible for someone to come close to you and help you or stop the game to assist you." He then asked Song about a term called numerical superiority. Song answered saying, "It means losing the ability to defend against a turn while simultaneously increasing the opposing team's ability to have more attackers." Our hero confirmed his words, saying, "That's absolutely right." He then continued and advised that a player must support himself and return to his position as quickly as possible because the most important thing for him during play is speed. After that, he began teaching him wheelchair movements and explaining ideas to help him regain his speed more quickly. At that moment, he fell from the wheelchair to the ground and emphasized that if he had to fall and lost his balance, he must fall on the same side he was currently falling on. He then taught him rules to help him with the speed of turning while on the ground, about where to place his hands, and informed him that these instructions were the best way for him to quickly regain his balance. Song began to execute the movements of our hero, who felt very proud of him and wondered if he was the same frustrated young man. It motivated him to be ready to fall at any moment and get back up again because fear is a weakness. He asked Song how he felt when he fell for the first time while standing on his feet. Song understood what he meant and assured him he got it. In a new scene, our hero was focused on Song and asked if he felt any pain anywhere in his body. Song reassured him, denying any pain, but our hero noticed that Song was exhausting himself during the exercises. Determined to achieve his goal, Song questioned himself if he had done everything he could. In a moment of setback, he complained to our hero that he felt like he had lost all his strength in his arm and asked to end the training for the day. Our hero thought to himself that Song's performance and effort in today's exercises could be a strong reason for them to achieve better results faster. Then Song's mother entered, took him, and pushed the wheelchair. But Song addressed our hero, saying he had to be ready because he was determined to surprise him in the next training session. At that moment, our hero received a notification that the treatment was successful, and he earned 10 points as a reward plus an extra point. Song's patient satisfaction level increased by 2, bringing the score to 188 points. Although the score was good, our hero noted that the satisfaction level was only 60 points and thought he still needed 20 more points, which required more effort to get closer to Song. Later, the hospital director decided to meet with our hero. He welcomed him and mentioned that it was clear he was enjoying the journey of treating patients. He continued, seemingly praising that the deputy team leader was used to doing fun things. Then he asked about our hero's current work. Our hero replied that he had training with Song and his goal was to prepare Song to play wheelchair basketball. The director was surprised and said, "Wheelchair basketball." Moments later, our hero met with his colleague Joe at the hospital. They sat during a break, and Joe began to ask him about his conversation with the director, saying that all their colleagues were curious to know about his treatment method for Song. He then guessed that our hero's job was very difficult, and asked about the director's plan since Joe was of a higher rank. Joe replied that the director decided to hold a wheelchair basketball match at their hospital, and that Song would be the main competitor in the game. Our hero's eyes widened, and he said there had to be at least 5 participants in the competition. He continued with hope that some patients in the hospital might be wheelchair basketball players. Joe praised him, saying that as long as the deputy team leader was present, there were no obstacles, and he asked him to meet with his fellow therapists to form a team and choose the best patients for playing basketball with the help of his therapist colleagues. Then he shocked him for the second time, saying that the director had assigned him the task of forming the entire team. Our hero then asked if all the participants in the competition had to be patients. Joe replied that he discovered there were about 20 wheelchair basketball teams in Korea, and only 9 teams were healthy. The competition for the basketball match was their only chance to promote the hospital, so they had to seize the opportunity. He then mentioned that the director decided that the proceeds from the competition would be spent on valuable things. Our hero thought, what if Song refuses? Joe reassured him that the director already knew Song and that he agreed. He urged him to stay calm, ignore the tension, and start working on the project, viewing the competition as an excellent opportunity for the rehabilitation department to attract attention to the hospital. He then informed him that the competition was in 3 weeks, on a Saturday, and asked if there was enough time. Suddenly, our hero asked him to take a break, allowing him to rest since he had a lot of preparations. Joe began to drink his beverage, saying that the hospital's situation was about to change because of the competition. Then our hero received a notification that the mission had changed. Instead of improving the patient physically and emotionally, it now involved pushing him to achieve his dream, but the mission came with conditions he had to meet, which were to raise the patient satisfaction level to 88 or higher, and then participate in the wheelchair basketball match. Our hero shouted at the top of his lungs, "The director and the mission, everyone conspired to take me down." He was waiting for the system notification to inform him of the reward for successfully completing the mission, but he was disappointed. The group stood in silence in front of the arranged wheelchairs, waiting for Joe, the director, who smiled confidently before he began to speak. "I'm sorry for calling everyone suddenly, but I have great news." Joe then spoke with an excited tone. At that moment, everyone looked at him with curiosity, waiting to hear the great news. "We decided to accept all applicants to participate in the wheelchair basketball championship that the director will host at the hospital," Joe announced the news calmly. At that moment, there was a deafening silence, and then the group erupted in unified shouts. "Is this for real?" The reason our hero's colleagues reacted strangely was that they were upset when they heard the news from Joe that the director had indeed asked them to participate in the wheelchair basketball championship, and they protested, saying, "We're busy with work, and you want us to play basketball?" But Joe smiled confidently and said, "There will be an annual leave for all participants and a small prize to encourage you to participate." The colleagues looked at each other and eventually had to agree to participate in the competition. They informed Joe that they were ready to join the competition regardless of their busy schedules. Deep down, they were busy thinking about the leave and said, "Annual leave, this is a chance to relax." At this point, our hero confidently told his colleagues as he took his first steps in the mission, "Basketball skills are important, but we shouldn't neglect wheelchair control skills. We need to be firm in the game." His colleagues nodded in agreement. Joe, the director, gestured with his hand saying, "Great, start training." The therapists began their task, and asked the trainees to line up in a single file. But during the first training session, one of them stumbled and fell to the ground. Director Joe asked the therapist with concern, "How many years of experience do you have in therapy? And are you qualified to train athletes?" Then Director Joe asked again, "Is there anyone among you who can move forward in the wheelchair and then back?" Our hero raised his hand confidently and said, "I can do it." Director Joe smiled and said, "Great, I want you to show me your skills." Our hero confidently replied, "If I push hard on one side and pull the other side, you'll find the wheelchair moving forward and backward easily." Director Joe was very pleased to hear our hero's explanation and said eagerly, "That's the deputy team leader I know for sure." But Joe's mood suddenly changed, and he became unusually calm as he spoke to himself. Only 5 people are present, and the team has a problem with substitutes. Then Joe asked in an inquisitive tone, "Is there anyone willing to participate in the competition as a substitute player?" In an instant, one person raised his hand and said, "I'm willing to participate as a substitute." Our hero was surprised and thought to himself, "Dong-ho Sunbae, he's not someone who would do that. I wonder why." Joe replied to Dong-ho sternly, "You're not good at playing at all. What makes you want to join despite your poor playing? Why do you want to join?" Dong-ho confidently replied, "Simply I want to help in this little challenge, and I would be happy to help the young man achieve his dream." He meant Song. Dong-ho thought for a moment to himself and said inwardly, "If I were a substitute on the team, I would have a chance to take annual leave." Director Joe grabbed his notebook and wrote down all the information, then said confidently, "All right, let's work hard and master our tasks." Then they noticed a sign that read, "With the help of Joe Hosik, head of the therapy department, the number of participants in the basketball championship has been confirmed." The sign revealed the team details. The captain and center is the deputy team leader, our hero. The goalkeeper is patient Kim Song. The point guard is trainee therapist Min Jung-sik. The forwards are Seo Jung and therapist Cha Min-kyu. The 6th place is reserved for the first team leader, Kang Dong-ho. Director Joe smiled confidently, sure that the team was about to achieve something great. Song was in his hospital room, and his mother was standing beside him. He looked at her and asked, "Mom, do you want to do something?" She replied with a question, "What do you want me to do, Song?" The mother was delighted by his question and said, "Yes, this is necessary because you are back to playing basketball again. That's why you're thinking about how to make your mom happy." She continued, "I want you to know that your mom is only thinking about helping you achieve your dream. That's all." Song replied to his mother happily, "Everything you said, Mom, is good for me, and I'm happy with your words, but I really need to know what you want to do." His mother, very happy with Song's words, said, "When I see you happy, smiling, and laughing, your dad and I are also happy. And that's truly the most important thing for us, that you are happy and content." Later, she asked him happily, "And what's your wish that you want to achieve?" Song replied to his mother sadly, "I only wish for one thing, Mom, to go back to the day of the accident." He slammed his hand down nervously and said, "I wish I could do that." He continued, "At that time, you could have gone back to work, and Dad wouldn't have to stay awake all night after a long day and suffering at work." Song's mother, feeling sympathetic, hugged him and said, "I don't want to hear you say that, Song. You need to know that your mom and dad are always happy because you're with us." She continued, "I have no reason to blame you for anything, my son. The accident that happened was never your fault." The mother confidently told Song, "Your dad and I are very happy when we see your smile." And she reassured him that as long as he puts in effort, the results will be much better and amazing. Then, Song imagined the therapist, smiling, extending his hand and saying, "I actually wanted to help you achieve your dream." We noticed that Song buried himself in his mother's embrace and told her, "I'm really okay, Mom." He continued, "I'll do everything I can." In a different room, the wheelchair basketball team gathered on their chairs. One of them said, "I really want to thank you all for coming here and getting ready to play even though you're busy." Sunbae, a team member, scratched his ear with his finger and said, "Oh, you selfish one." Then he continued, "Everything is good and fine." In the designated basketball area, a group of people sat in their wheelchairs. One of them asked, "But is what we're going through too much? Will it make us gather again after work?" Then he asked his teammates, "Who agrees with me that what we're going through is too much? Who agrees with this?" At the same time, the hero stood, asking himself, "What's the importance of basketball? Why is basketball so important?" In the same scene, there was a conversation between 2 people. The first person said, "Hey, Team Vice Captain Kang Dong, you need to know that there are many sports among patients, and basketball competition is a huge dose of therapy for them." The second person replied, "It's not a bad idea to do some training and exercises." At that moment, the team heard a promise for the second time that there would be an annual vacation as a reward. "Here," the hero said excitedly, "I'm okay with anything." His agreement was due to his excitement for the annual vacation. Then we notice our hero, with his usual enthusiasm, standing and saying, "I see that we all agree, and that's why I say, let's not waste time and start training right now." His words encouraged the whole team, and they began to raise their hands excitedly. After 20 days of training, our hero was standing with one of his fellow therapists, and their conversation revealed that things had veered off from what they expected. The therapist said to him, "If things continue like this, we won't be able to enter the game." Our hero replied, surprised, "Can we really get to that point?" At that moment, our hero was sitting in the wheelchair, and with all his enthusiasm, he said, "Let's go, friends. Let's start with the basics." He meant the basics of playing wheelchair basketball and continued, "We need to get used to the art of dribbling." Then our hero began to continue speaking to Song-woo with enthusiasm, saying, "Song, you need to notice something very important and keep it in mind always, which is that there are many ways to enjoy. The important thing is that you enjoy as you like, regardless of winning or losing." But at that moment, Song had different questions, and he called out to our hero, saying, "Doctor." Our hero replied with a smile. "Yes?" Song asked him, "Can I really do this?" He meant if he could succeed and win. Our hero encouraged him, saying, "Of course, you're really great, and you have skill in playing." But Song hesitated again and said, "But the whole team is almost beginners." Our hero reassured him, saying, "Remember, this is our first step. The beginning doesn't always have to be perfect. The important thing is that we move forward." Song agreed with him and said excitedly, "You're right." On Saturday, May 4th, the awaited day, the day of the wheelchair basketball match, all team members gathered because the moment they had been waiting for had arrived and the competition was about to start. Here, everyone heard an announcement calling all participants in the competition, as well as those wishing to watch the match, to head to the basketball court. At the same time, our hero stood listening and following the announcement with an excited smile, and Song was standing next to him. At that moment, our hero's face showed signs of happiness, and he said to Song enthusiastically, "Finally, the time has come, and the competition will start." At that moment, Song replied nervously, "But I'm really nervous." In a different place, the rest of the medical team was gathered together, all wearing the same basketball team uniform. One of them spoke with enthusiastic excitement, saying, "The competition looks really big." His colleague replied with a smile, "Good luck to us all." As for our hero, despite feeling nervous, he tried to ignite the team's enthusiasm, saying to his team in a confident voice, "We need to cheer up and show our best." But inside, he had questions, asking himself, "I wonder, can everything go as planned?" After a short while, Director Joe appeared standing in front of the team, and as soon as our hero spotted his shadow, he asked in surprise, "You're here, Director?" Director Joe replied with an encouraging smile, "Thank you all for taking the time despite it being your day off. Honestly, you all look like real athletes at this moment." He continued, "I hope you all stay safe and give your best effort to achieve victory." Then the team stood in a circle and placed their hands on top of each other, excited for the match to start, wishing each other good luck. And from here, the match began. The match started with overwhelming excitement, and while everyone was busy playing, our hero approached Dong-shik, one of his team members, and said with an encouraging smile, "Bravo, Dong-shik! That was a fantastic pass." The reason was that Dong-shik was about to score a goal for them. Then our hero turned to Kim Song and gave him one last piece of advice, saying, "Please always remember, the real winner in the game is you, Kim Song." Because of our hero's words, Kim Song was moved and excited to win, and he smiled and asked, "So, shall we continue?" We understand that they were in a short break between rounds, and the match resumed again. At the same moment, the scoreboard displayed the results, revealing that our hero's team had made some progress, with the score now being 21 points for them against 53 points for the opposing team. Here, the third quarter ended with a 30-point difference, and the atmosphere became both exciting and tense at the same time. At that moment, Song called out to his team and managed to grab their attention, saying, "Focus on my movements right now, and pay attention to the move I'm about to make." His words raised concern among the opposing team, and they began to whisper among themselves, "We have to stop him at all costs." As Song started to approach for the shot, one of the opposing team members shouted a warning, "Stop him quickly! Get ready for the counterattack!" At that moment, Song's mind was filled with the words our hero had previously said to him. He remembered when he asked, "Do you think we can succeed?" and how our hero confidently replied, "Always remember that there is one winner in the competition, and that's you, Kim Song." Those words were enough to push him to continue and motivate him, even though he wondered, if I throw the ball and fail again, what could happen? But our hero's inner voice was stronger than him, saying, "Throw it quickly and finish it." Then Song said to himself, "It doesn't matter if I win or lose. The important thing is not to give up." With the same enthusiastic spirit, he took the shot, and suddenly, the score indicator on the display showed that the score had become 32 points for our hero's team against 58 for the opposing team. And so, the third quarter ended. In an exciting moment, a new character suddenly appears on the field, confidently saying, "There's no way this match can continue like this. Someone needs to step in." He then smiles and continues, "And that someone is me, Cha Min-kyu." But the excitement doesn't last long, and suddenly, one of the team members shouts, "Dr. Min-kyu!" It turns out that Min-kyu has fallen from his wheelchair to the ground. In the next scene, Min-kyu is seen lying on a bed, holding his head and looking sorrowful. He tells the team in a voice full of apology, "I'm sorry. I tried to give my best, but I failed to succeed." He then asks the other other doctors to take care of the team for the rest of the match. At that moment, Song calls out to him with concern. Dr. Min-kyu! One of the team members turns to our hero and asks, "What happens if Min-kyu is out of the match? That would leave us with an empty spot, right?" At that, an idea quickly strikes our hero, and he smiles, saying, "No worries, we have an amazing sixth player." Then the surprise comes, and it turns out that the substitute player our hero meant was the vice captain of the first team, Sunbai. Our hero approaches Sunbai and excitedly says, "You need to get ready quickly." Sunbai's face shows shock as he replies, "Me?" But there's no time to hesitate, and everyone prepares for a new round in the match. As the round begins, one of the team members wonders, "Aren't we supposed to throw the ball accurately, especially during the wheel rolling?" But at the same time, Sunbai is thinking, and with determination, he says to himself, "I need to seize this opportunity and prove myself and excel in the game." As Sunbai approaches the basket, his expression intensifies with determination, and he thinks, "I will outshine that selfish, unfortunate guy. I need to show who's the best here." In a new scene, Sunbai is seen charging up his spirit, motivating himself, saying, "I have to do it again. There's no room for giving up." Then the match score appears on the display, showing 42 points for our hero's team against 84 points for the opposing team. And suddenly the atmosphere becomes tense, with the team gathering in a circle to discuss. Suggestions start flying, and one of them says anxiously, "This situation isn't good. We need to put in more effort." Our hero turns to Sunbai and says with a tone of reproach, "You should have trained more, Sunbai." Sunbai replies, "If I had known I was one of the participants, I would have been ready." Then Sunbai talks to himself, quoting a famous saying, "As long as there are 5 people hanging out together, there's bound to be one acting like garbage." At that moment, Song-woo hears him and asks curiously, "That's a nice saying, but who said it?" Sunbae smiles and replies, "You're from a generation that doesn't know these things." In a corner of the field, our hero stands observing what's happening, thinking to himself, "I didn't know Sunbae's skills were really like this." While he's lost in thought, he hears one of the team members excitedly suggesting, "What do you think? Dong-sik and I will clear the way, and Song will shoot the ball himself." Everyone enthusiastically agrees to the suggestion. Our hero speaks to Song, saying, "Winning or losing isn't the most important thing, Song." He then continues to himself, but it's clear that Song is putting in more effort than necessary. Meanwhile, one of the opposing team members tries to steal the ball from one of our hero's team players, but the ball ends up in our hero's hands. At that moment, our hero hesitates internally, saying, "I believe in our abilities and expectations, and as long as I do my part, Song will surely do his too." Then, our hero calls out loudly, "Dong-sik, Jung-hoon, Song." Everyone turns at his voice, but he is pointing to a specific spot on the field. This signal is one of their secret plays in the game. Immediately, Dong-sik executes the plan and throws the ball to Song. As soon as Song catches the ball, the atmosphere ignites in the field, and the opposing team captain shouts, "Form a barrier quickly! Don't let him shoot!" Everyone on the opposing team is on high alert, anticipating that Song might be prevented from scoring. The scoreboard shows that only 4 seconds remain. Our hero calls out to Song excitedly, "Come on, Song! You can do it! Shoot the ball!" Time is running out, and the seconds are ticking away one by one. As time expires, the round whistle blows, and the screen shows the score. 44 points for our hero's team against 84 points for the opposing team. The round ends amidst a mix of tension and despair. As the round concludes, it becomes clear that the match has indeed ended, and our hero's team feels a great sense of disappointment due to the loss. Sadness is evident on everyone's faces, except for Sunbae, who remains calm and indifferent as usual. He speaks confidently, saying, "Guys, you did your part and put in a good effort. Sure, it's a bit sad that we lost, but even if we lost with dignity, right?" He continues, "So, are you all tired? You should have been a bit easier on me. Don't you think things could have been nicer if you changed your approach and started treating me like I treat you?" Here, our hero responds in a calm but clear tone. "Sunbae, it might not matter to you whether you take a break or not, but honestly, don't you feel like you've been talking a bit too much?" Sunbae, clearly trying to provoke him, replies sarcastically, "What? You think you're a big shot? And if you have any complaints about me, you should have worked on yourself more and put in more effort instead of complaining." Our hero thinks to himself, trying to suppress his anger, "This is what I expect from Sunbae. What else would he talk to me about?" He then continues in his mind, astonished and puzzled. How did Sunbae dare to say that so casually? In an emotional scene, Song stands in front of our hero, but his expression reveals that he is completely lost in thought. He is drowning in his thoughts, blaming himself for the loss of the match and the fiery argument between our hero and Sunbae. At that moment, Song feels he is the reason, especially after missing 5 scoring opportunities. Our hero approaches him with a reassuring smile and says, "You were great great today, Song. Song replies, and you too. Then breaks down, saying, but if we were going to lose like this, there was no point in starting in the first place. Our hero tries to comfort him, but Song breaks down even more, saying, everyone was busy, but because of me, everyone gathered and trained for hours. And still, the point difference was 40 points. I should have stepped out then. Our hero hears him and calmly says, we entered the match for you, but do you think we came just for you? Here, Song is surprised by his words and asks, what do you mean? Our hero smiles and gestures with his hand. Look over there. Song looks to the spot and sees two of the therapists sitting together, laughing and joking despite the loss. Our hero asks him with a smile, did you imagine that people who gathered for something out of obligation could laugh together like that despite losing? Song thinks to himself and feels that he put in a lot of effort today. He says softly, I did everything I could today, but if I do this again and fail, my effort will be meaningless, right? Our hero responds wisely, Song, it's not about winning or losing. What matters is that you enjoy the work you do as much as you can. Tears stream down Song's face as he says, I've heard that line so many times that I'm tired of it. Our hero smiles, touching his head, and says, you've finally grown up. Song gets embarrassed and says, don't talk like an old man. After that, our hero and Song decide to join the doctor's party, but Song asks for a moment before leaving the field. He then approaches the basket and throws the ball. Our hero stands, contemplating the scene, thinking to himself, for some reason, I now understand why I got this ability, and I know my duty as a healer in the future. At the same time, Song speaks to our hero, saying, I think I found something I can do. Our hero replies with a smile, and I found something I need to do. He then adds, you're really good at shooting the ball, but we need to go. I'm hungry. Suddenly, a system notification appears before our hero. You have completed all the requirements for the quest. Shoot for the dream. You have received 2 tickets to confirm your level. The events shift to the basketball court at Youngin University, where we see Song sitting in his wheelchair, throwing the ball towards the hoop with determination. At the same time, he is being interviewed. During the interview, Song speaks in a calm yet emotional voice, saying, at first, I was very desperate. I felt incomplete, like I had nothing special. Everything around me made me want to hate the whole world. The camera pauses on him for a moment, capturing a photo that expresses his determination, as if it summarizes everything he has been through. We discover that Kim Song has officially become a member of the wheelchair basketball team at Youngin University. His picture appears in a well-known newspaper with a headline that touches hearts, Myung-Sung Hospital Basketball Championship. A young boy throws himself towards his dream. At the same moment, Song is lost in his thoughts, imagining what the physical therapy team members are saying about him. One of them says, I think Song deserves to be a famous player on the university team. He was amazing in the charity basketball competition hosted by Myung-Sung Hospital. But Song quickly snaps back to reality and says with a smile, there are many people who contributed to what I've achieved now. They are the ones who gave me strength. First and foremost is my mother, who has always been by my side and supporting me. The interviewer interrupts with a question. Would you like to add anything to your words or send a message to any of your colleagues? Song responds emotionally. Actually, I want to talk about a teacher who had a great impact on me. He advised me a lot when I was lost, Song says, then adds our hero's famous line, miracles, folks, are always close to us. At that moment, he imagines the image of that physical therapist who inspired him. In another scene, we see a doctor in the radiology room with a patient. After finishing his work, he returns to his office, grumbling, I have so many things to do. Do I also have to do the radiation myself? This boredom is going to kill me. A smiling colleague enters. I know well what it means to have to do a job on top of your own. The first doctor responds with a sarcastic laugh. That's why there's a new job opening for radiologists. Everyone should stick to their own work. Later, the doctor is seen contemplating a diagram of the femoral head and asks his colleague, is this really a fine fracture in the head of the bone? So who is the doctor responsible for the case? His colleague replies, I'm monitoring the case. We definitely need to look for the responsible doctor. After a moment, an identification card appears with the name Dr. Myung-Suk, Rehabilitation Department. The doctor comments, the doctor responsible for the case noticed that there is no problem. In a later scene, one doctor advises his colleague, hey, be careful not to say anything about the case to that well-dressed doctor. Soon it becomes clear that the first doctor feels scared of the responsibility, especially after recalling a previous patient who was misdiagnosed as healthy but later turned out to have fractures. In another scene, one of the doctors is talking on the phone, saying, I wish you could let him know I'm waiting for him in my office. After that, we see the head of the medical treatment department sitting in his office when someone enters and greets him with a smile. Oh, Mr. Joe, please come in. He talks with him and asks, what's the news on the costs for the new patients? Joe responds apologetically, I haven't finished yet, but hopefully I'll wrap it up by the end of the day. The head of the medical treatment department holds a notebook in his hands and then says in surprise, Kim Dae-Kim? Really? Isn't that the basketball player? Joe confirms with a smile. Yes, that's him. But this time he decided to get treated here as an outpatient. He continues, by the way, he's here because he's acquainted with the head of the rehabilitation department. The head smiles and says enthusiastically, then I must take care of his treatment myself. but Joe replies mysteriously. The truth is, his treatment is assigned to another doctor. The head of the department opens his eyes in shock and asks, who is the other doctor? He then discovers that the doctor assigned to Kim Dae-kyu's case is our hero, the physical therapist. The head gets very angry and decides to put our hero in a tough challenge, starting to flip through files until he finds a case of a patient suffering from paralysis due to a stroke. He says with a sly smile, this is the patient we will hand over to the vice captain of the team to treat. Joe tries to intervene, saying, but then the vice captain will have to deal with many cases. The head responds angrily, do you want me to do all the work? I already have so many things to finish. And by the way, who are you loyal to exactly? Joe apologizes shyly. I'm sorry, doctor. After Joe leaves, the head of the department sits thinking aloud. I want to get promoted to a higher position, but if I let this kid deal with Kim Dae-kyu, I might lose my place. I need to act carefully. In a new scene, our hero is sitting in the break room after deciding to join Joe, and here Joe asks him, do you know Kim Dae-kyu from the Happiness Hawks team? Our hero responds enthusiastically, of course, he's the star of the Happy Hawks. Joe replies, Kim is acquainted with the head of the rehabilitation department, and since you're the vice captain of the team, you need to take good care of him. Later, Joe assigns our hero to take care of a new patient named Moon's son, who has just been admitted to the hospital for only one day. Our hero objects, I already have many patients I'm responsible for. The manager or the head himself should take care of this case. Joe responds, I tried to do that, but the manager is very angry. Our hero stands before the reality of the situation, and then a system notification appears saying, turn the crisis into an opportunity. He wonders to himself, what does turning a crisis into an opportunity mean? Joe leaves smiling. If you face any problems, just call me. After that, another notification from the system appears. Mission, turn the crisis into an opportunity. Reward, promotion. Our hero stops in astonishment, saying, promotion? On the court, Kim Dae-kyu is seen playing with his racket while our hero watches and analyzes his movements, saying, even though he was a star, these days he's playing on the other team, and his average hits are less than 20. Every piece of information I know about him will help me in his treatment. He grabs his phone and starts searching for additional information, then shifts to look up the case of patient Moon's son. He discovers that the patient has been experiencing mild pain in the hip for a long time, and that the imaging results are very good. But he pauses to ask himself, hip pain? It could be something more than that. In the next scene, our hero meets patient Moon's son and welcomes him, saying, I'm the vice captain of the team, and I'll be responsible for your case. Come with me. I'll guide you to the examination area. In the next scene, our hero appears again with his new patient, Moon's son, inside the room. He holds the patient's chart and says with a friendly smile, since you're new to the hospital, we need to talk a bit about your condition. Then our hero starts asking, the chart says you have pain in your hip. Is that correct? Son responds with a slight sigh. Yes, that's true. If I put my full weight on it, I feel severe pain, so I always try to avoid putting weight on it. Our hero asks again, okay, have you had any tests or scans done? The patient replies, yes, I had them done as soon as I got here, but the medical team said there was no problem. Our hero responds while trying to reassure him, really? Well, that's comforting. Let's take a look. Could you lie down on the examination bed? The patient agrees, and our hero helps him lie down on the bed. He starts gently moving the patient's leg, but suddenly Moon screams in pain. Our hero immediately stops and says, it seems we need to examine the situation more closely. Could you take off your clothes so I can see your condition? The patient complies, and at that moment, our hero receives a system notification informing him that the magic eye has been activated and is ready to take over the examination. Our hero carefully examines the hip and says, this is strange. The hip looks swollen. Do you feel pain here? The patient replies, furrowing his brow in pain. Yes, every time I touch the area or move it, the pain increases. Our hero notices a bruise in the hip area and wonders to himself, is it just a bruise? Or could it be a sprain? But he quickly dismisses the idea and says, it's hard for a paraplegic patient to sustain a sprain in the hip. After a moment of thought, he confesses to the patient, honestly, I suspect there might be a hairline fracture in the hip area. It would be best for you to redo the x-rays to confirm. The patient is surprised and asks him incredulously, a hairline fracture? But I really had x-rays done here and the doctor in charge of my case said there was no problem. But our hero insists firmly. It could be something small that didn't show up. Repeating the test will just be for reassurance. The patient leaves to get the test done. And as our hero walks down the hallway, he encounters the director who asks him, is something wrong? I noticed you seem busy. Our hero replies seriously, patient Moon's son has a hairline fracture in the hip. The director is surprised, even though he was already aware of the situation, but he thinks to himself in astonishment, how did he figure that out so quickly? This guy really is impressive with his abilities. Then the director tries to pressure our hero and says in a sharp tone, the chart for Moon's son was clear. Are you suggesting he has a fracture? But could you be the cause of that fracture? Our hero feels shocked by the accusation and responds heatedly, quickly. What do you mean I caused it? All I did was lift his leg and put it back down. There was no unreasonable action on my part. But the director insists on his position and says, the doctor in charge confirmed that the case is fine. How suddenly does a fracture appear? Our hero replies calmly and confidently, I understand that, but accidents can happen sometimes without warning. That's why there's no harm in repeating the test. Maybe there really are no fractures. After the director leaves, our hero thinks to himself, could the fracture have been there from the start, but the doctor in charge ignored it or didn't notice? But I didn't do anything unreasonable. He remembers the system notification that appeared to him earlier and said, turn the crisis into an opportunity. And our hero says to himself, I didn't expect the crisis the system meant to be Moon-sun's case. In the next scene, a doctor is seen holding his phone and receiving a call. He answers in a formal tone and says, I'm Dr. Myung-suk Han from the rehabilitation department. The other party asks if he is busy, and Myung replies, no, go ahead. What's the matter? Director Kim Jun informs him that they have a patient named Sun Kyu, and the rehabilitation department has submitted a request indicating suspicion of a hairline fracture in the patient's femoral head. Myung asks for the name of the therapist responsible for the diagnosis, but the other party tells him that the request was submitted without additional details, and that the issue is with the imaging. Myung comments, I still have the reports. I can review them myself and call you back. After ending the call, Myung appears tense and mutters to himself, how dare they in the rehabilitation department submit a complaint like this? What do they think they are? Important just because they work in rehabilitation? He goes back to review the x-rays and is shocked by the result. In a new scene, Dr. Lim is seen in his office, complaining about the heavy workload and saying we need to increase the number of radiologists, or he will die from the pressure. Suddenly, Myung bursts into Lim's office shouting, do you have a free radiologist? Lim is surprised by Myung's sudden entrance and asks him, what brought you here to the radiology room? Myung's Lim replies with a complaint. The radiologist took a leave of absence, and I can't handle all this work alone. The workload is way too much for me. Elsewhere, Lim is seen sitting, thinking anxiously, and saying, if rumors spread about my wrong diagnosis, I will feel a sense of shame. After that, Lim and Myung are re-examining Moon-sun's x-rays again. We transition to the next scene, where another doctor enters Director Lim's office and asks him, you came because you suspect Moon-sun has a fracture, right? The other doctor replies in surprise, a fracture? Are you saying my diagnosis was wrong? We notice the doctor speaking to Director Lim with an air of arrogance, saying, the complaint from the rehabilitation department is just nonsense. Do they think they are doctors? It's ridiculous. Don't you see how silly this is? Director Lim replies calmly, indeed, you are right. Here the doctor offers to help him and the director asks, and how can I assist you? The doctor speaks confidently and says, it's very simple. We can solve the problem easily if we delete Moon-sun's x-rays. Director Lim looks angry as he responds, and my position, do you think this is that simple? But the doctor, completely unfazed, says, we're not going to delete everything, just the image that shows the hairline fracture. The images aren't clear anyway. He then continues with a sly smile, what do you think? In the end, Director Lim gives in and says, fine, I'll do that, and will consider the image lost. Elsewhere, our hero is seen deep in thought, saying to himself, I'm really in a bind right now. Suddenly, Dr. Joe enters, holding Moon-sun's x-ray papers. Our hero asks him, what's up, Dr. Joe? Is there something new? Joe replies seriously, I reviewed Moon-sun's file earlier and discovered he has a hairline fracture in the femoral head. But when I reviewed the x-rays again, I didn't find any signs of a fracture. Our hero exclaims in shock, are you sure? I'm certain I didn't do anything wrong. Joe shakes his head and says, I know, but this is very suspicious. Things have really gotten out of control. We then learn that the radiology department announced that the image showing the fracture is missing, making the case more complicated. Joe begins to doubt whether the image ever existed and tries to reassure our hero, saying, you need to write a report about the case. That's the most important thing right now. Our hero sits with himself after Joe leaves and says firmly, regardless of anything, I have to take responsibility. Moon-sun's injury is not my fault. I'm sure of that, but they want to blame me. I won't let them. Elsewhere, the treatment director speaks in a serious tone. The treatment room has been strange lately. A medical error has occurred, and someone needs to take responsibility. He then addresses our hero. So, Deputy Team Leader, how are you going to solve this issue? Have you written the report about the case? Our hero replies in a calm but firm tone, no, and I don't think there's any need to write it. The treatment director gets angry and responds loudly, what are you saying, Deputy Team Leader? We notice the head of medical treatment yelling at our hero, saying, do you think you can disobey me? Try, our hero. He insists that he misunderstood. Here we see two trainees whispering about the Deputy Team Leader. One of them said, I wonder how the Deputy Team Leader might react. Meanwhile, the head of medical treatment continued to yell at our hero, asking him about his disobedience. Our hero was trying to defend himself, saying, please understand the situation. After that, our hero pulled out a picture from his phone and said, can you take a look here? The picture on the phone was an x-ray of Mon-sun. The head of medical treatment was surprised and said, what's wrong with the x-ray? A decision was previously made that it was completely fine. Then the director was in shock as he examined the x-ray, saying, he noticed the hairline fracture. I'm sure the director missed it. At that moment, the head of medical treatment asked our hero about the source of the x-ray and where he got it from. He told him, him, "It doesn't belong to our hospital." But our hero insisted, saying, "I was in the hospital myself." And here Director Joe intervened, asking, "What do you mean, Deputy Team Leader?" It became clear that our hero had decided to talk to Monsun Q earlier and asked him to contact the old hospital because he was sure something unusual happened when the hospital sent him the picture. Next, we see our hero talking on the phone, saying, "Indeed, a hairline fracture was found in the images, and it was listed in the hospital." Our hero asked the other party on the phone to send him the x-rays taken before Sunmon left the hospital, which should match the x-rays taken when he first entered the hospital. Here our hero mentioned that the radiologist apologized for providing the report without finding a hairline fracture in the x-ray, and they indeed said they failed to find the fracture. We understand that our hero made a call to uncover the truth. Later, our hero clarified to Director Joe that patient Mon's son had a hairline fracture from the first time he entered the old hospital. Director Joe then said to him, "As long as you confirm the matter, the solution is for you to start examining the fracture." After that, Director Joe spoke with the head of medical treatment, telling him the deputy team leader is not obligated to write the report. At that time, the head of medical treatment, after being convinced by his argument, said, "Of course, you could have informed me about this from the beginning." After that, our hero was happy with himself for clearing up the misunderstanding with the head of medical treatment, and the head of medical treatment acknowledged that our hero had put in a lot of effort and wished him better luck. Here, trainee Sue was standing with our hero, asking him about his brilliant idea to uncover the truth. She said to him, "You are truly amazing." The hero replied, "A person can do anything if they are in a crisis." At that moment, we shift to our hero with one of the doctors, asking the doctor about the secret to his success in every task. Each time, our hero replied, "The last time was a humanitarian act, and it was just a small investigation." Here, his colleague, the doctor, responded, "That's very great, and he has become a very famous person." Then a notification appeared for our hero, and he was initially surprised. His colleagues started to notice him and eventually asked if he was okay. It turned out that the reason for our hero's surprise was that the notification said, "The mission has been updated, and the crisis has been turned into an opportunity." The notification included conditions that needed to be met to raise the patient's level to at least 80. Then it appeared to our hero that the mission reward was an opportunity for promotion. At that time, the team leader was questioning himself about why the mission didn't succeed completely. Here, his colleague began to worry and urged him to get a grip. Meanwhile, he was questioning himself about the crisis, as the meaning of the mission update indicated a different crisis than Monsun's. Our hero asked himself about his current suffering, saying sadly, "I am the deputy team leader." After that, he thought and said that the current patient satisfaction level was 5, and if he thought about the number, the patient could not possibly be Monsun Q. He then decided to postpone thinking about the matter. Now we find ourselves in front of the important characters room in Myeongsong Hospital, and we discover that it originally was a treatment room for Park Young, the head of the treatment department. However, it evolved and became designated for important figures. We shift to our hero standing there saying, "Yes, please, come in." He was waiting for an important figure, Kim Dae-kyu, a former player on the Happy Falcons team. Then Kim Kyu entered and introduced himself to our hero. Here, our hero began speaking, saying, "I am responsible for your treatment." Kim replied, "The treatment room looks very nice." Our hero smiled and said, "Really? The treatment room is beautiful." Kim Dae started talking, saying, "To be honest with you, I entered the hospital based on a recommendation from one of my acquaintances. But if today's session is of no use, there's no need for me to waste my time with you. Do you agree?" At that time, our hero said, "You are right." He continued saying, "I am sure we will meet again tomorrow." As for Kim Dae, he was curious about the racket in our hero's hand. He continued talking to our hero, saying, "I am confident that you can succeed. I am very complicated." But our hero excitedly shouted in his face, "Do you want to try the racket?" Here, Kim Dae stood with the same enthusiasm and said, "This is the first time I meet a physical therapist who gives me a racket to try and play with." After that, we see Kim Dae excitedly playing and counting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here, our hero tells him, "Take a break." He continues saying, "Let's rest for 5 to 10 seconds and then continue." Our hero talks to himself, saying, "My plan to strengthen the stabilizing muscles through holding and relaxing is going smoothly." At the same time, Kim Dae-kyu's hip rotation was improving without him noticing anything. After the exercises, Kim Dae-kyu sat down exhausted, and he thought to himself that it was very tiring. Our therapist asked him to rest and continue. In a new scene, our hero asks Kim Dae to take one last swing with the racket. At that moment, Kim Dae asked curiously, "Swing the racket?" But when Kim decided to follow the therapist's request, he suddenly noticed that the pain had completely disappeared. He then spoke up saying, "I doubt the pain has vanished." Our hero reassured him, saying, "Your feeling right now is just a temporary sensation, but over time, the pain might completely disappear." At that time, Kim confirmed that he understood what he meant and began to think to himself again, saying, "The therapist recognized my problem in the blink of an eye and suggested the best solution to treat it. For the same reason, I can never skip physical therapy sessions." Then Kim turned to the therapist and asked with interest, "Would you like to be my personal therapist? It's an excellent opportunity for you." Kim offered to pay him double his current salary at the hospital. At that moment, a new notification appeared for our hero saying, saying, "An unexpected option has occurred. If you accept the offer, the mission to turn the crisis into an opportunity will be automatically canceled. Will you accept the offer?" The therapist, while asking, said, "Is it possible that he's offering me a deal at the same time?" Kim Dae-kyu tried to influence the therapist, saying, "If you were responsible for my case and everyone knew your reputation, it could increase even more." Then he spoke, saying, "If the amount is small, I can increase it for you." Here, our hero thought and said to himself, "I can earn more." He continued speaking, saying that if the offer had been made to him earlier, he would have accepted it out of greed for success. But now the situation has changed, and it has become difficult to accept, and his abilities cannot be used to earn money. After that, the therapist thanked Kim Dae for his offer and said, "Accepting your offer is difficult for me, even if the financial return is millions, because I have a goal I hope to achieve at the hospital." Kim Dae respected his desire to refuse and said, "As long as that's the case, there's nothing I can do. We'll meet in the therapy room tomorrow." At that point, the therapist was surprised and confirmed, "You said we'll meet tomorrow." Kim Dae scratched his head and said, "Indeed." Here the therapist greeted him saying, "I hope you get home safely." Then a system notification appeared again, saying, "You have successfully completed the treatment. You have earned 20 points as a reward. The patient is extremely satisfied. Satisfaction has increased by 10. At that time, our hero was excited to continue the rest of the treatment with Kim Dae. Here we notice him with Kim Dae in the therapy room, and when he finished the session, he thought to himself, "Today's treatment was smoother, and perhaps the reason is Kim Dae's trust in him." After that, we notice that Kim Dae-kyu and the therapist have become very close, to the point that Kim Dae offered to have chicken with the therapist. Kim Dae tried to give the therapist a gift, but the therapist thought that the hospital regulations prohibit therapists from accepting gifts from patients. So Kim Dae offered to be his home therapist, since he refused to be his personal therapist. Then we see in a new scene that Kim Dae is very excited as he meets the therapist, and says to him joyfully, "I've been offered to play again in the first team, all thanks to you." He confirmed that the pain had completely disappeared, and thanked him for his efforts. At that time, the therapist said, "Is it possible? That's wonderful news." As for Kim Dae-kyu, he began to imagine himself on the field, and his spot was still reserved. After that, he offered our hero 2 tickets for important personalities and asked him to attend at the scheduled time comfortably. And he asked him, if the hospital regulations prevent him from accepting the tickets, he won't force him. Here, a system notification appeared again, saying, "You have successfully completed the treatment. You have earned 20 points as a reward. The patient is extremely satisfied. Satisfaction has increased by 15, and the points have gone from 85 to 100. The mission conditions have been met." The therapist smiled and said, "The mission is complete." He thanked Kim Dae for the ticket and assured him that he would indeed attend the match. Then he apologized because his schedule was full of daily tasks. At that time, Kim Dae said that he decided to leave because he was indeed causing an obstacle in his work. While Kim Dae was walking, he was talking to himself. "I will return to the first team." He remembered that not long ago, he had lost hope of returning to his professional career. He thought to himself about the therapist. "When I met him, he treated me and refused to take any financial compensation." The next day, news spread about Kim Dae-kyu from the Happy Falcons team and the controversy surrounding his injury. The news stated his injury was recorded at the rehabilitation hospital. The news confirmed again he was a professional hitter, but he dropped to the 2nd division and his performance deteriorated. After that, negative opinions spread, saying he was unprofessional. The news confirmed that he might return to play this month. The therapist read the article and wondered about the timing of its publication. At that moment, Kim Dae called him and asked if he had read the article. The therapist replied and asked if he was okay. He said, "What happened has happened," and was trying to console him. But Kim Dae confessed that the issue of his return to the first team had become very difficult. He said, "I'm afraid the return match will turn into a farewell match. It has become clear that my career as a player in the future has ended." After that, the player began to cry, saying, "I had a chance to try because of your treatment." Here the therapist began to calm him down, and then he started reminding him of his therapy sessions and that the treatment was meant to help him play again. Then the therapist asked him why he was worried. Kim replied that he was waiting to show results. He thanked the therapist for his support. As for the therapist, he thought to himself, "I believe everyone will be impressed by Kim Dae-kyu's performance." We then notice the trainees hearing the voice saying, "You all are walking now." One of them replied, "I finished organizing and we all need to drink a cup of coffee." We understand that the voice was the therapist's. Here he said to them, "You worked hard." He offered to pay for the coffee with his card and let them use it as they wished. The trainee said, "Let's drink it together." After that, the therapist began to talk to Shikdong and asked him about someone to accompany him to the special match for Kim Dae's return. Then the trainee suggested that he take Soo-jong with him because she is passionate about baseball. Soo-jong was shocked by her friend's suggestion, but her friend wished her good luck. Here our hero asked Soo, "Do you like baseball and basketball?" Soo confirmed that she loved them. The therapist was happy and said, The ticket is open-ended, and it's possible to take the opportunity to invite additional people to watch the match. They all agreed to his invitation. At the match, Kim Dae sat alone, encouraging himself to return to play. On May 25th, the long-awaited match between the Happy Life Falcons and the Five-Star Warriors will kick off after a long absence. A photo of star player Kim Dae-kyu was captured on the field by the camera. The fans' reaction was not as big as expected. Here we understand that the previous remarks are the media and commentators' coverage of the match. Later, Kim Dae faces bullying, and we hear someone say to him, "If you're sick, you'd better be in the hospital instead of playing." Then we move to the commentators' room for the match. One of them says, "It's hard for Kim Dae to play well or have satisfactory results because he is suffering from a serious health setback." He continued, "Recently, there was a scandal about hidden health issues related to him." He went on to say, "Even though I'm still affected by his great confidence because his last interview before the match was exciting." In a new scene, one of the reporters stood with Kim Kyu before the match and asked him, "Recently, an article circulated about your poor performance due to health, and it seems the audience believes your ability to play professionally has vanished. Do you have a message you'd like to share with the disappointed fans?" Kim replied, "I read all the comments on the article." He continued, "I promise them that I will turn all the mocking laughter into cheers today." The reporter commented, "Kim Dae seems very tense compared to the previous interview." The match began, during which Kim Dae hit 2 runs and reached third base after 1 out. After that, one of the spectators shouted, "Thank you, Kim Dae." He encouraged him to win in the end. We notice Kim Dae standing after losing in the first round, and a person named Lee Sung enters the field, considered Kim Dae's team's savior. We know they later reached the 9th inning. The commentators in the voiceover room for the match say, if Kim Dae achieves a run on his home team's field, then the Falcons might win. Then we notice one of the trainees reading terrifying and negative live chat messages about Kim Dae. Everyone watches Chance asking Kim to leave the game. At that moment, the therapist was asking the standing trainees, who were worried about Kim Dae, to trust him. Here, a conversation took place between trainee Soo Jung and the therapist. Soo asked if Kim Dae was okay. The therapist reassured her, saying, "Baseball has the joys and sorrows of life." After a moment of silence, he continued, "The results of baseball cannot be predicted until the end." At the same time, Kim Dae was telling himself, "All that's left is to show the results." Finally, Kim Dae made the final hit with his bat. The commentators said, "This is the chance for the long-awaited victory for the Falcons." Certainly, Kim Dae is going home after the victory he achieved. They continued, "He managed to overcome all the humiliation up to this moment." Our hero was at that moment talking to himself, saying, "Here in the Jamsil Stadium, a miracle happened." Meanwhile, Sue said in shock, "We really won." Our hero replied, "I told you, in baseball, you can't predict the results until the end of the game." In a new scene, the first thing we will talk about is the private care room. The conversation was from the hospital director, who was in the meeting room, holding a paper in his hand and saying, "Head of Human Resources." Then the head of Human Resources began to speak, saying, "The estimated construction cost is 201, and it requires 50 days. After that, the execution will begin, and based on that, we need to start working on the interior design starting next week." The director approved his words and said, "Choi, so please take care of the construction process." Then the director moved on to talk about forming the private care unit. Here, Park, the head of therapeutic medicine, spoke, saying, "We plan to publish a job advertisement sometime next week." The director thought for a moment and then said, "Is it my duty to implement this?" He then clarified his statement, saying, "I believe I am exempt from the topic because I have the right person at home." Then President Park approached him, offering his apologies and saying, "I hope to lead the rehabilitation team as the treatment director." The director laughed and said, "Certainly, our director's performance is excellent, but I think there's someone different who might be suitable." Then we notice our hero saying to himself, "Since attending the baseball match yesterday, I've been feeling extremely tired." At the same time, the director began selecting the right person to become the head of the private care unit. At the same time, we see our hero talking to himself about a new talent that produces tangible results, a Midas touch. After the manager informed the team in the meeting room about the right person to head the special treatment department, President Park objected, saying, "This person has only been the team leader in clinical practice for 4 years and lacks experience." But the manager replied to Park saying, "And you also lack experience. Have you counted the number of years you've spent in the hospital?" Park responded to the manager saying, "It's my 15th year." The manager then asked him again when he joined the hospital as a director, and he said, "I joined this hospital about 8 years ago." The manager reminded him that when it was his task to choose a director at that time, he noticed requests from candidates with more than 10 years of experience. At the same time, there were people with nearly 20 years of experience, but they preferred him and chose him as the director despite his 8 years of experience. Then the manager firmly asked him, "Do you think the reason for the choice was what?" The manager continued saying, "If we evaluated people only based on the number of years of their experience. Someone else would be in the director's position right now. Here, Joe spoke to the manager and said, I feel like you're upset. Meanwhile, President Park was talking and saying that it's impossible to overlook the experience gained through many years of work. Then President Park continued saying, organizational life doesn't depend only on skills. After that, our hero stood with the manager, congratulating him and saying, from this moment on, he has become responsible for the special treatment department as the team leader concerned. A system notification appeared to our hero, saying, as a reward for the research, you will be given a promotion opportunity. Our hero understood at that moment that leading the special treatment department was the reward for the research. As for the manager, he was thinking to himself, in my opinion, the team leader is the most suitable person to take the position of head of the special care department. At that moment, our hero was lost in thought, and the manager said to him, since you're not speaking, I think you have different ideas. Here, our hero snapped out of his reverie and said, no. He then continued saying, I think we need to provide our patients the opportunity to choose the hospital for their treatment, but at the same time, I believe managing patient tasks with my responsibility as head of the special care department is difficult. The manager reassured him, saying, I understand the issue and I'm trying to solve the problem, and I can't put the team leader under pressure. He then said to him, I think you can start preparing the necessary arrangements. At that time, our hero said to him, thank you, manager. The manager was happy and thought to himself, there is a breeze of new hope in the hospital about to appear. Then, one of the trainees entered the manager's office, but she was surprised to find him on the floor in pain. She asked him with concern, manager, call the doctor. But he refused and reassured her. He thought to himself, if they knew about my illness and health condition, they would definitely be overwhelmed with worry. At the same time, President Park was in his office cursing and saying, the damn rude one. Dr. Lim entered and said to him, it seems that Manager Park is really angry. Here, President Park turned to him and asked about the reason for his visit to his office, and Park said angrily, I'm in a bad mood right now. Go away and come back later. At that time, Lim said to him with genuine enthusiasm, I had prepared excellent news for you because you seemed frustrated. Park got excited and said, great news, and quickly asked him about it. But Dr. Lim said to him, I noticed that you were sad about the promotion of the team leader. Park tried to defend himself and his anger over the promotion of his subordinate. Then Dr. Lim began to provoke him, saying, you acted strangely, and there's a secret about the radiology room. Here Park got angry and started asking about the reason for Dr. Lim's ridiculous way of speaking. Lim said to him, to be honest with each other, manager, and I can help you. You need to admit the truth to me. He then continued saying, understand, I have no intention of exploiting your weaknesses. I'm trying to help you, and you need to understand the matter correctly. At that time, President Park confessed to him, saying, let's assume I have fears, and I'm worried about the promotion of the self-interested team leader. Can you help me in any way? Here Dr. Lim admitted to him that he spoke with Dr. Myung about the incident. At that time, President Park asked in surprise, Myung, the director's son? Dr. Lim said to him, I can tell you a dangerous secret right now, which is that our hero and Dr. Myung were study colleagues, but their relationship is tense, and there is a lot of animosity between them. At that time, President Park said in surprise, is it true? Did Dr. Myung share his secret with you? Dr. Lim said to him, no, but I understood the secret indirectly. Then Park reassured him, saying, Myung is an ordinary doctor who can't do anything. Here Lim spoke sarcastically and said, an ordinary doctor is the director's son. Here President Park spoke confidently and said, if the director trusts a man who has a personal interest in him, then his son certainly can't do anything. Dr. Lim asked a strange question and said, do you know about the relationship between the hospital's CEO and the CEO of Kim's company and the director? Park spoke confidently and said, no, what relationship? He is just his father-in-law. Lim then informed him that Myung's grandmother is also a doctor and that Myung influences her. And here we understand that the grandmother is the hospital's CEO. Here Park doubted that he might lose the director's position even though he was very close to it and it was guaranteed for him. Later, Manager Joe decided to meet with the therapists, and he apologized to them because they were on their lunch break. And he asked if they were all present, as he had some announcements that everyone needed to hear. Then he spoke and said, we have an internal promotion for the special treatment department. One of the therapists then spoke and said, although due to the new position, they all have a chance to receive the same privileges as the team leader. Each of them began to imagine that they were the ones meant for the internal promotion. But suddenly all their dreams evaporated when they learned that the deputy team leader is the one with the gifted abilities, and he is the only one responsible in the future for the special treatment unit. Manager Joe asked them to applaud. He then continued speaking and said, although the announcement has been made, it is still in the early stages, and there is a chance to hire new people in the special treatment department. The trainees said it could be a great opportunity for the trainees, as they might have the chance to secure a permanent position as soon as they finish their internship. Manager Joe then informed them that he had finished speaking and they could enjoy their lunch break. After that, our hero was congratulated by his team, and they said he got the fastest promotion. As for our hero, hero, he thought to himself. He was very lucky to have the help of the team leader and the senior Choi. Later, we notice Kang Dong looking sad about the promotion of the third deputy team leader, asking about the reason for the promotion of the damn corrupt one, referring to our hero. Meanwhile, Manager Joe was saying to our hero, "Congratulations on the promotion, team leader." At that time, the deputy team leader thanked him and said, "In fact, my mood has been bad since the promotion, but there is a patient in the special treatment department that you need to know about." Then our hero presented to Manager Joe the case of the patient, which was a case of cerebral palsy affecting children. Our hero then paused to analyze the condition of the patient with cerebral palsy and said, "Cerebral palsy, CP, is a condition resulting from damage and abnormalities in the brain that affect motor skills and other functions. It is one of the most severe disabilities, particularly occurring in young children." From here, we learn that the new case he is responsible for is that of a little girl, whom Director Joe mentioned. He told him that she is an easy patient to deal with because she is only 6 years old, but she suffers from active seizures and right-sided migraines, which are very common symptoms. Our hero tried to object, saying to the director that it is a disease specific to children, but Director Joe quickly replied, "I apologize for transferring all the patients with serious issues to you all the time, but perhaps treating this girl will be your last case as assistant director." Then Director Joe continued saying, "The opening of the special treatment department is only 2 months away." He encouraged our hero, saying, "I hope you always remain the physical therapist who keeps the patient smiling. As the assistant director and as the assistant director in the special treatment department, I hope you understand the meaning behind my words." Our hero replied, "Thank you for your kind words and consideration. I will do my best to care for the patient with cerebral palsy and work towards her recovery." After that, our hero thought to himself, "Entering the special treatment room could be a great opportunity for me to set an example as a director." We then notice a notification from the system saying, "Every day, someone dreams, and the required achievement is to improve the patient's condition, and the reward for the achievement is that the threads of future communications will become useful." At that moment, our hero pondered the meaning of the phrase, "future communications that will be useful." Then, a lady entered with the sick girl. Our hero was surprised to see the lady in the special treatment room and said to her, "You arrived early. I am the assistant director responsible for Soo Young's case starting today." A system notification appeared saying, "The magic eye has been activated." Immediately, our hero began to analyze the girl's medical condition, saying, "Lateral spinal curvature, internal rotation pattern of the right forearm." He continued, "There's also internal rotation of the thumb and ankle joints, and since there is no drooling, it seems there is no mild swallowing disorder." Then he spoke to the girl saying, "Soo Young, can you come closer to me?" Here the mother began to assist in the treatment task, asking her daughter to walk towards him. At that moment, the girl started asking her mother, "Can I get better?" The mother assured her that she could definitely get better because she was doing a great job. Then the mother asked the treating doctor, "Is it possible for Soo Young to walk again?" Here the doctor replied, "She is currently not allowed to walk." The mother was startled and asked him, "What do you mean by that?" He told her that Soo Young should not walk at the moment. The mother became more upset and said, "Are you saying we are preventing the girl from walking?" The therapist tried to explain that rushing could harm her daughter, and if they continued in the same manner, walking could completely destroy her. He then continued, "You notice the difference in the size of her legs." He informed her that currently, Soo Young's balance between her left and right sides is at risk. Then, our hero began to explain to the mother the problems her daughter faces, which are lateral curvature of the spine, leg length discrepancy, pelvic tilt, and muscle strength imbalance. He said to her, "If we continue in the same way, then her affected side and her unaffected side could deteriorate further, and she will definitely face problems and difficulties in walking." He assured her that walking alone could potentially lead to various issues. However, the mother objected to his opinion, saying that previous therapists allowed her daughter to walk without saying anything. In a new scene, our hero began to talk to himself, saying, "What Soo Young needs most right now is an assessment of her current situation and to continue the diagnosis." Based on that, he was keen to document every word and every symptom Soo Young mentioned about her illness. After that, he spoke with Soo Young and asked her about a wish she would like to fulfill once her body improves. At that time, Soo Young told him that her only wish is to run and play with her friends at kindergarten. Then, our hero placed his hand on her hair and said to her, "I will help you, Soo Young, to achieve your wish easily and play with your friends at kindergarten." The mother bid him farewell and took Soo Young with her, promising that they would meet again, thanking him for his efforts, but he reminded her to remember their appointment and that he was waiting for them at the scheduled time. After that, Soo Young's mother left, while our hero thought to himself that he must study more about cases of deterioration in the spinal cord for children. He began to gather his books and conduct his research, talking to himself again, saying, "Even with mental magic, the quantity is not trivial." Then, a system notification appeared saying, "If you collect 29 more points, I can upgrade the magical brain level." We then notice a map on the system displaying ability points: hand, eye, face, mouth, brain. It shows the areas where the highest level is possible. At this point, a system notification appeared indicating that the magical hand level has been unlocked. At the same time, our hero was determined to gather more research and information through studying to gain strength. He began to charge himself, saying, just a little more. We then notice our hero holding his phone, waiting for a call from Soo-young and her mother. Despite the passage of time, they did not call. Our hero thought to himself, saying that the reason could be some guardians who receive incorrect information through independent research sometimes stop treatment. He then continued, saying if that was the case, then the mission was canceled. But he was surprised when Soo-young's mother arrived, apologizing for the delay. At that moment, he welcomed her and said, can we start the treatment? Soo-young replied, yes, doctor. At that time, the therapist said, we need to test Soo-young's ability to distribute weight between the front and back. He asked her, can you try to stand up straight? Then he spoke again, saying, the child needs help walking to make it easier and feel more comfortable. He asked her if she was scared and told her, if you hold my hands, the fear might go away. He took her hand and started guiding her along the path, walking with her step by step. He said, I can help you. Let's walk more. But on the way back down the same corridor, he asked her to go back slowly. After the session ended, he thanked her and said, you did really great. Then the system notification appeared saying, the therapy was successful. You will receive 15 points as a reward. The patient's condition has improved. After that, the little girl asked the therapist to turn to her because she wanted to give him a flower. As soon as the therapist saw the flower, he asked her, is this for me? And he was very happy when she confirmed it was for him. Then the mother said, actually, I was planning to skip the session because I had no confidence in you, so I was planning to go back to the old hospital. But Soo-young changed my mind because she was holding on to a flower to give to you, a gift made just for you, which was the reason I changed direction to the hospital. She continued, saying, I think Soo-young likes you. Then in a new scene, we hear the little girl calling out, doctor, I'm here. After that, the therapist began to write an evaluation of the little girl's condition, SOAP, which is a medical record format that includes the patient's condition assessment, treatment plan, and measurement records. Then, he asked her how she felt when he pressed on her leg. He spoke to himself, saying, it seems the pain in the front is less than the diagnosis. This case might prioritize narrowing the gap between the front and back sides. Then he addressed Soo-young, saying, we need to work on balancing your feet. It's easy, right? The little girl innocently asked, can you help me walk? He replied, of course, I'm here to help you. Then we notice it's the weekend, and our hero went to attend the training session for Soo-young, wishing to himself that he had a car. While he was sitting in the empty event hall, suddenly a classmate walked in and said, you disappeared after graduation. Do you remember me? I'm Kim Seong-chil from Seon University. Our hero replied, of course I remember you. I'm glad to see you. We learned that he and Kim had a stable relationship as university classmates. They started talking and Kim said, I hope you didn't come because of children's therapy. Our hero responded, I'm the assistant team leader who will give a lecture today. He continued saying, the team leader really likes me, which is why he always tries to involve me in children's therapy. Then his friend asked him about the hospital he works at, but our hero was lost in thought and said, I always love to brag. I wonder if I need to change seats. I only work when I go to the hospital. His classmate noticed he seemed distracted and asked, really, did I touch on a sensitive topic for you? He reassured him that it was fine, then thought to himself, I'm very lucky to have entered the hospital as an intern, but I was directly hired as a regular employee at the hospital. His classmate proudly said, interning at a hospital is tough, but getting a regular job opportunity is something that can happen. Intern Sojung entered and asked about an empty seat. Our hero was surprised but invited her to sit next to him. Here, Kim asked, are you his colleague? He introduced himself as a classmate from the same university, like a miracle. Then our hero asked with insistence, you're the assistant team leader? He continued with curiosity, which hospital did you get the job at, considering it's a big opportunity? Our hero replied, it's a very famous hospital. At that moment, the classmate understood and said, Myung-sung Hospital. He confirmed and added, it's the top rehabilitation hospital in the country. The intern confirmed that it was Myung-sung Hospital at Yangjae Station and said, our hero is currently the assistant team leader, but he is about to be promoted soon to department head. At that moment, the classmate got nervous and started sweating, so she said, you're sweating a lot. She asked, do you want me to get you some water? But he decided to leave quickly, saying, let's meet again. Then our hero asked, did you mean to brag about me on purpose? She replied, of course, the assistant team leader is amazing, but your problem is that you stayed quiet while he was bragging about you. Then he asked her, did you come because you're interested in children's therapy? She said, actually, I miss treating children. He told her, that's an excellent choice because female doctors struggle with managing adults, since adults need strength. The intern said, I wish I could only deal with child patients, but anyway, I can't choose my patients. She clearly stated afterward, it's extremely difficult. Then she said, I have a question for you. He allowed her to ask, and she said, what's the difference between a stroke patient and a code patient? He replied, your question is very tricky, and I asked a similar question when I was in my second year of university. Our hero was discussing with Soo-jung and answering her questions. He said to her, this is more my opinion than a final answer, but generally, people can throw a ball in different positions, whether they are lying down, sitting, or standing. Young. The same applies to spinal cord patients. If they are able, they can do everything. This is usually referred to as motor learning. However, stroke patients cannot do this motor learning. They cannot do what they learn while sitting when they stand, and vice versa. Soo Young listened to him in amazement and asked, "Why is that?" Our hero replied, "Spinal cord patients may not necessarily suffer from brain damage, but they need urgent medical intervention to restore normal body functions." But Soo Young continued talking, saying, "Indeed, your words make sense. I have more things I'm curious about." After that, we see the person who will give the lecture standing on the podium, for whom our hero attended the conference specifically. The lecturer said, "Well then, let's start the children's therapy lecture." In another scene, it was sunset, and our hero was standing with Soo Young. He sighed and said to her, "It really is sunset. It has been a long day." Soo Young replied, "Isn't it silly to attend training on the weekend?" Our hero said to her, "That's true." Then he added, "I think Soo Young feels the same way, but I don't want to create a situation where I fail in the treatment." Soo Young agreed with him and said, "That's right. There's no end to learning here." Our hero shocked Soo Young when he said to her, "And the weekend isn't over yet, is it?" Soo Young was very surprised by his words and asked him, "What do you mean the weekend isn't over yet?" He said to her, "Can we have dinner together?" She replied with a question, "Yes? What do you mean by that?" We see our hero again repeating his request to Soo Young, saying to her with certainty, "Can we eat together?" But Soo Young was staring at him in shock and said, "What? What do you mean?" Then she added, "Really? Don't tell me. Do you want to go out with me on a date?" After that, we see our hero actually sitting in a restaurant saying, "On days like this, let's eat our food in the store." We noticed he was sitting with two people. Then he asked Soo Young, "What's wrong?" because she was drinking eagerly, but she answered him saying, "Nothing." There, Soo Young meets our hero's classmate, and she thinks to herself, "How embarrassing." At that moment, our hero introduced her to his classmate saying, "Let me introduce you. This younger classmate is my buddy from high school." Soo Young then spoke warmly saying, "Hello, I'm Soo Young, an intern at Myung-sung Hospital." At that time, our hero's classmate laughed at her, saying, "Welcome, I'm Koji Seok, the younger and favorite brother of the Miracle." And the Miracle is, of course, our hero's nickname. Then he directed his words to our hero and asked, "Is she your new girlfriend?" Our hero replied, denying, "Not at all." We then see our hero's classmate sitting with Soo Young, along with our hero. But Koji was recommending Soo Young to our hero, so he held her hand affectionately saying, "Oh Miracle, please take care of him." He meant to take care of our hero. Then Koji continued saying, "My brother lost his girlfriend 10 years ago, and he's foolish enough to go to the same hospital where a guy stole his girlfriend." At the same time, our hero was offering them a drink, but Soo Young quickly confronted him, shocked by his classmate's words about his girlfriend, and said, "Captain, did you really break up with your girlfriend 10 years ago?" After that, we see them in a scene raising their glasses, saying in unison, "Cheers." Then we see our hero's classmate asking about celebrities, saying, "Aren't there going to be any celebrities?" This was a short conversation about celebrities in general, but Soo Young replied, saying, "There is a celebrity in our hospital, isn't there?" Here the classmate spoke, directing his words to our hero. "I heard you did a great job at the hospital." We see Soo Young intervening and confirming his words, saying, "You're right, it was amazing." After that, our hero said to them, "Well, since it's getting late, let's get up now." Then we see our hero's classmate talking to him, saying, "Why don't you pay the bill for today since you're going to thank me?" Our hero replied nervously, saying, "Thank you for what?" The classmate continued saying, "You managed to clean the center and go to the hospital thanks to me. I told you back then, so you went to organize the center and met your future girlfriend." Then Soo Young appeared behind them, speaking in surprise, saying, "Captain, were you also at the center?" She continued her thoughts silently, saying, "I guess that's why the hospital director gave him a special treatment room. Wasn't that great?" At this point, we see Soo Young suddenly excited, grabbing his hand insistently, saying, "Captain, I've made up my mind. I will work hard and go to the special treatment room, and I want to continue learning from you as I did today." After that, we notice a week has passed since the special training for the children's therapy lecture. We see our hero talking to himself, saying, "Soo Young's treatment, the girl with hemiplegia, is divided into 3 stages. The first step was diagnosing the disease. Then we see the girl in the treatment room telling her mother, 'Mom, I'm going to walk a little today.' The mother replied enthusiastically, 'Really? Can you walk now?' At this point, our hero says to himself, the second step has been achieved by establishing a stable stance. Then he directed his words to the mother, saying, 'If you look, you'll see that the right scale indicates 9.7 and the left scale indicates 9.9. If we look at some differences in developments, we will notice that Soo Young has become able to balance herself, so it would be good if she walked a little now.' At that moment, the mother gasped in shock, saying, 'Thank you so much. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if I hadn't met you, doctor.' After that, the mother was surprised by a phone call, so she apologized to the doctor, saying, 'Excuse me, I'll go check my phone for a moment.' Our hero allowed her, saying, 'Of course, don't worry about Soo Young and have a good time.' At that moment, Soo Young was standing with our hero, and they were watching the mother from a distance as she spoke on the phone in shock, saying nervously, 'Why? What happened? How could you say that now? Wait a minute.' After that, we see our hero asking Soo Young, who was sitting near her on the floor at her level, to continue the session, saying, 'Could you continue the therapy session, Soo Young?' But Soo Young replied sadly, saying, "Mom and Dad must be fighting again." Our hero said in astonishment, "Huh? What do you mean?" The girl answered again, "Mom and Dad fight all the time because of me. Dad earns the money, and Mom takes care of me." Then Soo-young recalls a beautiful memory with her parents, walking happily down the street. She continues talking to our hero, saying, "So, I do my best. If I weren't here, Mom and Dad wouldn't fight, right?" At that moment, our hero thought to himself, the girl said she would grow up quickly, but Soo-young commented that all this was her fault, while it wasn't anyone's fault. After the girl's touching words about her parents, our hero, moved by her words, reassured her, saying, "I will help you, so if there's something else, let's correct it together. Do you agree?" Soo-young replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Then we see her mother finishing her phone call, saying to her daughter, "Okay, Soo-young, why don't you walk slowly? And since the doctor is here, don't worry." Then our hero spoke, saying, "Soo-young, the upper part of your body is stiff. Why don't you relax and walk?" A few days later, the mother entered the clinic pushing her daughter's wheelchair, saying, "Doctor, here is Soo-young." He replied, saying, "Mother, please wait for us outside starting today." Then he clarified, saying, "We will try to walk again, but I think Soo-young will rely on herself once she gets the chance." He continued speaking to the mother, "You can take a break by having a cup of coffee for 30 minutes. The mother hesitated to leave her daughter alone, but she thought to herself, it's okay to do that. Finally, she decided to go, saying, "Since the doctor asked me to, I will." Then she directed her words to the doctor, saying, "As you said, I will have a cup of coffee." After that, she encouraged her daughter enthusiastically, saying, "Soo-young, you will do well." At that moment, we noticed that Soo-young is saying goodbye to her mother, saying, "You can go." The doctor stood beside her and said, "Could you help the doctor?" He continued, "Starting today, we will practice walking while standing, so it won't be fun if we just do it. That's why I brought something." Soo-young paused for a moment, started thinking, and then asked, "Will that make Mom and Dad happy?" Our hero replied with a smile, saying, "Definitely." The girl innocently repeated her question, "Won't that make Mom and Dad fight?" Our hero answered again confidently, "It won't." The girl got excited and said to him, "Then let me do it." We move to the mother, where we see her sitting in a cafe, drinking coffee as the doctor asked her to. At that moment, she accidentally sees a father and mother walking down the street, while their little son runs ahead of them saying, "Mom! Dad! Come on! I'm going first!" The mother advised him, saying, "Walk slowly or you'll hurt yourself." At that moment, the mother of Soo-young remembered her arguments with her husband, where she once screamed at him, saying, "If you don't care about the child at all, there's no need for you to care for her." The husband then shouted, saying, "I don't have time, so you take care of Soo-young." After that, the mother remembered her tears as she told him, "I'm going through a tough time too." Meanwhile, Soo-young remembered seeing her parents fighting and asked sadly, "Mom, Dad, are you fighting?" The mother quickly replied, "No, Soo-young." Then the mother put her hand on her head in sadness and despair, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, Soo-young." We then see our hero with Soo-jung in the therapy room, where Soo-jung was helping him treat the little girl. During the session, he encouraged Soo-young, saying, "Left foot, right foot." Then Soo-jung spoke to the little girl, saying, "Again, left foot." He told Soo-young, "The upper part of your body is very stiff, so relax while you walk." He continued, "You're leaning to the left now, so let's think again. What did we do a moment ago?" Soo-jung began to encourage the little girl, saying, "It's okay, Soo-young. It's fine to walk slowly. Let's repeat that a little." Our hero spoke up, saying, "I think the solution was asking for help from Soo-jung." Soo-jung replied with a smile, "I was happy to help you." As the therapy continued, Soo-young's walking abilities began to improve noticeably, and even though she received help, her strong will was the key to this improvement. However, that wasn't enough. There was something crucial in Soo-young's life: how to change her parents' way of thinking. Our hero was busy thinking about how to help Soo-young and her family. He then asked Soo-jung, "What do you think? Will Soo-young's family be okay just because she walked?" Soo-jung thought for a moment and then answered, Yes. I think it would be good for her to be at an event where she can express her feelings honestly." Our hero was surprised by her idea and thought, "Great event. It would be perfect if Soo-young attended the arts festival at her school." But he wondered, "But what will Soo-young present? What can a girl her age do at a school arts celebration?" Soo-jung helped him, saying, "When I was a girl her age, I practiced a lot of dance and ballet." Our hero replied joyfully, "Oh, ballet sounds good." Then we see the little girl calling him "Doctor." He reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, Soo-young. I'm sure your mom and dad will love it too." The little girl gained confidence and said determinedly, "I will do my best." Soo-jung began teaching her the basics of ballet, saying, "The two most important things in ballet are posture and balance, as well as how to transition from one position to another without losing balance. So you need to develop a good sense of balance. It's very important." Our hero was watching Soo-jung talk to the little girl and encouraged her, saying, "Wow, that's amazing, Soo-jung. You have so much knowledge." She replied, "I learned ballet for a while when I was young." Then they heard the little girl say hesitantly, "I think it's hard. I can't perform in front of my mom and dad." Soo-jung reassured her, saying, "Ballet doesn't just rely on movements. The gestures that express thoughts and emotions are just as important as the dance itself." The little girl replied, "I wish I could express my thoughts well." At that moment, the doctor said, "In fact, I too need to express my thoughts clearly." He continued, saying, "Everything has to be perfect. Soo-young, you just need to show yourself to your parents. Thanks to you, you'll be the main character in the art celebration." it's you, Soo-young. Then we see the mother sitting with the therapist saying, "Thank you for today, doctor. I'm also grateful for your care. I was able to refresh myself well." The doctor replied, "I'm glad you rested well." Then he continued saying, "I have something to tell you regarding the treatment process." The mother asked curiously, "Really? What do you want to tell me?" The doctor said, "I wonder if you could come with your husband on Friday in 2 weeks." The mother was surprised and said, "With Soo-young's father, is something wrong?" He reassured her saying, No, all I want is to ask you something and present something to you." The mother replied, "I don't mind, but the child's father is very busy." The doctor insisted saying, "All I need is a moment, so please." The mother said to him, "Okay, I'll do my best to convince her father to come. If it's for Soo-young, he'll make some time." Then our hero began to thank her, saying, "I'm happy about that. I'll be waiting for you." Then the doctor spoke to Soo-young saying, "Your training for the art celebration must be kept secret from your parents." The little girl replied, "Trust me." We then see the mother saying to him, "See you tomorrow, doctor." She and Soo-young walked away, while he thought to himself, treating this family is the way to treat Soo-young. After that, he decided to thank Soo-young. So he went to her and said, "Soo-young, thank you for today." Soo-young replied, "No, on the contrary, I'm always grateful to you." Here he asked her curiously, "Why?" She said to him, "Oh well, that's because our coach always takes good care of us and teaches us what we don't know. He is always sober and kind, and you look great with your serious appearance. Anyway, you don't have to thank me. I was very happy to be able to help you." Soo-young then said, "After 2 weeks from the time we agreed upon, Soo-young completed her treatment with more maturity than adults." We then see Soo-young sitting with the little girl during a therapy session, saying to her, "Isn't it hard to try without a rope or a stick?" But the little girl was determined to train and said, "I can do it." The doctor spoke to her encouragingly, saying, "Imagine you have a rope and move. You're doing well, but I believe you can perform even better." We then see Soo-young's mother drinking coffee, and someone comes up behind her and says, "Oh, Soo-young's mother, are you drinking coffee alone?" Then he continues saying, "I received that it was urgent, so I came for a moment after leaving the office." We discover that it is Soo-young's father, and the mother justifies calling him, saying, "This was what the psychiatrist requested, and he asked me to rest as part of Soo-young's treatment." Soo-young's father was surprised and said sarcastically, "What a good treatment for you." Here, Soo-young's mother realizes he is ready to argue with her, so she tries to avoid a fight and spoke to him nervously, asking, "Are you doing this here?" Soo-young's father replied, No. If you don't want to do this, let's quickly go upstairs and see what's urgent." Then he was amazed by the place and said, "What a nice and expensive facility." He then returned to talking to her about their daughter, saying, "Regarding Soo-young, I heard that we shouldn't force her to walk." Here the mother spoke reproachfully, saying, "It's my fault. I wanted Soo-young to walk quickly." Soo-young's father angrily said, "Really? How do you take care of the child? Shouldn't you take good care of her?" The mother defended herself, saying, "Do you think it's as easy as it seems? Have you ever taken care of the child yourself?" He justified himself, saying, "I'm the one who earns a living for you. To be a better father, you have to earn money." At this point, Soo-young's mother got angry with him and said, "What about me? I wanted to be a good mother, and that's why I was so worried." Suddenly, the little girl appears at the celebration, welcoming them and saying, "Welcome to Soo-young's school art celebration." Our hero and the trainee Soo-young appear with her. Then our hero asks, "Will we be able to finish this properly?" We then see Soo-young sitting with the trainee Soo-young in another room, saying, "My mom and dad must have fought again." But the trainee Soo-young reassured her, saying, "It's okay, Soo-young. If you see what you've prepared, your parents will be happy. Did you trust me? Let's work hard until the end." At that moment, Soo-young said, "Yes." Then the doctor enters to meet Soo-young's parents and says to them, "Okay, then let's get started." After that, our hero starts playing a video montage of little Soo-young in different positions during therapy, having collected many pictures for her. The first picture shows Soo-young saying, "I want to go to kindergarten." The second picture shows Soo-young going on a trip to kindergarten by herself. The third picture shows Soo-young saying, "I already have friends." At that moment, the father and mother think about the visual presentation they saw of Soo-young, and the father asks in surprise, "What is this?" The mother says in astonishment, "Oh, Soo-young." Then Soo-young appears again in the presentation, holding the doctor's hand, and he says to her, "You're doing well. Okay, why are you walking well?" The little girl replies, "If I walk well, my mom and dad won't fight." The father continues watching the visual presentation with curiosity, and at the same moment, a new picture appears of the doctor asking Soo-young, "What do you want to do when you get better?" The little girl replies, "I want to go to kindergarten." The visual presentation ends, and Soo-young is sitting with the trainee Soo-young, who says to her, "It's your turn, Soo-young. Good luck." Then Soo-young goes out and starts her ballet dance. Her father remembers moments from her childhood when she was a little girl in his arms, saying, "Soo-young, you were so small, and I wanted to be a good father and husband. So I dedicated myself to working every day so you could live without any lack." At that moment, he imagines the mother holding their child and saying to him reproachfully, "Do you want to be a good father while being so far from your family?" The father admits to himself, saying, "We were really exhausted. I went through a tough time at work, and she took care of the child all morning and evening. While I was busy arguing with her, I thought thought I was the only one having a hard time. Well, I had forgotten for a long time the days of deep love and the fact that my family is the one that supported me to endure tough times. Now he realized that it wasn't just money that his family needed. The dance ends, and at that moment, the mother, crying, says, "What is this rhythm? It's terrible. This isn't ballet, it's just dance moves, and it's not even perfect. So why is it so moving?" After that, our hero enters and says, "And here ends Soo-young's School Arts Festival." The little girl starts calling out, "Mom, Dad, did I do well?" The mother encourages her, saying, "Of course you did well, Soo-young." Her father calls out, saying, "Come here, Soo-young." The little girl runs and says, "Mom, Dad." At that moment, the mother warns her, saying, "Don't run, Soo-young, that's dangerous." Then a system notification appears for our hero, saying, "You have met the necessary conditions to achieve the dream that someone dreams of every day." Here Soo-young's father thanked him, saying, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to review myself a lot." The mother said, "Thank you very much for today, doctor." Our hero replied, "Oh, you're welcome." We then see him holding a special card given to him by Soo-young's father. As soon as our hero reads what's on it, he says in surprise, "It's a lawyer." Then the system notification appears again, saying, "Mission, you have succeeded. 3 people will not forget you. Your points, 110, 10 bonus points as a reward. The achievement rate increased by 20 points. The achievement rate is approaching 100. You have met the necessary conditions to achieve the dream that someone dreams of every day. You were able to receive help. As a reward, you will receive 300 points as a bonus." At the same moment, Soo-young's father confirmed that he would be waiting for him any time and said, "Feel free to reach out to me if you need any help." Here, our hero thanked him, saying, "Yes, thank you. I appreciate that." After that, our hero starts thinking to himself, saying, "So, this business card is the reward. I wonder now if I will need to use the lawyer's business card." Then he continued, saying, "There have been small changes over these past 3 weeks, just as the small wings of a butterfly create a storm. Everything changes with this small change. It's someone's routine, but it's the moment when Soo-young's dream became a reality." We then see him standing with Soo-jong, addressing her, saying, "You did a great job today, Soo-jong." Soo-jong replied, "No, you also did a great job." Here he confessed his fears to her, saying, "Soo-young will have to face many challenges in the future." The trainee asked him curiously, "Are you worried?" But he replied, "Soo-young is a strong child, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried." Soo-jong reassured him, saying, "No one doesn't fall on the stage of life." Here our hero remembered moments from his time apart from his beloved, and said, "That's true. The important thing is to get back on your feet." Soo-jong agreed with him, saying, "That's right." After that, they were walking side by side, and Soo-jung was extremely embarrassed by what she had said. She said, "This has become awkward. I wish I hadn't said that." Suddenly she noticed something and said, "My shoulders are closer to him than before. Since when have we been this close?" She then called out to him, saying, "Team leader." In a new scene, our hero was standing with Soo-jung in the hospital, specifically in front of the radiology department. Then, a beautiful girl appeared in front of him, and he asked her in surprise, "Why are you here?" "No way. Did you come here?" At that moment, Soo-jung quickly thought and said, "Thinking about it, I remembered her. So, that woman is..." She meant that she was the same woman, the team leader's girlfriend. Soo-jung tried to support our hero because he was surprised to see his first love suddenly. He began to thank her for comforting him in his difficult situation and said firmly, "I've decided not to avoid this anymore." He meant that he wouldn't avoid facing his girlfriend anymore. In another scene, we see our hero going to the director and saying, "Director, this..." But he didn't finish his sentence, as the director interrupted him and said, "I requested hiring for the special treatment room, and the total applicants are 180 people, including internal staff." At that, our hero was astonished and said, "180 people?" The director continued saying, "The interviews will be held on the 23rd of June, so we will do it here." He meant that the interviews would take place in the place where they were currently sitting. Then the director surprised our hero by saying, "And of course, you will be the one to interview them." Our hero felt the pressure, so he began talking to himself, saying, "No wonder my shoulders have become heavier." But the director encouraged him, saying, "Just bear with it. Don't they say that the place weighs a person down?" Our hero replied seriously, "Anyway, there are many who have great academic backgrounds and impressive jobs. A former Pilates instructor, a physical therapist, a doctor." Then he thought to himself for a moment and said, "A physical therapist? Did we have a physical therapist?" Later we see our hero reviewing the applicants' papers, among which were Soo-jung's and Oryuk-soo's papers, and he said, "There are some good faces." On the same day, the 23rd of June, which was the interview date for the special treatment room applicants, our hero stood up and said, "Okay, let's go inside." Then he entered the special treatment room, ready to face the upcoming challenges. He saw a pressure relief and anti-gravity device and was amazed by it, saying to himself, "One could say that each of them is worth tens of millions. All the devices here are set up to match only the special treatment rooms. By the way, there's still plenty of time." Then he said to himself, "Should I check the waiting room for the interviews?" In the waiting room, a sad-looking person in a smart suit said, "I've been living with a father who was a tiger and a beloved mother since I was a child." And another person was crying, saying, "Oh my God, Donald Newman, please help me." It seems that the second person is one of the job applicants. We later learn that Donald Newman is a professor of medical therapy and the author of the book Newman on Kinesiology and the Anatomy of the Musculoskeletal System and Immobility. facility. It is considered essential to read his book, which contains various illustrations and clinical cases. Our hero says, let's take a look at human nature here. We see a group of applicants sitting in the waiting area. One of them speaks, saying, "Oh my God, why are you so anxious?" He was addressing another person sitting next to him who replied, "Don't you see?" He might have meant that the number of applicants is very large. The two recognize each other, and the first one says, "My name is Lee Junhee, and I work at a 5-star hospital." The second one replies, "Oh, and I'm Lee Jinsu, and I work at Hankook University Hospital in Bundang." The first one responds, "Wow, you go to a good hospital." The second one replies, "If the hospital is 5 stars, it's amazing." Then the first one asks, "By the way, which hospital did you come from?" He replies, "I'm going to Gangnam Cheongsim Hospital in Gyeonggi." His colleague repeats the name in surprise and says, "You go to that kind of hospital?" We then see one of the female applicants standing in the place and shouting, "You can't say that. You surprised me. Doesn't it matter what you will present here instead of where you came from?" We learn that she was shocked after hearing the name of the old hospital where her colleague had worked. Director Joe appears, holding a paper, and says, "I will start the interview in a minute, so please come inside according to the numbers I gave you earlier, and please have numbers 1 to 3 come forward." The committee is sitting inside, consisting of 3 people, including our hero, who says, "Please introduce yourselves one by one." The same lady who was shouting in surprise at her colleague starts to speak and says, "Hello, my name is Yoon Sejin, and I am the right person for the special treatment room. Unlike others, I don't have experience working in hospitals, but I believe that the knowledge gained from working in a medical tape center for several years is exactly what is needed for the special treatment room at Myeongsung Hospital. I am confident that if you choose me, you won't regret it. Thank you for your support." Our hero begins comparing the papers and says, "The special treatment room needs a distinguished therapist. It specializes in medical tape." Then he says, "Thank you for introducing yourself. Could you tell me about the types of patients you are confident in treating?" The lady starts to speak and says, "Medical tape can treat many different patients. Let me tell you about one case, for example. A woman in her 40s suffering from pain and limited range of motion in her shoulder joint since surgery." Then Yoon Se-jin begins to sit on the floor in front of the committee, trying to apply treatment methods as if she were in front of a real patient. She explains seriously and says, "The first step in treatment is to keep your knees on the ground and elevate the upper part of your body." Then she moves on to explain the second step and says, "With the support of medical tape under the elbows, raise your arm while leaning your body forward." The doctor was explaining while performing the steps in front of the committee. After she finished, she said, "The patient can move her joints freely. Thanks to that, you can prevent the pain caused by gravity." Our hero talks to himself, saying, considering the immense energy Yoon Se-jin is putting in, all the interviewers are puzzled. She already knows her capabilities. Director Joe says, "Thank you for the explanation. Please let the next team come forward." The second director adds, "Thank you for your efforts." As for our hero, he says, "Let's see the next team." A team of 3 people enters and says, "Hello, we look forward to your kind cooperation." Our hero immediately responds upon seeing them. "Then I will start the interview." The interview begins with the phrase, "The number 4 belongs to Dr. Lee Jin-soo." Number 4 speaks and says, "Yes, hello, I'm ready. My name is Lee Jin-soo. I graduated from Hankook University and currently work at Hankook Bundang Hospital. My greatest strength is..." Before Lee can finish introducing himself, Dr. Lim interrupts and asks him, "Hankook University? It's a prestigious institution. We should choose candidates like him." Next, we see the annual evaluation table, and one person starts recording the applicant's scores. Our protagonist speaks up. On the other hand, the person named Lim Jung-do doesn't have an impressive academic background and seems a bit boring. Then Dr. Lee says, "It would be better to choose other prestigious candidates." Dr. Joe speaks to one of the applicants. "I listened to your self-introduction, and now let's move on to the next matter." At that moment, someone speaks up. "Excuse me, sir. I have one question I'd like to ask." Everyone is surprised when our protagonist responds at the same time. "From what I've heard, it seems you value the name of the university and the future a lot. So what could be the reason for applying to our hospital?" The director, addressing our protagonist, asks curiously, "What exactly are you talking about?" Dr. Lim says, "Why are you acting this way all of a sudden?" At this time, one of the applicants says to his colleague anxiously, "What is he trying to say? Did he overhear our conversation in the waiting room?" They were definitely referring to our protagonist. Then our protagonist says, "I appreciate your application to our prestigious hospital, which lacks individuals from universities or bright futures. However, we prefer full-time staff over contract workers. Everyone has applied, right?" We then see the 2 miserable applicants talking to each other in the waiting area, lamenting their luck, saying, "We're doomed to fail." At that moment, Director Joe whispers to our protagonist, "What are you exactly saying?" Our protagonist replies, "I overheard their conversation while I was wandering in the waiting room." Director Joe responds, "Ah, I see." Then Director Joe asks one of the applicants, "Mr. Lim Jung-do, can you tell us about the patient you trust the most in treating and the treatment process?" The applicant answers, "I will treat stroke patients using the bow bath method." Our protagonist then repeats, "Treatment using the bow bath method." He then quietly defines the bow bath method to himself. Bow bath is the name of a treatment developed by the bow bath couple, who were both physiotherapists therapists. They were born in Germany in 1940. The Bobath treatment is applied through inhibition, facilitation, and stimulation, helping to correct abnormal postures, allowing the patient to control their movements with precision and sensitivity. Then our protagonist wonders to himself, if the PNF technique enhances the patient's good movements to improve their condition, then the Bobath technique improves their condition by inhibiting unwanted movements. So, will you adjust the movements precisely and carefully based on the standards, or will you adjust them to look natural in daily life? It would be great if we could combine the advantages of both treatment methods and use them together. At that moment, a system notification appears for our protagonist. Mission: deep feelings of anxiety and treatment pave the way to a new world. If you can develop both treatments and perfect them, then you can create your own medical method. List of currently registered treatment methods. Neuromuscular facilitation treatments. 71 100 points as a reward. Our protagonist thinks to himself in surprise. My own treatment? No. Let's focus on the interview now. After that, Director Joe thanks one of the applicants. Thank you for your efforts in the interview. We then learn that after sending 180 applicants for interviews, the long interview time has ended. Now it's time to open the special treatment room. But before moving on to the celebration, we find Dr. Lim discussing with the committee about selecting a special team for the treatment room, asking, how can we come to a decision? Director Joe replies, that's right, we've seen many good doctors, and I think we should reduce the number of people. During the discussion, Dr. Lim says, well, I've seen many doctors who graduated from good universities. Our protagonist says, I recommend doctors Jin Soo and Lee Jun-hee. They are good. What do you think? Dr. Joe says, but before he can finish, Dr. Lim interrupts. That was due to a slip of the tongue in the waiting room. Look at their academic backgrounds. It would be a waste to lose them. Then our protagonist speaks up. Of course, what happened in the waiting room was wrong, but that's not something important. He continues. We don't need highly educated individuals in the special treatment room. We need specialists in their field. He then adds, even Director Lim knows that well. Dr. Lim replies, that's right, I know that. Dr. Joe asks, do you have anyone specific in mind? At that point, our protagonist says, I gave high scores to Dr. Yoon Se-kyung and Dr. Lim Jung-do due to Dr. Yoon Se-kyung's experience with medical tapes, while I gave Dr. Lim Jung-do a high score for his specialization in the Bobath treatment. Dr. Lim responds in surprise. Are you saying Lim and not the two doctors? At this moment, Director Joe speaks. I'm like you. I had a good impression of these two individuals. Dr. Yoon Se-kyung seemed capable of treating even without equipment. I didn't have high expectations for Dr. Lim Jung-do, but it was clear he studied the Bobath treatment diligently. Just choose who you believe in. We are here as consultants only, so don't worry too much. After Joe finishes speaking, our protagonist thanks him. That's right. Excuse me for relying on you so much. Thank you for your guidance. I will keep that in mind and form a good team. We see the first day of June, where our protagonist appears energetic, saying, now that we've accumulated points, let's start fresh and elevate our level. It's really time for me to prepare to go. The day of the opening of the special treatment room arrives. We see intern So Young standing among the team, and the first thing she notices about our protagonist, she says, team leader? No, Mr. Director. After that, we get to know the team specialized in the special treatment room, which included So Jung, a former intern at Mayung Sung Hospital, specializing in pediatric treatment, especially in Vojta therapy. Dong Seok, a former intern at Mayung Sung Hospital. He is shy, but speaks when necessary and is interested in operating medical devices. Yoon Se-kyung, a former employee at the Medical Tape Center, certified in Pilates, in addition to her specialization in medical tape therapy. Lim Jung-do, from Gangnam Songshim Hospital in Gyeonggi Province. His presence is a bit weak, but he has a good understanding of the Bobath theory. After our protagonist successfully chooses his team, he says enthusiastically, yes, I'm confident that I can treat any patient with these people. At this point, a special system notification appears for our protagonist. Mission: you will receive a new task, and you need to correct the wrong thing. Rewards: an opportunity to make a name for yourself, along with many prizes. We then move to the first day of the special treatment room, where our protagonist thinks to himself, I wonder what kind of patients will come. On the first day in the special treatment room, we see our hero sitting and saying, I need to double check the mission. Then a system notification appears, indicating that the required mission is to live again, and the goal to achieve is to correct the mistake. The rewards for completing the mission are also shown, which include a chance to make a name for yourself, along with earning a lot of points. Next, we see our hero talking to himself, saying, a life mission again? I'm a physical therapist, not superhuman. Another notification from the system appears to confirm, alert, the system does not assign impossible tasks. Our hero comments on the notification saying, ah well, that's what I thought. As events progress, we learn that patients have started being referred to the doctors in the special treatment room. Here, Soo Jung takes care of Soo Young as she is responsible for treating children, while Dong Sik focuses on treating Kim Dae-gyu, relying heavily on advanced treatment equipment in his work. We then move to therapist Yoon Se-jin, who will take care of patients struggling with mobility due to shoulder surgery. Meanwhile, Young-do specializes in treating patients suffering from hemiplegia, resulting from strokes. As for the last patient, our hero makes a final decision and says, well, I can't hand this patient over to the other doctors. It turns out this patient is named Baek Ji-hoon and is 21 years old, indicating a special case that requires additional attention from our hero. After that, we see our hero saying, all right, let's start distributing the patients. At that moment, Soo-jung enters and says, Captain, it's time to leave. Our hero replies, time has indeed passed. I'll head out right away. Then we see one of the team members saying, Captain, hurry up and come, and another shouting, meat, meat, meat. In another scene, we see the captain sitting in what seems to be a restaurant when someone calls out to him, oh, it's the miracle doctor. Soo-jung appears here with her friend by coincidence and says, what a coincidence. We came here for the company dinner too. Our hero starts talking to Soo-jung's friend, saying in surprise, oh, you're a nurse in the rehabilitation department, right? Her friend replies, I see you on my way when I bring water. Then Soo-jung speaks up, saying, we came to say hello. Can we sit for a moment? He replies, well, I don't know if we have any seats available. Then Soo-jung says, come on, let's have a drink. She then turns back to our hero and says, Miracle Doctor, did you know you're the star of our hospital these days? Her friend confirms her words, saying, you're good and handsome. Then her friend continues saying, Doctor, shouldn't you return to your seat? The special treatment room opened today, so I think it's better for us to talk. We then see the team of doctors gathered around the dining table, and Soo-jung returns to talk to her friend again, saying, did you notice how flustered the miracle doctor was? You were so charming. Her friend replies, I loved your sweet voice. Meanwhile, there was someone who seemed annoyed with the miracle doctor saying, I hear his name even when I eat. We know he's Ma-young, the director's son. After that, the same person spoke again, saying, Doctors, what were you talking about here? Soo-jung and her friend feel confused. The friend addresses Myung, saying, I heard you came for the company dinner. Here, Myung starts talking to them and asks, don't you know the most famous person in our hospital? He continues proudly saying, the director and I were classmates in high school. After that, the same person starts boasting and mocking our hero, saying, your story is famous in the hospital these days. I've heard about it. Congratulations on your delayed promotion. Our hero calmly replies, thank you, and what about you? Are you having a good time in the hospital? Myung answers boastfully, well, compared to Hankook University Hospital, this place is like heaven. There's no extra work, no patients, or officials wanting to work after hours. Then Myung continues in a condescending tone, I've heard about you from my dad, I mean the director, who praised you a lot. Here, our hero thinks to himself, this arrogant guy mentioned his dad on purpose. What a lowly person. Then Myung adds mockingly, but I'm not sure about the therapist's ability. Isn't it unrealistic for someone to improve with just one touch from you? Our hero defends himself saying, and how would you know it's unrealistic? Myung boasts, even if I haven't tried it, I'm aware of everything I need to know. Our hero firmly responds, isn't it easy for a doctor to treat their patient? The arrogant one replies in surprise, what? Our hero says, each of us applies our treatment. He adds, as long as the doctor is skilled, they can save lives. Do you think the specialist who alleviates discomfort in daily life is the same as the physical therapist? Our hero then says sarcastically, I also respect what you can do, so I hope at least you consider others' feelings. At that moment, the arrogant one feels very uncomfortable, thinking, you're good at talking about the cursed promotion in the prestigious hospital. Meanwhile, our hero thinks, you stole my beloved who I loved since she was 10. Then the cashier of the place appears, saying, I apologize, sir, speaking to the arrogant person. After that, he hands him the bill, saying, here's the bill, as your colleagues indicated that you would be the one to pay. The arrogant director's son screamed when he saw that the bill was nearly $723, saying in shock, excuse me, while our hero and his medical team were leaving after enjoying their time. Soo-jung said, we had fun today. Let's have a drink next time. Meanwhile, Myung sat alone, his face showing intense anger. Our hero looked at him before leaving, saying, enjoy your meal, Seo-kan. At that moment, Seo-kan shouted, you! While our hero sat in his office talking to himself. Yes, I crossed the line. It's been a long time since I loitered outside. Meanwhile, his team stood at a distance, talking among themselves. What a relief. I think we got closer thanks to the company dinner yesterday. As for Yoon Se-jin, she excitedly said to them, why don't we cheer each other on this afternoon? Then she called out to our hero saying, director, come here. Our hero replied, I'll be right there. Then Yoon Se-jin addressed the rest of the team saying, so let's all say good luck when we count to 3. 1, 2, 3. After that, we see the special treatment room team gathered around a new patient who introduces himself, saying, my name is Baek Ji-hoon, and I am the patient scheduled for treatment today. This surprised all the team members, but he added, I look forward to your kind cooperation. Meanwhile, another person entered, calling out anxiously, Ji-hoon. When he confirmed his presence, he began speaking to the team, saying, I apologize. While I was in the bathroom. Before he could finish, he remembered he hadn't introduced himself, saying, I am Baek Dong-man, Ji-hoon's father. Elsewhere, we see our hero talking to himself, saying, Hong and Bike Dong Man, meeting these people will give me a chance for a new turning point in my life. We then see our hero holding a report regarding Baek Ji-hoon's condition, which states that Baek Ji-hoon, who is 21 years old, suffers from quadriplegia due to cerebral palsy. His condition was diagnosed when he was 15. After that, our doctor speaks with Ji-hoon's father, expressing his surprise, saying, "It's been a long time since his illness began, hasn't it?" Baek's father replies, "Yes, his condition has worsened these days, as self-care activities have become difficult too." Then, our doctor speaks seriously to Baek's father, saying, "To be honest with you, his condition is not as I thought, but it's not hopeless, and I will do my best." At that moment, Ji-hoon reassures his father, saying, "Don't worry, Dad," then smiles and adds, "They say patience is rewarded in the end." Here, our hero admires Ji-hoon's positive energy, saying to his father, "Really, Ji-hoon is a bright person." The father spoke proudly, "My child Ji-hoon is growing to be brighter than anyone else." At that point, Ji-hoon lovingly praised his father, saying, "All the credit goes to you, Dad." Then our hero formally said, "So, I look forward to your kind cooperation." After that, we saw our hero in the treatment room, where Baek was lying on the examination bed. Our hero began examining him and spoke to himself, saying, "I tried to find a way to improve Soo Young's condition by looking at this patient. I think the muscles are twisted and misaligned, and due to the spasticity, he can barely move." Our hero asked the patient, "Is the stiffness usually this bad?" The patient replied positively, "Yes, it's usually like this, but it improves a little in the morning." The doctor quickly thought and said, "Then let's treat the illness tomorrow morning." The next day at 8:30 a.m., we found our hero with Baek in the examination room, where he said, "Now in the morning, you seem to be in good condition." Then our hero examined Baek, surprised, saying, "What happened?" He continued, "Compared to yesterday, the stiffness has noticeably decreased, and this movement didn't go as it should in yesterday's treatment." Then our hero began to wonder again about Ji-hoon's mystery. What about the cerebral palsy that improves in the morning and makes the body in a bad and stiff state in the evening? Can cerebral palsy only improve in the morning? Our hero was in a state of confusion, thinking there was a problem, but he didn't know its source. Then Baek said to him, "It seems yesterday's treatment was successful." The doctor replied with a laugh, "Really? Let's see." After that, we found our hero standing with his team, and after telling them everything about Baek's condition, he said, "And that's what happened." One of them thought and said, "Could it be that cerebral palsy improves during the day?" While another said, "I've never heard of cerebral palsy improving like this before." As for Yoon Se-jin, she said, "It might not actually be cerebral palsy, right?" One of them replied affirmatively, "No, it can't be." Then Soo-jung spoke, saying, "Why don't we treat Baek personally instead of focusing on his cerebral palsy?" Our hero thought for a moment and then said, "All right, let's focus on his personal side." The next morning, our hero met Baek and said to him, "Since you're in good condition today, let's try the standing position." Baek replied, "Yes." The next day at noon, our hero was talking to Baek and asked him, "Wasn't it difficult?" Baek assured him, saying, "It's fine. All of this is for my treatment." Baek's father then asked, "Sir, how is Baek Ji-hoon doing?" Our hero turned to him and said, "I need to tell you something about Ji-hoon." After that, we saw Ji-hoon's father looking shocked by what our hero said about Ji-hoon's condition, and he asked in disbelief, "What, a re-examination? What kind of tests are you talking about?" Our hero clarified, saying, "I don't think Ji-hoon has cerebral palsy, so I ask you to redo the tests in that regard." We then saw Ji-hoon and his father agreeing. Our hero began to explain Ji-hoon's condition in more detail, saying, "It may be true that Ji-hoon is struggling with his training, but the pattern is distinctly different from cerebral palsy, and I don't see any cases improving by morning." At that point, Ji-hoon's father shouted, "So, are you saying that Ji-hoon might not have cerebral palsy? Is that what you're saying?" In that moment, our hero spoke with Ji-hoon's father, saying he could be wrong, as things might not turn out as expected, but he suggested that they should try. Our hero approached Ji-hoon and told him he understood his embarrassing feelings, as the results could be unexpected. He then advised him to eat comfortably before undergoing the examination. Our hero continued, pointing out that if he informed those in the office, they would conduct the necessary test for him. Ji-hoon then decided to go through with the examination and asked his father if he could, to which the father replied that of course, there was no problem. After that, we see Ji-hoon undergoing the tests our hero mentioned. When the results came out, another doctor spoke with Ji-hoon's father and Ji-hoon himself, telling them frankly, "Let me say that patient Baek Ji-hoon does not have cerebral palsy." At that moment, the father said in shock, "Are you sure?" While Ji-hoon thought to himself, wondering, "If there is no brain damage, what could be the cause of my condition?" The doctor replied, "I'll explain briefly. Patient Baek Ji-hoon has a genetic disorder known as Segawa disease." The doctor then began to clarify the nature of Segawa disease, pointing out that it results from a deficiency in dopamine production due to a defect in chromosome 14. As for the symptoms, he mentioned that they appear at a rate of 1 in every 20 million people, but they resemble the symptoms of Parkinson's disease and cerebral palsy. The doctor confirmed that this disease can be treated with medication, meaning that you will be able to walk. If you follow physical therapy along with taking the medication, you may be able to recover completely. At that moment, Ji-hoon's father broke down down in tears, expressing his gratitude to the doctor, saying, "Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Ji-hoon was in shock, saying, "I wasn't suffering from cerebral palsy." After that, the same doctor approached our hero, who was on a break, saying, "Look here, director," while holding 2 cups of coffee. He then added, "These words mean nothing compared to what you do." After that, he confessed something to him, saying, "I feel ashamed to be a doctor, and I have great respect for you." Our hero replied, "I didn't do anything. All I did was suggest a re-examination because I felt something was off. In the end, I was the doctor who discovered the patient's condition. I also believe it's the physical therapist's duty to suggest a re-examination if they feel something is wrong." At that point, his fellow doctor said, "I am grateful to have a physical therapist like you. Did you know that Baek Dong-man, Ji-hoon's father, is a columnist who won a prestigious literary award for his handwritten work, which he dedicated to his son 15 years ago? His patience and hard work were rewarded with happiness, thanks to the team leader." At that moment, our hero expressed his surprise, thinking to himself that he didn't know that information. Then, the system notification appeared again, announcing that the required mission was to live again, and requested a correction of the error. Our hero felt that the request to bring him back to life was not yet complete. After that, our hero spoke with his fellow doctor, expressing his concern that the end might come too soon. Meanwhile, we saw Ji-hoon's father holding a notice that included the phrase, "15 years since my son disappeared due to misdiagnosis at Gino Hospital. I demand compensation." After that, we then learn about Sagawa disease from another perspective, as it is considered a motor and vertical disorder that typically appears in early childhood, between the ages of 5 to 8 years. The main treatment for Sagawa disease involves restoring dopamine levels in the brain to their normal state. After that, Ji-hoon's condition is assessed, where his speech and movements are recorded. Here, our hero clarifies that his work as a physical therapist is not responsible for monitoring speech movement, as he will only treat Ji-hoon with some medication. He continues, saying that as a physical therapist, my responsibility will be limited to completing the treatment. After that, we see our hero standing with patient Ji-hoon and asking him what happened. He continues, saying, "If you can't talk about it, don't worry, Mr. Ji-hoon." He then finished his words, saying, "I only asked because I feel like I can't focus on the treatment today." After that, Ji-hoon spoke sadly and expressed his concern, saying, "My father is standing pretending in front of the hospital where my brain disability was diagnosed 15 years ago." We then see Ji-hoon's father surrounded by 2 officials. In another scene, Baek is seen leaning on his crutch and calling out to his father, saying, "Dad." When his father saw him, he asked, "How do you feel now, my son?" Baek replied, "Dad, you always told me to be patient even when it was hard, and to hold on, because if I waited, I would be rewarded someday. So I was always smiling and believed that everything would get better in the end. Now when I think about it, I realize that I needed that optimism to be able to move forward. I also understand now why I was able to endure life until now, which is that I shared the pain with others. Dear Dad, you are making a great effort for me, but I feel powerless to give you anything in return." Ji-hoon then turned to our hero, saying, sadly, "I'm worried. I don't know my worth." Our hero encouraged him and hugged him, suggesting an idea. "Ji-hoon, how about trying to file a formal complaint?" Ji-hoon's father stood up, asking, "A formal complaint? What do you mean by that?" Our hero replied, "Yes, if you can't wait for the hospital's position to change, maybe it's better to file a formal complaint and see the results." Here, Ji-hoon's father spoke seriously, saying, "Sir, as a writer, I felt one thing throughout my career, which is that the law is very heavy on the weak." After that, Ji-hoon's father hugged his son, crying in a touching scene. As for our hero, he decided to help them, saying with determination, "If there's someone who can help us, how about heading to the law office?" We later discover that the law office is a company called Guyon and Dahl Law Firm, one of the big firms in this field. Our hero spoke enthusiastically, assuring that no one can defeat us. We find out that the lawyer is Soo-young's father, and our hero goes to talk to him about the case. But the lawyer shocks him by saying that he has reviewed all the information sent, and that cases between large hospitals and individuals are complicated and difficult, almost like trying to break a wall with an egg. Our hero angrily asks the lawyer how this could happen, as the case involves losing 15 years. He insists that Ji-hoon's rights must be restored at least for his family. At this point, the lawyer is affected as he looks at a picture of his family, his wife, and his daughter Soo-young, repeating the word family. After that, Soo-young's father says that the case has been accepted. Then a system notification appears for our hero, stating that he took the opportunity to get help as a reward for the mission. 2 weeks later, we see our hero with Ji-hoon's father, Baek, and the lawyer gathered together. Soo-young's father spoke with a warning, saying, "Sir, I'll tell you again that the battle will be tough. Gino Hospital will likely seek to prolong the legal dispute for a long time, and since the client is just one individual, he can't afford to delay it for long." Ji-hoon then intervened, asking desperately, "What should we do?" The lawyer cunningly replied, "There is only one way, which is what attracts people, and that is to bridge the gap between individuals and institutions and end the legal battle quickly." In the courtroom, there were cheers from the attendees, as they said, "Please, Return 15 years to our son due to the misdiagnosis. We also learned that the incident was reported to the media, and they called it the 15 lost years incident. Here, the lawyer reassured his client, saying, "We have a reason, and as long as the media's attention is focused on us, we won't lose the case." After that, our hero began to encourage Ji-hoon and his father, saying, "Don't forget that we came here to win." They then announced the name of the case, which is loss of Ji-hoon and Baek Dongman 15 years. The judge spoke, saying, "From now on, we are heading toward the end. The trial will begin on the morning of July 27th, 2023. Today's case is number 123 Jahab for the year 2023, the case of the 15 lost years." After that, we see the lawyer speaking, saying, "The life of an innocent young man has been completely destroyed due to one misdiagnosis, which is known as the 15 lost years incident, where the plaintiff lost 15 years of his life due to a misdiagnosis at Gino Hospital. Therefore, my client requests compensation of 2 billion won for this period." Here, the court judge requests the testimony of the doctor who made the misdiagnosis at Gino Hospital, saying, "We ask the doctor who provided the misdiagnosis at that time to give his testimony." Then the doctor steps forward and bows, saying, "I admit to the misdiagnosis. I deeply reflect on my mistakes, but the diagnoses of Parkinson's disease and Sagawa disease are more common than we think. Sagawa disease is a rare disease that affects 1 in every 20 million people, and the symptoms are not much different from those associated with cerebral palsy or Parkinson's disease." The doctor then continues, justifying, "Of course, 15 years ago there were no modern devices for diagnosing diseases as there are now. I admit my mistake at that time, but I hope you take into account the circumstances that could have led to a misdiagnosis." After that, the lawyer for Gino Hospital speaks. The defendant generally states that Gino Hospital made a misdiagnosis at that time, adding that this was unavoidable due to technical and technological limitations. Based on that, it seems that the amount requested as compensation, which is 2 billion won, may be exaggerated. And of course, without the devices, a lot cannot be recognized. But how can a machine treat? Isn't it humans who do that? Here, Ji-hoon's father intervenes, saying, "But because of this misdiagnosis, I have suffered my whole life. So how can you say something like that?" The lawyer for Ji-hoon then directed his words to the doctor. "Since the hospital expresses its regret, have you ever properly apologized to the victim?" The doctor became tense and said, "Well, that..." The lawyer for Ji-hoon then added, "And what about the fact that Ji-hoon's father was threatened and beaten and injured when he protested in front of the hospital? Is this really a position that shows repentance?" At that point, the doctor tried to deny the incident. The lawyer stated that he was presenting this diagnosis as evidence, but the doctor objected, saying he had asked the hospital security to let him through, but they overreacted and assaulted him. Meanwhile, the hospital's lawyer was speaking with the doctor, reprimanding him, and saying he hadn't informed him about this type of information. Then he asked the doctor how he planned to handle the situation. After that, Ji-hoon's lawyer raised his hand and requested the court to summon our protagonist, saying, "Your Honor, I would like to call the physical therapist who discovered the plaintiff's misdiagnosis." At this point, our protagonist introduced himself, bowing as he said, "The head of the clinic." He then raised his hand and affirmed before the court that he would speak the truth according to his conscience without hiding or adding anything, pledging to accept punishment if he lied. The court asked him, "Did the physical therapist discover a rare disease?" Ji-hoon's lawyer then addressed our protagonist, saying, "The witness is the therapist responsible for the plaintiff, Baek Ji-hoon, correct?" Our protagonist replied, "Yes, that's correct." The lawyer then asked, "Is it true that you uncovered Baek Ji-hoon's misdiagnosis?" Our protagonist answered, "Yes, that's exactly what happened." The lawyer followed up with another question. "How were you able to figure that out?" Our protagonist calmly replied, "I discovered it by identifying a critical clue from a patient diagnosed with cerebral palsy, particularly since the symptoms improved in the morning." He added, "Because Osun Hospital didn't have advanced equipment at the time, they claimed it was impossible to diagnose Sagawa disease." The lawyer then asked, "What equipment did the witness use to uncover the misdiagnosis?" Confidently, our protagonist responded, "I didn't use any equipment, I only used my hands." At this point, the doctor, who had misdiagnosed the case at Jinwoo Hospital, objected, saying, "Does that mean he made the final diagnosis of Sagawa disease with just his hands?" The courtroom erupted in noise. The hospital's lawyer then spoke, saying, "Isn't it true that physical therapists aren't supposed to diagnose diseases?" Our protagonist intervened again, saying, "No, the hospital director himself made the diagnosis after reviewing the MRI scans, and advanced equipment was used." Afterward, Jinwoo Hospital's lawyer stood up and said, "Your Honor, the witness just admitted that the diagnosis of Sagawa disease wasn't made directly through his hands as a physical therapist, but rather with the help of advanced equipment. This is a disease that can only be detected using sophisticated technology. The plaintiff must accept that it was difficult for my client to clearly diagnose Sagawa disease 15 years ago." The judge began to deliberate and said, "Can I conclude that you're suggesting the physical therapy provided by the witness had minimal impact on diagnosing the plaintiff's condition?" The opposing lawyer replied, "Yes, that's correct. The successful diagnosis and treatment of Baek Ji-hoon's condition were thanks to modern, advanced medical technology." Baek's lawyer argued that there was no legal legal basis for what had just been stated. However, the opposing lawyer questioned the extent of physical therapy's impact on Baek Ji-hoon's condition, to which the plaintiff's lawyer confidently replied that he could prove it. At this point, a notification appeared for our protagonist, indicating that the magic mouse had been activated. Ji-hoon's lawyer then asked our protagonist to speak. Our protagonist said that, although it wasn't intentional, the misdiagnosis had cost Ji-hoon his life. But Ji-hoon never gave up. He worked tirelessly until he was able to walk on his own, believing that his perseverance would be rewarded. Ji-hoon's life, as you see it now, is proof of what I'm saying. Later, we see a conversation in the courtroom between a man and a woman. The woman asks, "Are you awake?" The man replies that he heard Ji-hoon couldn't move for 15 years, so was physical therapy really effective? Then, we see a question directed at Ji-hoon, seemingly from the judge, asking, "How are you doing so well now?" Ji-hoon responds, "When I realized my condition could be treated so easily, I felt a deep sense of regret." He expressed that the past 15 years felt wasted over such a trivial reason. Everything he went through was a nightmare, and he wondered what life would have been like if he had truly had cerebral palsy. But despite those years, Ji-hoon quoted a saying, "Even in the future, your life will still have meaning because you were with someone dear to you." Our protagonist then spoke about Ji-hoon's condition, pointing out that treating Sagawa disease relies on medication, and that rehabilitation exercises combined with physical therapy are essential for Ji-hoon to live his future life. Ji-hoon then stated that he was still alive. We learned that Ji-hoon and his father won the case, and the trial ended with Ji-hoon successfully claiming compensation for the past 15 years. The judge began delivering the verdict, stating that, considering Jinwoo Hospital's claim that distinguishing Sagawa disease was difficult, compensation was set at 150 million instead of 200 million. Afterward, we see the physical therapy team moved by the verdict. Yoon Se-jin commented that it was very touching, while another team member added that a documentary had been released based on the book recently published by Ji-hoon's father, titled "The Miracle is Always With Us." Then, our physical therapist entered and said to the team, "Shall we eat now?" They replied, "Yes, let's see." Shortly after, a notification appeared for our protagonist saying, "Alert! Treatment successful. You've recovered 220 points as a reward. The error has been corrected, and the conditions for living again have been met. As a bonus, you've gained an opportunity to become famous, along with 3,400 points." Then a woman holding her phone exclaimed in amazement, "The physical therapist! He's a miracle!" The events begin when our protagonist appears, asking his girlfriend, "Are you awake?" Then he goes to sit next to a very beautiful young woman lying on the bed. Suddenly, we see him pick her up, and we learn her name is Ji-yoon Song. After that, our protagonist asks her in disbelief, "Ji-yoon, are you still lying in bed even though the alarm went off?" Ji-yoon responds affirmatively, "Yes." He warns her, "Get up quickly, you need to head to work." Then we see her getting out of bed saying, "Where am I going? What was I dreaming about, for heaven's sake?" She then introduces herself saying, "I'm Ji-yoon Song, a physical therapist." Afterward, we discover that the work of a physical therapist is divided into 3 parts. The first part involves treating patients, while the second includes preparing meals in the living room. We then see Soo-jung standing in front of a store, expressing how tired she feels. At the same place, Soo-jung notices the arrogant manager's son, Myung, sitting in a cafe with a very beautiful woman. Soo-jung wonders to herself who this beautiful woman might be. While Myung talks to the woman, he says, "You're still hard to please. Can't you talk about anything other than money?" He continues, "Well, no matter how much you wear, you don't look rich." Meanwhile, the woman thinks to herself, "Isn't it ridiculous to wear fancy clothes just to go to a cafe?" She starts speaking angrily, digging her nails into his cheek, and says, "Did you call me here to start a fight?" He yells, Ah, your nails." She snaps back angrily, "You're making me even angrier, and if anyone hears you, they'll think I'm the only messy one here." He asks her to calm down, saying, "Let's just talk about the important stuff. Don't you need money?" When the woman hears his words, she responds in surprise, "Money?" He repeats himself, pointing out that the amount she needs is available. Then he adds, "All you have to do is say one word on your channel." At this point, we find out that she is Kim Yoo-jin, the famous blogger. Yoo-jin starts recalling her past memories, saying, "Today, I decided to visit the famous pudding shop in Hongdae. While uploading the video to her blog as a hobby, her earnings increased significantly, and she made a lot of money through Instagram promotions. But the money she quickly earned was spent just as quickly on luxury goods. At that moment, she thought to herself, I need more money." Then she scolded herself, "Isn't this luxury you're used to enough? You're going to ruin yourself one day." After snapping out of her memories, Yoo-jin said to him, "All right, fine. What do you want to do?" We return to Soo-jung, who was still standing in the same spot, eavesdropping on the conversation and hearing everything Mayung and Yoo-jin were discussing. Soo-jung was in shock, wondering, "What am I hearing right now? Is this real?" She was stunned and added, "If what I'm hearing is true, then the boss is in danger." She then continued talking about the role of a physical therapist, pointing out that the third part of her job is protecting her dear colleagues. As for Eugene, she introduced herself in the therapy department saying, "Hi, I'm Kim Eugene. I booked an appointment this morning." We know she booked at our hero's hospital. When she met Yoon Se-jin, she looked at her in surprise and asked, "What? Are you a celebrity? Our therapy room has become famous." Then Yoon Sejin continued seriously, asking her, "Do you have a direct appointment?" At that moment, Yoon Sejin replied, "You can go right in." And so, Eugene entered the examination room. We see our hero sitting down, and when he saw her, he greeted her. He asked if she was experiencing back pain, and Eugene took off her glasses and calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." Our hero spoke to her kindly, saying he would examine her first. After the examination, our hero pointed out that her back was slightly tilted to the left, but not significantly, and it seemed she had been exercising intensely. After thinking for a moment, he wondered about the cause of the pain, noting that there was no obvious issue with her body overall. Then he began to speak with her frankly, saying, "Ms. Kim Eugene, when is your back pain the worst? For example, does it hurt at night or when you move?" Eugene started to answer our hero's questions, saying, "Yes, well, it hurts when I move, especially when lifting anything, as the pain worsens." Our hero reassured her that there were no abnormal results, and since she was still experiencing pain, he would continue with treatment targeting the pressure points. She replied, "Yes, okay, do what you want." In his mind, he thought, "She's so nice it raises suspicions." During the treatment session, she was relaxed on the bed thinking, "This is really refreshing. Is this really physical therapy?" At that moment, our hero received a notification from the system saying, "Alert, treatment completed successfully. Patient satisfied. You earned a reward of 22 points." When the treatment session ended, our hero said to her, "You've had enough treatment today, and if there's no pain afterward, you don't need to schedule an additional appointment." Eugene thanked him gratefully, saying, "Is that true? The treatment was great, thank you." After that, he saw the notification again, which said, "Update, unexpected mission. You have been assigned the mission, Does a fallen reputation have wings? Objective, raise reputation to 90 or higher. Condition, if reputation drops to 50 or lower, you will fail, and if you fail, you will lose a lot." The next day, our hero was heading to the clinic, as usual, but he noticed a strange atmosphere surrounding him. He wondered to himself what was causing this change. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone from the HR manager, Lim Jung, asking him to come to his office upon arriving at the hospital. Our hero began to feel curious about the reason behind this request. When he entered the office, he found manager Lim. Our hero asked why he had been called, to which the manager unexpectedly replied that he came to see the heartless face wearing the therapist's uniform. Meanwhile, Eugene's channel was showing a video where she appeared crying and said, "As you all know, everyone should take precautions. Because broadcasters sit all day, they often suffer from back pain. So, I booked an appointment and went to the private therapy room at the famous hospital in Yangjae. Since I received treatment from the manager there, my back pain has been increasing." She then added that the doctor who treated her was the selfish manager who runs treatment at Mayung Hospital. At that moment, the manager confronted our hero with Eugene's words after showing him the video, saying, "Could this be something that shouldn't be revealed?" Our hero was surprised by this and asked him, "Wait, what are you planning to do?" When our hero realizes the conspiracy that has been plotted against him, he starts to understand the system's notice about raising his reputation and wonders, "Is my reputation really deteriorating? Is the percentage that bad?" After that, we see comments from followers on Eugene's video that went viral on social media. The first comment asks, "Did this person film a documentary a while ago about the amazing physical therapy treatment?" While the second comment responds to the first, saying, "I don't understand how someone so depraved can have a name." The third comment points out that he is a selfish person who only hurts those who are living well. Meanwhile, we find the arrogant director's son provoking our hero, saying, "One video, one word, made them rush to criticize you, didn't it?" Here, our hero starts to defend himself, saying, "The person in the video is the one who received treatment recently, but why didn't she have anything abnormal in her body?" The arrogant doctor starts thinking to himself, saying, "It was expected that things would go well, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. When I open my mouth, I see you dead, you selfish one. Get on your knees before me and ask for forgiveness." At that moment, one of the officials entered Mayung's room saying, "Mr. Mayung, please lift your head." At the same time, our hero was in another place, thinking about his problem and saying, "The reputation is down to 82. As our hero walks among his colleagues, he hears them talking about him. One says, "I think it was a medical accident," while the other sarcastically replies, "If that's the case, what's the point? You need to know how to be humble." At that moment, our hero tells himself, "Your face appeared on TV, and your life is over." Meanwhile, Soo-jung is defending him, saying, "I don't think our director would ever do that. He cares about the patients more than anyone else." After that, we see two gossipy people in the hospital passing by our hero as he walks with Soo-jung. They were talking badly about him, with one saying, "But they defend each other well, don't they?" referring to the hero and Soo-jung. The other person sarcastically addressed them, saying, "You both seem to understand each other very well." Here, Soo-jung nervously replied, "I know everything. This is a conspiracy to get rid of the director, but who is behind it?" Our hero then tried to calm her down, saying, "There's no need to worry, Soo-jung. If you defend me here, you'll be attacked too. I'm fine." When our hero turned to leave, she tried to follow him, calling out, "Director!" But suddenly, someone came up from behind her and said, "Soo-jung." When she turned to him, she discovered he was one of the physical therapy team members, and they were all determined to restore their director's rights. So they gathered in the therapy room to discuss the matter, saying, "There's definitely something we can do." After that, we saw the blogger Eugene waiting for our hero, and when they finally met, she said to him, "You were somewhat famous, weren't you?" Then we see Director Park at the same moment asking our hero to apologize to the patient, firmly telling him, "Apologize to her immediately." But our hero insisted on his position, saying, "There was nothing wrong with my treatment, and I don't want to apologize for something I didn't do." At that point, Kim Eugene expressed her annoyance, saying, "You're very persistent, but you're overdoing it. I just wanted a sincere apology." Our hero replied, "If my treatment didn't please you, I'm sorry. I'm willing to refund your money personally, but I find it hard to accept that the pain in your back is because of me." He then tried to defend himself, saying, "You all know better than anyone else that I didn't do anything that could cause pain." At that moment, Director Park shouted, "Are you determined to defend your dignity to the end? The circumstances last time were different." After that, Director Park spoke kindly to the famous blogger, saying, "Eugene, don't worry, and try to meet with the official again." At that moment, Eugene thought to herself that she had come to this man reluctantly because Myung-shin had asked her to. She said that although he was annoying, he was useful. Then she spoke in a threatening tone to our hero, saying, "Well, if you have no intention of apologizing, I have my own ideas. I will talk to another doctor to get an official diagnosis stating that my body was harmed due to physical therapy, and you will receive the complaint later." After finishing her threat, she appeared in another scene with Myung, where she explained to him what had happened, saying, "Well, this is what has happened so far. The hospital hasn't suffered any damage, and I didn't mention your name at all." Myung replied, "Well done, Kim Eugene." Then he added, "Now all I have to do is provide a diagnosis for you, right?" He started praising her, saying, "I thought you were stupid and greedy, but you proved to me that you're useful." Kim Eugene replied, "Don't make me angry. I've made it onto the online search list. When will you return the rest of the money?" He grabbed his phone and said, "I've just transferred it now." At that moment, Kim Eugene felt joy as she held her phone and said, "Appa, you're the best." Then Myung said to her slyly, "Now we're done. Go out and watch what you say." She responded with a question, "Yes, yes." After that, we see her walking comfortably in the hospital, saying, "I have the money. This time I'll go to the store for the first time in a while." Suddenly, Kim Eugene bumped into the therapists who were chasing her, and she said to them, "What nonsense are you doing, gentlemen?" At this moment, Soo-jung responds to Kim Eugene, saying they are still better than the insurance scammers and the corrupt. Kim Eugene is surprised and asks her what she is trying to say. Soo-jung asks her if she took a bribe and blamed the director. Her colleague adds that she has crossed the line, while another colleague says she is dirty. Kim Eugene gasps in disbelief and asks how they managed to find that out. Soo-jung replies that she was at the cafe too, which means she definitely did it. Here we discover that Soo-jung heard everything. Soo-jung slyly asks, "Do you think I recorded something illegal for you?" Kim Eugene answers that she won't disclose anything unless there is evidence. Soo-jung tries to keep her calm and sincerely asks her, "Do you think the director is wrong? What is more important, conscience or money?" Kim Eugene scoffs, "Of course the important thing is money." Then she mocks Soo-jung, saying, "Isn't that obvious? How foolish you are." After that, Soo-jung confronts Kim Eugene and tells her that she knows about her meeting with Myung. Kim Eugene replies, "But surely there is no evidence." At that point, Soo-jung said, "I didn't record anything, but I asked the cafe owner to get the surveillance footage. He did his best to find it because I told him my friend was cheating on me. I know I shouldn't do this, but if this footage accidentally spreads among your subscribers, it will prove the director's innocence, right?" "Here," Eugene pleaded. "I'm sorry. Wait, can we start over?" In a new scene, we see Eugene standing with Soo-young and the team, expressing her nervousness and defending herself after our heroine uncovered her plot. Eugene speaks boldly, saying that what happened could be considered a tie. Then she raises her hands in frustration while sitting on the ground, saying she was completely right because she needed the money. Eugene continues her speech and sincerely apologizes, but Soo-jung can't stand to hear her voice. At that moment, Yoon Se-jin and her colleague from the medical team take Eugene away from Soo-jung. Eugene tries to plead with them to change their minds, saying, "Wait, I've really repented." Meanwhile, Soo-jung remembers Eugene's words and says, "She apologized, so don't tell anyone, sister. You know how I feel, right?" At the same moment that Soo-jung is feeling sad and depressed, she senses the presence of the team leader and says, "Director, I know you're there." Here the team leader appears, justifying his absence by saying, "I tried to think alone for a while." She responds, "Even if everyone turns their back on you, know that there's always someone who will stay by your side." Soo-young meant that she and the team would remain by his side, confirming it by saying, "So, rely on us a little." Then Soo-jung steps away from our hero and adds, "If no one else does, I will." After she leaves, our hero thinks to himself, "Thank you, Soo-jung. I finally understand what I can do." The scene shifts, and we see Dr. Myung, who is sitting in his office, surprised by our hero's entrance. Here, Mayun treats him rudely and asks, "Why did you come in here? Were you planning to apologize?" Our hero confidently replies, "That's impossible." He justifies his presence in Myung's office by saying he has something important to say. Myung responds, puzzled, "I don't know what you're talking about." Our hero then starts to defend himself, explaining that he heard the whole story from Ms. Kim Eugene. He then curiously asks, "Why did you do that for heaven's sake?" At this point, we realize our hero has decided to confront Myung, asking him why he acted that way. Myung denies it, saying, "I didn't do anything, Kim Eugene, what?" he asks incredulously. While our hero speaks firmly, he says, "At least why didn't you step away from the hospital and discuss it somewhere else?" He adds, "You spoke rudely in a nearby cafe." At that, Myung realizes he has been exposed and says, "Yes, we know each other, but I only advised her to go to the hospital because of her back pain." Then Myung asks our hero, "Are you going to tell them about this?" Our hero is surprised by the question and asks, "What do you mean?" Myung replies, "I said, are you going to reveal it to them?" Our hero responds, "Seok Han, you look pale. I feel sorry for you in a way." He then adds slyly, "Don't worry, just take some time to think, because you haven't received an apology yet." After that, our hero leaves the room, while Myung, in a fit of rage, breaks everything around him and says, "Damn you!" He then starts repeating our hero's words, "I look pale," and scowls angrily, saying, "How dare you feel sorry for me?" After that, Myung sits down and sends a message to Eugene, saying, "Do what you want. If you upload another video, I will end you at that moment." Suddenly, Myung is surprised by a notification from YouTube informing him of a new video from Eugene. At this moment, Myung is shocked and asks, "Did Kim Eugene post a new video?" Then we see Kim Eugene sitting on the ground in a state of depression, saying, "The therapy was really helpful. I know this may sound rude, but maybe I'll go for therapy again one day." After that, we see an elderly lady sitting with Myung in Myeongsung Hospital. Myung asks in surprise, "Director, what are you doing here?" He adds, "You should have told me, even if it was for a short time." The elderly lady speaks with reproach, saying, "You spoke as if this is a place I can't visit." Then Myung talks to himself in response to her question, "Because every time you come, you cause a fuss." In the end, the elderly lady speaks formally, saying, "Let's get to the point. How is the private therapy room?" Myung replies that the private therapy room is functioning well, and mentions the deputy team leader and his team. He then adds that there's no need to talk about director Lee Ji-guk, as the therapists chosen by the director have clear specialties and treat the appropriate patients. At that moment, the elderly lady asks again if there is a vacancy in the therapy room, then clarifies her intention by saying she has a friend who specializes in therapy and recently heard he returned home. Here, Myung says, "Are you asking me to hire him through the back door?" The elderly lady gets angry and replies sharply, "What do you mean by back door? There's a good term called private hiring." Myung responds, "Ah, that's a positive term used in America." He then adds, "However, there are special procedures for hiring in companies." But the elderly lady didn't like these words and firmly stated, "I am the chairwoman of this hospital, and I can choose anyone I want to work with." Myung tried to convince her to change her mind, sarcastically saying, "If the rules have collapsed, everything will collapse afterward. Why don't I also resign and put someone else in the position if you keep being stubborn?" At that moment, the elderly lady stood up angrily and asked him, "Do I look like someone who recommends this therapist without any basis?" She then explained to him that the therapist is new to Korea, having previously worked in New York. She continued defending him, saying, "He graduated from a prestigious university and has many certifications." She tried to convince him to accept the new therapist at the hospital, adding, "I'm saying this because I'm worried about you. Look at your condition these days. Isn't this because of work? In such times, we need more expert staff. This way, you'll feel comfortable, and the hospital management will stabilize, right?" In the end, Myung was convinced by her words and said, "Okay, I understand." But he suggested that director Lee Ji-guk interview the therapist first. The elderly lady agreed to his suggestion, saying, "Okay, that's enough." She then continued, adding, "Anyway, it seems you appreciate this director." Here, Myung confirmed her words, saying, "Yes, I can't deny that." He then continued to justify his opinion, saying that the therapy this person provides seems to be not just physical treatment, but also addresses really important matters. The elderly lady thought to herself, saying, "As long as the therapist is good enough, I hope he can help Seong Han." After that, the elderly lady excused herself from Myung, saying, "Okay, I will go now." Myung started giving her advice, saying, "Be careful on your way back." But before she left, she said, "Oh, by the way, the therapist I just mentioned, I wanted him to get familiar with the place, so I sent him to the private therapy room earlier. Please introduce him to the other staff." Meanwhile, the deputy team leader's team was standing. Among them, Yoon Se-jin, who asked someone in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing here?" To find a well-dressed person adjusting his tie, saying, "It seems you haven't heard about me yet." After that, he introduces himself, saying, "I am the therapist who will soon join the private therapy room. I am Kang Han-soo." He continues speaking in a condescending tone. "I returned from America not long ago, so Korean culture is still strange to me." After that, we see a large number of messages, where Director Young's son asks Lee Ji-guk to check the file he sent, which relates to the therapist Kang Han-soo. Then we see Kang crying in a dramatic scene saying, "Please take care of me." After that, we get to know Kang a little better. He graduated from the physical therapy department at Korea University and joined the internship program after passing it in New York. He then returned home after working at the Rusk Hospital, affiliated with New York University. We then see our hero standing with his phone, expressing his astonishment at the impressive qualifications. He then quietly asks himself, why is this person working as a general physical therapist in the private therapy room? Here, Yoon Se-jin hears him and curiously asks, "Director, who is this person?" The director replies with a smile, "There was a need to strengthen the work in the private therapy room, and the problem was solved thanks to the hospital director's interest. I apologize for not informing you in advance due to this quick decision." Then we see the new therapist Kang speaking to Yoon Se-jin, saying, "This is how things will be from now on. We are on the same team. I wish you good luck." But Yoon Se-jin replies coldly, "Enjoy your time." Meanwhile, Soo-jung is with the therapists, her teammates, and she curiously asks one of them about the new therapist. He responds, "It seems to me that this guy is wandering around. Is he also a therapist?" Then he answers himself, "Of course he's in a different category than a perfect person like me." After that, we suddenly see her open her eyes wide and say in shock, "Han-soo!" She remembers 4 years ago at the welcome party for new students at Korea University, where there was an interaction between her and Han-soo when he introduced himself. He said, "You seem like a new student." Soo replied, "Yes, and you're one of the seniors at the school, right?" Then Han-soo boldly asked her, "What's your name?" He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Han-soo. You can call me whatever you like." She replied, "I'm Jeon-soo." Then he responded, "Okay, can I call you freely too?" He continued talking, saying, "I'm now in graduate studies." Next, we see repeated scenes of Han-soo with Soo-jung, and among these scenes, we find her sitting with her phone, where he curiously asks, "What are you looking at? Show me." At the same moment, he asks her with interest, "Do you want to eat something?" Soo remembers previous messages between them, where he asks, "Where are you now? Do you want to have a beer with me?" Then we move to another scene where Kang is sitting and busy with his phone, saying, "Let's keep our relationship for years, then get married. A honeymoon trip to Hawaii will be enough, right?" At that moment, the message was directed to Soo, and at the same time, she replied, "Sunbai, thank you so much for taking care of me during this time, but I really don't feel any romantic interest in you. I just want to focus on my studies. I honestly believe that a late-night individual summons is not appropriate behavior. I don't understand why my graduate colleagues came to the reception, and I don't even know why I came. Please don't spread false rumors that we are in a relationship. Many people in our department have avoided me because of that. As a new student, I couldn't make many friends. I hope you won't contact me again, nor other new students. I'm sorry, but I must say this is not right, and there's no need to respond." However, Kang replied, "What's so funny? What do you mean by the welcome meeting? I wasn't interested in you," but we understand that Kang was lying when he told her he wasn't interested, because we later saw him crying, holding his phone and saying pure love and goodbye. Currently, we see all those situations replaying in front of them, but Han-soo wakes up and says to himself as if talking to her, "I could never forget you and I was always broken. I think my feelings had crossed the line back then." He continues, "But it's hard to say that meeting again was destined." After that, he speaks and greets her, saying, "Hello, Soo-jung." Here, Soo-jung responds, "Oh yes, it's been a long time, right?" Meanwhile, director Lee Ji-guk speaks, saying, "Excuse me, have you two known each other before? Amazing." Here, Han-soo says quietly, "I had real feelings," while Soo says, "He was the graduate student who was obsessed with me." At this point, Lee Ji-guk understands the situation. At the same time, he thinks to himself, "It seems they went through special circumstances." After that, our hero addressed them, saying, "Let's start working together from today." At that moment, Han-soo looked at Soo-jung saying, "I wish you good luck, Soo-jung." She replied, "Yes." Inside, he felt regret and asked himself, "How will I stay with her all day?" After that, the medical team gathered and stood together. Here, Han-soo asked inquiringly, "Why does the treatment with air pressure without gravity take so long?" Then we see a patient in the examination room, where someone asks her, "How are you? Are you okay?" She replies, "Yes, thank you." After that, Han-soo objects to the team's way of dealing with patients. He expresses his opinion, saying, "If there is a medical diagnosis from the doctors, we should work based on it because we don't have time to dedicate to each patient individually." Meanwhile, one of the team members asks him, "What if the situation continues for a long time without improvement?" He replies, "The hospital might have a chance to get more money by looking for errors in treatment, right?" Here, someone comments in disapproval, "But this treatment requires only a therapist and a hospital, and the patient will be excluded." After that, we understand that this is the opinion of the team leader who justifies his treatment strategy, saying, "Our treatment room gives the highest priority to treating the patient. We do not differentiate between individual therapists, nor do we offer special rewards. You may not know how things were when you were in the United States, but since you have become part of the special treatment department, I hope you are careful in this regard." At that moment, Han-soo spoke as if uninterested, raising his hand with an expression of indifference, saying, "You know, Mr. Lee, there's a saying in the United States that it's none of my business." In another scene, our hero is sitting in his office, thinking that the doctor provides the diagnosis, while the physical therapist treats based on that. After reviewing his thoughts for a moment, he said, what he said wasn't wrong, but at the same moment, he objected, saying, but if the physical therapist doesn't listen to the story, it won't be better than working with a machine. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door, and the director replied, yes, come in. It was Soo-jung who entered, opening the door halfway and asking, do you have a little time? Then she continued, I noticed you were thinking a lot and feeling anxious, so I felt worried too. Here, the director admitted, saying, after all, I can't fool teacher Soo-jung. Then Soo-jung placed her hand on his shoulder and said, was this because of Han-soo? Then she got closer to him and said, please, don't worry too much. You're the director who leads the special treatment room. At this moment, we see Han-soo watching Soo-jung with the director from outside the room, breaking down in tears and saying, no, this can't be. Soo-jung, you destroyed my innocence this way. After that, he imagines her in a romantic situation with our hero, and he says in despair, you were flirting with another man. Then he falls to the ground, losing his balance, and adds bitterly, Mr. Lee, I will never forgive you. At that moment, he notices Mi-young standing behind him, asking, are you Mr. Han-soo? When Han-soo turns around, Mi-young continues, saying, I came to visit you after hearing the story from my grandmother. Then he introduces himself, saying, I'm Mi-young Seo-kan, a rehabilitation doctor. Meanwhile, Kang wipes his tears and starts welcoming Mi-young, who wishes him all the best, while Kang makes a decision in himself, saying, I decided to end this terrible love the right way. We see our hero in a new scene analyzing Dr. Kang Han's character, noticing that it has been a while since the doctor entered the special treatment room. He says, it seems that therapist Han-soo is skilled in all types of treatments, and the patients were somewhat satisfied with his performance. He is truly talented and deserves those qualities, but the problem lies in his behavior. After that, our hero calls out to him, saying, Dr. Kang, can you help? Dr. Kang replies, hello, what's up? Our hero says, if you're done with the treatment, can you help Dr. Dong-do with something? Here Kang expresses his objection, saying, what a help. Do you expect me to offer my expertise gained in New York for free to someone else? Our hero repeats his request, clarifying that the doctor is a colleague of his. He adds, so just help him once, but Kang objects again, saying, no, that's a very stupid approach. Gaining experience is something you have to do yourself. In this scene, Yoon Se-jin talks with her teammates and expresses her opinion about Kang's behavior, saying he is really a bad character. The same person who needed help responds, pointing out that he only asked for help carrying the treatment equipment. After that, we see our hero putting his hand on his face, losing hope in the new therapist Kang, and saying to himself, he really refuses to integrate with his teammates. After that, our hero thinks to himself and says, there is one way that can be used in such cases, and it seems he means finding a solution to help Kang integrate with the team. Then our hero speaks enthusiastically, saying, it's time to leave, and at the last moment, he offers his team a generous proposal, saying, how about dinner today at the meat restaurant we visited last time? But unfortunately, Kang declines the dinner invitation, saying he will try to go home. Here, our hero tries to convince him, saying, listen, don't do that. Let's go together. Since entering the private treatment room, we have never had dinner together. At that moment, Kang started thinking to himself about forcing people to join the dinner, saying it was a bad habit in Korea, while our hero and his teammates stood a little further away, talking and discussing Kang's character. Then one of them said, we can't do anything. After that, we see our hero talking to Soo-jung, saying, Kang Han has isolated himself in the private treatment room over time, and I don't know why, but he seemed to be looking for a specific reason. In another scene, we find our hero standing with Yoon Se-jin, one of his team members, talking to them enthusiastically and encouragingly. Both showed remarkable skill, prompting Yoon Se-jin to respond, it's all thanks to the good guidance of the director, referring to our hero as the director. He replied, no, you have flourished on your own. At that moment, our hero received a system notification stating that individual skills are a window to skills, displaying the places where skill levels can be raised. The notification showed several different levels, and we then see our hero thinking to himself in amazement, my level has increased a lot after treating many patients. Well, let's continue like this. Suddenly, our hero finds Kang entering, saying, sir, can you talk for a moment? Kang spoke nervously, saying, I am someone who dealt with the upper class in the Upper East Side of New York. Shouldn't you be providing me with patients that match my expertise? He was holding a file for a patient, pointing to her name, In Young, age 78, with a diagnosis of osteoarthritis. Here, Kang nervously asked our hero, is it reasonable for me to take care of this grandmother? Inside, our hero was lost in thought, realizing that the reason for his rapid progress was related to Dr. Kang Han-soo, and he admitted to himself, it was hard even to count the number of patients handed over to him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared again, specifying the task he needed to undertake, where the goal was to restore the knee joint's range of motion to over 120 degrees, with an enticing reward. Our hero thought for a moment about the offer, wondering about the possibility of restoring the knee joint's range of motion. While our hero was speaking, Kang Han interrupted, saying, I don't think it would be beneficial for you to keep transferring patients to me. I would like to tell you that I studied in the United States until I graduated. Kang continued confidently, saying it seemed Mr. Lee mainly specializes in massage. Our hero replied that it wasn't just massage, but there was a need for treatment, so there wouldn't be a problem doing anything. Meanwhile, Dr. Kang entered into a discussion with our hero, pointing out that the hospital is not a place for a massage center in the neighborhood. He added that besides massage, there are many other treatment methods, such as using ice. Our hero replied tiredly that he didn't know, but he believed that pressure massage was more effective than ice. Here, Dr. Kang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, I believe Mr. Lee's treatment has negatively affected the level of our clinic. He inquired if there were any other good treatments. Then Kang confirmed, we are always ready to discuss alternative treatment methods, as these discussions contribute to the development of our skills. Our hero responded with a question. How can pressure massage affect the clinic's level? That's hard to understand. Pressure massage is one of the treatment methods in general, and it is essentially a treatment that stimulates the muscles and enhances biological responses through physical stimulation. This treatment has traditionally proven effective, not only in ancient Rome, but around the world. Undervaluing this type of treatment just because of its simplicity is something a physical therapist should not do. After that, our hero asked Dr. Kang a serious question for the second time. Isn't it biased for a teacher to think that massage reduces the quality of physical therapy? There is no high or low-level treatment in the treatment process. Dr. Kang asked, what is your therapeutic philosophy? Does it differ from mine? Here, the discussion between him and therapist Kang was settled, where he said, the words I want to say go beyond boundaries. Let me handle Ms. In Young's case as well. He then added, but as we talked a moment ago, I hope there won't be any avoidance of patients or treatment methods. After that, Dr. Kang quickly left our hero's office, and our hero thought to himself, it seems you tend to cry a lot, Dr. Kang. Then our hero began examining Ms. Jung's file, saying, the knee cartilage was damaged due to osteoarthritis, and she recently underwent surgery. Clearly, the goal of the task is to restore the joint's range of motion to over 120 degrees. Ms. Jung is elderly and has undergone surgical treatment, so even in the best recovery scenarios, the maximum might be around 122.5 degrees. Considering Ms. Jung's condition, it seems the goal is nearly impossible, but the reward seems extraordinary. Our hero curiously asked himself, what is the amazing offer? I wonder. The next day, our hero was sitting in the treatment room when the elderly Ms. In Young entered, accompanied by a girl pushing her wheelchair. Here, our hero spoke and asked her, hello, you are Ms. In Young, right? The girl with her replied, yes, I am Jo Yujin, her daughter. We hope you provide good treatment, while Ms. In Young spoke anxiously, saying, well, let me go home. I don't belong here. At that, her daughter shouted at her, Mom, you can't go back. I've told you repeatedly that you need to complete the treatment at this clinic. Inside, the mother thought, I will go by myself. It seems she doesn't listen to me. Then she added defiantly, try to see. I will prove to you how capable I am. When Ms. Jung started to walk, she stumbled and fell, causing chaos in the place. Here, her daughter rushed to help her, asking anxiously, oh my God, what happened? Are you okay? The mother reassured her, saying, no need to worry, I just stumbled a bit. After that, the daughter apologized to the director, saying, I'm sorry, I will compensate for everything that fell. Meanwhile, our hero stood contemplating and thought to himself, it seems another wonderful patient has come again. Events continued, and a frustrated person said, go arrange your things elsewhere. Find a place to live or start farming. We have outgrown what we were, and a new era has begun after us. Ms. Jung continued, sitting in her wheelchair, saying, how precious is the age of youth. Her daughter advised her, saying, Mom, can you just take the treatment calmly and leave? But the elderly woman replied in frustration, if I can stand well, that's enough. I've tried this treatment here. The medical tape works when used and sleeping deeply. Why the need to go to the hospital? Her daughter asked in surprise, what? And seemed astonished by her response. As for our hero, he reassured the grandmother, saying, don't worry too much. Today is the first day and we will just monitor your condition. The grandmother replied to him hopelessly, saying, the doctors who treated me until now always said this is just prolonging time, and money is being spent incorrectly. Ah, these troubles. Our hero lowered himself to the grandmother's level in the wheelchair and said, today is Mr. In Young's evaluation day. We will assess the range of motion and muscle strength. Can you bend your legs once? Then we see the grandmother standing with a walking cane, starting her first steps in treatment. At that moment, the therapist diagnosed the grandmother's condition and noted that the range of motion did not exceed 90 degrees. Then a notification from the system appeared, stating that the patient's knee joint had moved by 30 degrees after about 4 weeks of artificial surgery. Typically, a patient can reach about 100 degrees at this stage. Here, our hero began reassuring the grandmother, saying there was no need to worry, as she had very good muscle strength, indicating she would get positive results with active exercises. He confidently said, in summary, there's no need to worry now. I will first assess the angles. Can you lift your left leg here and bend your knee? Indeed, Our hero began helping the grandmother with the exercises, encouraging her by saying, "Oh, you can bend your knee much better. I will ask you to stay in this position for a short while." Here, our hero starts talking to himself as he re-evaluates the grandmother's health condition. He says that, of course, the angle has improved compared to the beginning, but it is still not in the shape he hopes for. Then he asks himself how to make that more effective. We see that he brought a stick called finger stick and asks the grandmother to try it, saying, "Hold this and try to do this movement. Imagine it's a sword and try the stabbing motion." After that, we witness great joy from the elderly woman with her daughter as she expresses her happiness for her progress in treatment. And here her daughter says in amazement, "Oh my God, Mom, the angle improved in an instant." The grandmother replies, "Isn't it? It has improved, hasn't it? I think so too." Here our hero says, "Today's treatment ends here. You worked hard." The grandmother rejoices greatly and thinks to herself, "If that's the case, I can do it. I will quickly return to where I should be." A week later, the therapist said, "Thank you for your great effort in treatment today. Have you noticed an improvement in the joint's range of motion over the days?" The grandmother listened and replied, "This way, we will meet at every upcoming treatment session." The therapist confidently assured her, "When the knee can bend forward, you won't need to visit the hospital anymore." He then added, "I understand your concern about the threat issue, but there are treatment procedures here." The grandmother asked inquiringly, "How did you know I was in a hurry because of the threat issue?" The therapist explained, "While you were in treatment, I noticed that your leg muscles are strong, and the hardened skin on your hands may be a result of working for a long time gripping something." Then he curiously asked, "Earlier, was the song you were singing the song of the salt workers on their way to the salt field?" The grandmother jokingly replied, "You seem to be a ghost." Anyway, she realized why she needed to return home quickly. "We are in the onion harvest season, and we need to start harvesting the crops." Our hero said, "Nevertheless, your knee cannot fully extend and bend yet." The grandmother replied confidently, "And what's the problem with not bending fully? I don't have any difficulty walking right now, and I'm not going to participate in a walking competition or anything like that." At that moment, her daughter entered shouting, "Mom, were you talking about the salt farm again? What's so inspiring about that? Walking is important." Then her daughter added in annoyance, "When the salt farm is mentioned, it really bothers me. Let's stop talking about it because of that farm." Before she could finish her sentence, our hero asked curiously, "Did something happen there?" The daughter approached her mother and said, "Anyway, let's say you want to leave the hospital because of it. You really can't sit idly by." Suddenly, Dr. Myung walks in and says to our hero, "I came to see how your treatment is progressing." Then he turns to Ms. Jong and asks, "How are you? Have you improved a lot?" She replies, "Yes, I've improved a lot compared to the beginning, thanks to the wonderful doctor here." At that point, Myung explains why he is there, saying, "Actually, I came to check on a few things. It seems there's something unusual." Our hero asks, "What do you consider unusual?" Myung responds seriously, "Can a patient who underwent knee surgery achieve this level of muscle strength? If we measured correctly, the results should be difficult." Here, our hero justifies that this can't be the expected muscle strength. We should consider that Yang is an exceptional case, as he has very high muscle strength. Myung speaks arrogantly, saying he is a doctor and knows his patients better than anyone else. The patient asks him, "Have you seen it for yourself?" Myung looks surprised at what the patient just said. The grandmother firmly replies, "Did you see if my muscle strength is strong or weak, doctor?" She continues nervously, "As someone who knows the salt farm better than anyone else, I know where it hurts me best." We see the grandmother getting into a heated argument with Myung, defending Dr. Lee and saying he treated her daily. Meanwhile, Myung thinks to himself, "Oh my God, I have to endure in front of the patient. I'll review the medical records again." Then Myung leaves angrily. The grandmother asks in disbelief, "Did he just close the door on an elderly person and leave?" At that moment, our hero thinks to himself sadly, Myung Han or Professor Kang Han are not trying to treat the patient. He continues talking to himself, saying, "So, let me do what I can for my patients, to protect their daily lives, and to provide the smiles and physical therapy I offer." At that moment, our hero is surprised to receive a call from Myung Jin, with the caller ID showing Director Myung Jin, the father of Dr. Myung. And when our hero read the name, he said in surprise, "The director?" After that, our hero went to Myung Jin's office, where he asked, "Myung, are you here, Dr. Lee? I'm sure you know why I called you." Our hero replied, "Could it be that you called me because of what happened with Myung?" Here, the director handed him a document saying, "It has been a year and 3 months since the opening of the private treatment room. These are our hospital's sales for this month, where the private treatment rooms achieved half the sales of the rehabilitation treatment rooms. Given that the capacity of the rehabilitation room is 40, and there are 6 people in the private treatment room caring for more than 20 people." Our hero responded to the director, saying, "I knew that sales had increased a lot over the past year, but when I reviewed that with the actual indicators, I didn't feel it was real." Our hero imagined himself with his team celebrating their achievements, saying, "Maybe we've accomplished great things so far." But the director replied, "It still seems unreal, but you can be proud of yourself. That's all there is to it. After that, our hero thought to himself that these results are the fruit of Dr. Kang Han's efforts and the two talented individuals, leading to improved sales and an increasing reputation for the treatment room day by day. Then, he asked the director, "How is Dr. Kang Han these days? I was worried about potential cultural mismatches, but I'm glad he's adapting well." Our hero replied to the director, "Well, let's say he's truly talented." Here the director spoke, saying, "Initially he spent 3 years in the United States, and that's the American style." At that moment, our hero thought, 3 years? Suddenly, the director received a call, saying to our hero, "I apologize for interrupting the conversation. This is my son's girlfriend, and she has a very nice personality." At that moment, our hero began to think sadly, wondering about his friend Myung, saying, "Is he talking about Ji-eun?" Then he added sadly, "This is the old friend my mother introduced to me. It hasn't been long since he came to Korea after studying abroad." He then continued, "But that's not our topic right now. I don't know if I look like a fool without realizing anything, and I feel anxious. But let's focus on my work first." After the director finished his call, he said to our hero, "The story has drifted off course. Actually, the reason I called you today is..." Then the director handed our hero an envelope saying, "Please think of this as a reward for your outstanding leadership and private treatment. This is a ticket for a health checkup, and there are 3 attached papers, so please share them with your family." At that moment, our hero received the news happily and thanked the director. On the other side, we see the director's son, Myung, sitting in the car with his girlfriend. She asks him, "Are you going back to the hospital right away?" He replies, "I have some work left. I need to go to the hospital now. You can go to the station by yourself." His girlfriend feels upset inside and thinks, "It definitely wasn't like this when we started dating. Over time, we've become more neglectful of each other. Even if we go out on a date, it's just a movie and a meal, and that's it." Then she asks herself, "Is this boredom? Anyway, we should take some time to talk about our relationship." Suddenly, she screams and asks Myung, "What if we crash into something because of your reckless driving?" He coldly replies, "Why are you so angry?" Ji-eun's thoughts swirl in her mind, wondering how things could be so different when she was with Ji-ji. She pauses for a moment and recalls similar moments from her past relationship, where she would tell her ex-boyfriend that the road was too crowded and wonder if they could get through the traffic. He would calmly respond, warning that it could be dangerous and suggesting they wait until things improved. At that moment, she would scold him, questioning how long they had been in the same place and how long he would keep thinking this way. Ji-eun returns to the present, wondering why she suddenly thought of that time. Then she notices something in Myung's car and curiously asks him about it. Myung calmly replies, explaining that it might belong to his mother, as he dropped her off a while ago, but she left it behind. She anxiously asks, "Is this what your mother uses? Didn't you buy it for another woman?" He responds nervously, "Hey, why are you talking like that? I told you it belongs to my grandmother, and I don't understand why you have this misunderstanding now." At that moment, Ji-eun felt annoyed and told Si-hwan that she couldn't listen to him because he sounded childish. When she got out of the car and started walking, he began calling after her, saying, "Ji-eun, wait a moment." But she didn't respond and described Si-hwan as a trashy guy. She continued walking down the street crying, saying, "What a bad young man." Meanwhile, she bumped into Dr. Lee, and here was the surprise. When he asked her in shock, Ji-eun said, "Don't say anything. Just go your way. We're strangers now." But he replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, we shouldn't pretend we don't know each other. If you're going through a tough time, at least tell me." But she turned her back on him and said, "Who needs your help? I'm tired of this kind of character. We haven't been happy for 10 years, and you know very well why I decided to break up." We then see moments from the past, several years ago, where our hero is standing and pointing at someone saying, "A little to the left, a little more to the left, yes there, great." And we realize that at that time, he was establishing his own center, and Ji-eun was beside him sharing those happy moments. Then Ji-eun speaks and asks him, "Is the construction going well?" He jokingly replies, "Why are you here?" She answers, "It's the opening day of the center my ambitious friend built, so I have to be here to see it." At that moment, a stranger passes by them and guesses, "You two look like a young couple. You shine like the sun." Our hero starts to feel confused and says, "No, not yet. I can't consider us a couple." Ji-eun then asks him how he feels about starting his own center, to which he replies, "So far, I feel really good." Their hands intertwine, and Ji-eun asks if he thinks the center will succeed. Our hero answers, "We have to work hard just like we have so far." 3 months pass after the center opens, and our hero is sitting in his center reading a book when Ji-eun visits him. He welcomes her, but she sincerely asks, "How many guests came today?" After a brief pause, our hero replies, 5 people. Ji-eun then says, "I suggest we at least try to find an investor who can run the center. All the centers here operate with investments from companies. You know you're not making enough money to buy food right now, right? If things keep going like this, it might be better to close the center. At that moment, our hero reassures her, saying, "It hasn't been long since we started, and even though I can't make money, I love this center. The situation is still tough, but there are people coming to our center, so I will put in more effort." Ji-yoon then cups his cheek and says, "What if you were a bit nicer? I've fallen in love with you." When she finishes speaking, he asks her to let go of his cheek because it hurts. The scene shifts to Ji-yoon carrying a food box, heading to visit our hero, who is exhausted from working at the center. She says to him, "You haven't eaten, you've just been reading books, right? It's just a simple thing, but eat this food and I'll leave." Here, our hero stops her and says, "Wait a minute, are you really going to leave?" But she quickly turns away and says, "Something urgent came up." After that, we see them both in the present scene, where memories fade as she scolds him, saying, "I would have felt satisfied alone. I came all the way to the end, and you didn't listen to me. As long as you're good, you know nothing about the world." Here, our hero reflects, "If I had been more capable back then, would I have overcome failure or influenced things a bit?" But Ji-yoon interrupts his thoughts, saying, "But it seems like things are good now. You must have gained a lot of experience in this hospital." Then she continues in despair, "I'm a bad girl, so don't pity my tears. They are the result of my choices. Where are you now and the people around you? It's a path I chose myself, but this time go to the end as you want." At that time, our hero repeats her words, saying, "I must walk the way I want. In the past, I relied on others' words and didn't listen to those around me. I was arrogant. However, I feel I've matured a lot during the time I spent with many patients." After that, we see his team waiting for him, asking each other why the team leader wants to hold a meeting before working hours. Kang, with annoyance, says, "If the director decides to meet someone, he should talk to them quickly. Anyway, the vertical culture in Korea is very ineffective." Then the team leader speaks formally, saying, "Our therapeutic unit is just a reservation department in Myeongsung Hospital." All team members start expressing their opinions, with one saying they are targeting VIPs in the hospital, while Soo-jung points out that the room is designated for private therapy, making it a suitable environment to focus on each patient. One team member adds that the space allows them to listen to patients' stories and understand their real needs. The deputy team leader intervenes to express his desire to lead the private therapy unit. After that, we see our hero in In-jung's room, asking her about the meaning of salt farm, saying, "We need to understand that ourselves." Suddenly, Director Lee gathers his team again and suggests they go help at the salt farm over the weekend. At that moment, Dr. Kang objects, and Director Lee says, "Of course you have the freedom not to go. I don't have a car, so I'll look for someone to accompany me." Here, Kang starts thinking to himself, "A salt farm? Are you crazy? Who would want to go there on this hot day?" Then he confidently says, "I'm sorry, Director Lee, but that idea is completely unreasonable." Meanwhile, Soo-jung speaks enthusiastically, "I love the idea. Let's go together if you allow it, Director." Kang is surprised by her reaction and asks, why did she like the idea? Soo-jung justifies, "Well, there are many good things at salt farms, right? I can help patients, and since I'm at the beach, I can eat raw fish, swim, and exercise." Yoon Si-jin responds, "Oh, then I'll go too." Their teammate adds, "I've gained a lot of weight these days, so I need to move." Another says, "I'll join you too. It's good work for the patient." The atmosphere is filled with excitement and fun. Yoon Si-jin slyly asks, "What does Teacher Kang think?" After that, we see Kang crying in the hospital corridor, asking why Soo-jung said she would leave immediately. Was it because of Director Lee? Why, for heaven's sake, is he spending the golden weekend experiencing a salt farm, all for one elderly patient? Then he collapses on the ground saying, "Mom, these people here are strange." Our hero stands with his team, giving them instructions related to the salt farm. Suddenly, they hear a knock on the door, and when Director Lee allows the visitor to enter, they find a doctor who has come to greet our hero, saying, "Hello." Our hero asks in surprise, "What brings you here?" The doctor replies with a smile, "I came because I was feeling bored. What are you all doing here?" After that, a brief conversation occurs, where the doctor tells our hero that someone is crying loudly in the hallway, calling for Soo-jung. Our hero responds, "It's fine. He's used to it." Then the doctor excuses himself, saying, "Okay, see you later." Meanwhile, Soo-jung says, "Let's leave work too." The director agrees, saying, "Yes, everyone has worked hard today." After that, the director sits wondering if he will be able to succeed at the salt farm and perform his job to the fullest. The next day, our hero and Soo-jung arrive at the farm, and when they get out of the car, our hero looks around in admiration and says, "Amazing." Soo-jung replies, "Director, look at that salt container over there. Doesn't it look like a field of snow?" The director confirms her words, saying, "Yes, it really does." After that, all team members arrive, and our hero asks about team leader Jang Won. Here, Yoon Se-jin says, "I received a text earlier saying he would arrive soon." It isn't long before Jang arrives, saying, "Hey, it smells like salt. I really feel like it's been a long time since I visited the sea." Meanwhile, Kang is with his enthusiastic girlfriend, who says to him, "You said you were going to the beach." Jang replies, "Well, this salty sea is also a sea." At that point, his girlfriend gives in, saying, "Now that I'm here, I'll do my best to help you." Soo-jung thanks her, and at the same time, our hero is thinking about where he should go to experience salt farming. Suddenly, he receives a call from In-kyung, and he answers, "Yes, we've arrived. Where should we go for the experience?" After After a while, an elderly man approaches the medical team and asks himself, "Are these the doctors who said they would come to help with the work?" After that, we learn that the process of making sea salt takes about 20 days, during which water is transferred from the tank that stores seawater to the evaporation pond. Then, the seawater is concentrated in the evaporation pond and turned into water, and it is also concentrated in the crystallization pool until the salinity reaches 25 degrees or more. After finishing collecting the salt from the crystallization pool to the edge of the salt container using shovels, the salt is produced only from the sea, wind, and sunlight, which is the salt that nature provides. Next, we see Yoon Se-jin screaming, "Ah, my feet, Mom, save me." Jang hears her and says, "Of course, it takes a lot of manpower." Then one team member says, "I think I'll schedule an appointment in the treatment room," while another says, "My forehead is white. Is it heaven?" At that moment, our hero speaks, saying, "Teacher Jung-do, there's no salt in your container." At the same time, we hear someone speaking saying, "What if this spreads to everyone? Teacher, is the private treatment room here? Will we be able to compete with the 3 teams from the rehabilitation department like this?" At that moment, our hero warns Jang, saying, "Try to use more strength." Jang replies, "As expected from the great Choi, I knew that the energy trained through farming would shine." Here, Yoon Se-jin responds, "I don't think so." After that, we see our hero in a scene with In-kyung's daughter, where he asks her in surprise, "Is In-kyung sick? How did she manage to do that?" Her daughter thanks him, saying, "Thank you for your great efforts today. Although it's related to treatment, turning salt isn't easy." Our hero adds, "It's very hard to understand people your mother's age." Then he continues, "Maybe In-kyung spent her whole life in this farm. If others saw that, they might think it's just stubbornness." The daughter replies, "Maybe because it's filled with family treasures and memories. I've never tried to understand my mother in such a direct way before. I think dealing with the therapist is something special, as if I've been treated for something more than just a painful spot." After that, the daughter turns to the therapist, pleading, "Please continue to support me. I look forward to your unique treatment." Then we see the hero sitting alone, talking to himself. "The way I walk is only for me, but there's still something missing. I thought I would find the answer here." At that moment, Soo-jung comes and asks him, "What's bothering you, director?" He looks at her in surprise at her presence and says, "Soo-jung." At that moment, Soo-jung says, "Everyone is having so much fun," while the rest of the team sits behind them, drinking and enjoying themselves. Soo-jung asks again, "Aren't you joining in the drinking games?" Our hero replies with a smile, "I'm not used to drinking games, and I have things to think about." Let's rewind to days gone by, where our hero stands with Myung, the arrogant director's son. Myung says to him, "You selfish person. I heard everything. You're going to work at the salt flats. It's good to be a physical therapist." Then he adds sarcastically, "Why don't you switch to this field completely?" Our hero replies, "Stop. It's a decision I made to understand patients better." Myung retorts mockingly, "Wasn't it always like this? Don't pretend to be kind while you're always the only one benefiting." Our hero confidently responds that he will do his best from his position to help patients. Myung replies, "If you take care of each patient individually, what will happen next? Will you be able to help everyone who comes to this hospital? You can't empathize with all patients, so don't do that. It's pure hypocrisy. Remember that there's a system in the hospital, and what you're doing here is undermining that system." After recounting his encounter with Myung, our hero says, "What angered me at that time wasn't the doctor's attitude exploiting the patient's circumstances, nor the insulting words that wounded my will, but what truly angered me was that I couldn't respond to those words." Here Sue calms him, saying, "When I feel anxious, there's nothing better than walking at night." Then she takes his hand excitedly and says, "Let's go, director." Suddenly we see them walking on the beach at night. At that moment, Director Lee spoke to me, saying, "You asked me earlier what I was thinking, and honestly, I'm still not sure about my treatment. While I work for the patient, I worry that my treatment might be biased. I'm sorry. It seems I've brought up a very heavy topic." Soo-jung looked up at the sky and said, "Whenever I face a problem, I look at the night sky and clear my mind. After that, I feel at ease and can sleep well. Just as I share my feelings with the night sky, I'd like to share your feelings too." Director Lee began to recall tragic moments he had experienced, saying, "No matter how hard I try, the world won't change. I know the world will remain full of hatred and bias. People will continue to act poorly due to their feelings of inadequacy and envy. However, I believe that at the end of this journey, I will find what I'm looking for. I was so engrossed in the conversation that I sat close to you. What will I do next?" At that moment, 2 people were hiding nearby, watching the romantic moments between the director and Soo-jung. Jang spoke to his girlfriend, saying that Lee looked very worried, and it was clear he was tense. He had become the center of attention. Jang's girlfriend commented on the scene with Director Lee and Soo-jung. "In times like this, you need to be quick-witted." Jang asked her in surprise, "Why? Does your boyfriend look handsome in the treatment room?" Grandma In-jung was talking to her daughter with reproach, saying, "Why did you schedule the treatment so early today? I need to watch the morning show." Her daughter replied, "You can watch it later in the replay." Then the doctors asked me to bring you, Mom, because they wanted to see you. The mother replied with annoyance, "Oh my god, strange men. It's fine if the patient wants to see the doctor, but why do the doctors want to see the patient?" Suddenly, we saw Grandma sitting on the beach in her wheelchair, inhaling the salty air that reminded her of her memories. She said, said, "On the day I announced that I wanted to live in the salt farms for the rest of my life, the elders in the whole neighborhood tried to stop me. They said I was still young and had a bright future, and that I would regret it. But in reality, I lost a lot. Youth, time, and health. Despite others' opposition, I left nothing behind. I walked my own path, which was the most precious decision I made in my life. I went there and came back, and here the old woman's daughter asks her, 'How was it, Mom? Was it a good gift?' The daughter was referring to the surprise she prepared for her mother by visiting the salt field. The mother replied happily, 'Yes.' As for the director, he was talking to himself, saying, 'I can't stop doubting myself. I will trust myself and take the path I need to take.' At that moment, Sujing entered feeling embarrassed, saying, 'I'm sorry,' but he replied, 'No, it's not like that.' Then he thought to himself, 'I can't even look Sujing in the face.' While Sujing blamed herself, she thought, 'I've gone crazy. Even if I'm drunk, I can't date a doctor.' After that, they met again, and Sujing asked directly, 'What happened? Are we dating now?' But he answered, 'I haven't confessed yet.' Meanwhile, Grandma and her daughter were watching them in an awkward situation, and Grandma curiously asked, 'What happened?' Both of their faces turned red. The doctor replied while avoiding the question, 'Nothing. I think the air conditioning in the treatment room is weak today.' Grandma's daughter said to the doctor, 'Actually, I have something to tell you today since I'm here for treatment.' The doctor looked at her expectantly and said, 'Yes.' The girl added, 'We have a gift for you.' He replied in surprise, 'A gift?' Then we see Dr. Lee receiving the gift from Grandma Injung's daughter, saying, 'What a gift.' Grandma replied, 'This salt is made in our local farms.' She then added, 'Don't hesitate. Take a bag for each person.' At that moment, one of his team members spoke, saying, 'Wow, salt is expensive these days.' Meanwhile, Yoon Sejin asked, 'Is it really okay for me to accept something like this?' Director Lee replied in astonishment, 'But there are 5 bags.' Grandma responded, 'He who does not work does not eat, right?' Then she continued, 'That lazy man didn't come,' referring to Kang. While the medical team members consulted among themselves, one suggested, 'What if we divide our share?' Another replied, 'We should live and share among ourselves when needed.' However, Kang remained objectionable, saying, 'I didn't need it until now.' When the doctor saw Grandma Injung smiling happily, he said, 'I too will be able to smile for my loved ones one day.' Then system notifications appeared, indicating that the conditions for an important mission in my real place had been met. A few months later, we see Grandma Injung and her daughter in the salt field. The daughter shouts at her mother, 'Oh my God, stop that, Mom. Use the machine. What if you get hurt again and end up in the hospital?' Mrs. Injung replied enthusiastically, 'I'm fine, so don't worry.' She pointed to her knee, saying, 'The doctors fixed it very well, so there's no need to worry. I will control it so I don't overdo it, and I will go to the hospital sometimes for checkups.' After that, the mother held her daughter's hand and reassured her that she would stay healthy to be with her daughter for a long time. The daughter tried to talk to her mother and advise her, but the mother interrupted, saying, 'Okay, Eugene, let's work hard until sunset.' 'Here,' the daughter said in surrender, 'I really can't stop my mom.' Director Lee was sitting in his office with his team, pointing out that it was raining outside, so he warned them all. He then added that he appreciated their great efforts today. In his mind, he was recalling Grandma's health condition, wondering at first how to treat her. As time passed, it became clearer when he began to understand the patient's condition. Suddenly, he received a call from his mother, and after answering, he said, referring to his parents, 'They seem to be fine, and that's good.' After that, we see the hospital director waiting for the medical examination results, sitting with Director Lee, who said, 'Recently, no matter how much I sleep, I feel tired. Could it be my liver?' Director Lee replied, 'There's nothing major, but I'm not sure if the tea I bought for you suits your taste.' Here we understand that Director Lee had given a gift of special tea to the hospital director because he had previously gifted him a free examination voucher for himself and his family. The hospital director replied that the examination voucher was just a small reward for the work he had done, and there was no need to give a thank you gift. Here, Director Lee commented, 'I believe that feelings of gratitude fade when we hide them, and we should express our gratitude strongly so it reaches others. Someone told me that.' The hospital director agreed with him, saying, 'I think I've heard that before.' Then the hospital director spoke to Director Lee, saying, 'You're Suhan's friend from high school, right?' Director Lee replied, 'Yes, a friend, I think.' The hospital director asked him, 'Did Suhan talk about his mother?' Director Lee replied, 'Well, he didn't talk much about his family.' The hospital director said regretfully, 'My wife, Suhan's mother, was sick for a long time after giving birth to him, yet I couldn't stay by her side, claiming I was busy working at the hospital. I may be a recognized doctor, but I wasn't a good father or husband. I feel a lot of regret now, and I'm just sorry.' We know that Suhan is actually Dr. Myung. Then Dr. Lee drifted off a bit in thought, saying, 'I don't know what kind of person I would have been before becoming a physical therapist. A good son, a friend, or a lover.' And when he remembered those moments between him and Soo-jung, he said to himself, 'I said that because of the atmosphere. We didn't officially agree to date.' Then the hospital director called out to him, 'Dr. Lee, are you okay?' Dr. Lee replied, 'I'm fine. Maybe because of the rain, I feel more tired today.' The director said, 'You seem like an interesting person.' Then he confessed to him, saying, 'This is a story I don't easily share with others, but for some reason, I feel comfortable talking about such things with you. You're busy too, so I don't think we'll meet alone much in the future. Before leaving, the director added, by the way, there's something I want to ask you. Then he quickly continued before Dr. Lee could ask about his request, saying, Suhan grew up alone since he was little, and he pretends not to care. But in reality, he's an immature child. I know Suhan acted rudely to you. No, not rudely, but he behaved in a way that no one should. All of this is due to my negligence as a father. I know this is inappropriate, but I hope you don't hate him too much. Here Dr. Lee said, I would be lying if I said I didn't feel hatred, but I never truly hated Suhan. Then he confessed to him saying, I didn't tell you this before, but in reality, I was never a friend of Suhan. I can't be his friend, but just as I changed in this hospital, I believe such a time will come for Suhan too. After that, the hospital director presented a gift to the doctor saying, please, accept it. The doctor asked him, aren't these car keys? Can I really accept something like this? The director replied, don't you use public transportation to get to work, doctor? This car originally belonged to Suhan, but it seems someone else will benefit from it better. Aren't we supposed to express our feelings strongly so they reach others? I feel my gratitude to you should rise to this level. At that moment, system notifications appeared, announcing that a surprise and wonderful offer had been presented as a reward for the mission. After a few weeks, the second offer would be presented. At that time, the doctor thought to himself, isn't this the end? The hospital director continued praising Dr. Lee, saying, I carefully read your treatment report, and your passion for visiting the salt farms for your patients was wonderful. Can you accept it as a heartfelt gift to support your treatment? Then the director added, trying to convince Dr. Lee to accept the car, don't hesitate to refuse if it's a burden for you, but at least try driving it, especially with the rain falling. Dr. Lee replied in surrender. Okay, I'll drive it today only. Thank you very much. The hospital director smiled and said, drive carefully. The doctor was inspecting the steering wheel in the car, talking about the hospital director, saying, how can he think of gifting a car to an employee like me? I feel like that's a burden, but I don't feel bad about it. Not because I don't want to get along with Suhan, but based on the director's request, Suhan should stop bothering me, especially in the future, if that guy doesn't try to plot something again. After the hospital director finished the meeting with the doctor, we see him sitting in his office saying, this should be enough to help Suhan. Then he reads the medical examination report and expresses his dissatisfaction, saying, it's really shameful. How can a neurologist's physical condition be like this? I must hold on a little longer until my son can stand on his own. After that, we see Dr. Kang sitting at the dining table talking about Grandma's reward for the team members due to their efforts in treating her, but he talks about it sarcastically and indifferently. He says, if there was a proper compensation or if an order came from the officials, it would have been understandable, but what happened was just a bag of salt. I really don't understand. Of course, it's not because I'm angry that I couldn't get it on my own. I'm calm. It's not worth the risk for an ordinary person. The other doctors were listening to Dr. Kang's talk, and one of them wondered to himself why this man, who had only been in the United States for 3 years, was speaking this way. Then one of them advised him that it would be better for him to build a relationship with someone who could help him improve his performance, pointing out that he seemed to carry a lot of worries. He added, Dr. Kang, you remind me of myself when I was younger. I used to worry about my performance every day. Dr. Kang replied in surprise, what? I haven't aged, I haven't gained weight, and I haven't lost my hair, like Mr. Park. Kang's remarks were directed at Mr. Park, who was trying to advise him. Then Kang added sarcastically, oh my god, have you ever planted a single hair on your head? In another scene, Dr. Park is talking about Dr. Lee and his team with Dr. Myung. Park says, anyway, once you try to understand them, you've already lost. Here, Myung asks him, how did you feel when you saw him pretending to care for one patient while he was busy with a basketball competition? Park replies, you know, Dr. Myung, the problem with Lee Ji-wook is that he always stirs up trouble for no reason. Myung agrees, saying, you're right, there's a limit to my ability to watch my father do whatever he wants. Therefore, for the sake of the hospital, we must get rid of these harmful elements as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one of the doctors interjects, but Dr. Lee is responsible for a large part of Myung Hospital's sales, and he's also the director's favorite. Have you thought about how to get rid of someone like that? Each of those present began to share their thoughts. Myung said, can we use a fake patient? While Park suggested, or we could fabricate a medical error, for example. Kang said, maybe we can embarrass him in public. At that point, the head of human resources shouted, what am I supposed to do with these fools? It's been a year and a half since Dr. Lee joined the hospital, and from my perspective as the head of HR, Dr. Lee is a very cautious person. On the outside, he pretends to be a good person and shows interest in patients, but everything is calculated. He is very dark inside and a formidable opponent. If you approach him with a superficial mindset, you will be disappointed. Then Dr. Myung curiously asked, what should we do about him? The head of HR replied, we need to first understand what he aspires to. According to my analysis, it seems that this doctor's goal is the year-end awards ceremony for outstanding employees at the hospital. Myung exclaimed, outstanding employee? While Kang echoed the award ceremony. Park shouted, no, that's not true, Mr. Lim. You know that choosing the outstanding employee is just a small event at the year-end party, right? The prize is only 500,000 won, and the reward is an annual considerable raise. I got it last year, so I know what I'm talking about. Dr. Myung objected to Mr. Lim's analysis of Dr. Lee's ambitions, expressing his disagreement by asking, what's the point of that other than attracting external attention? Why would he want that? Mr. Lim confirmed to Myung, that's right, attracting attention gradually raises the doctor's value and influence, which may eventually enable him to take control of the entire hospital. At this point, Kang realized the meaning of what Dr. Lee and his followers had been doing so far, and Mr. Lim mockingly replied, are you starting to understand now? He then continued, addressing all the doctors gathered at the dining table in a serious tone. By the way, Dr. Lee has already been nominated for the Outstanding Employee Award. Dr. Myung cunningly replied, we can't let that happen, and we must do our utmost to prevent his selection as the Outstanding Employee. He then continued with bitterness. Since our hospital is recognized as the best rehabilitation hospital in Korea, this event represents an opportunity for fame in this field. Immediately after, we see Dr. Lee at the award ceremony, standing and adjusting his tie, dressed in a smart suit, but his elegance and excessive preparation do not prevent him from feeling nervous. At this moment, Soo Jung approaches him with a glass of fine drink, noticing his tension and asks, are you feeling very nervous? Dr. Lee confirms, yes. Soo Jung continues to talk to him, trying to calm him down, saying, I heard that this year's year-end party has been planned wonderfully, but there's no need to worry. It's clear you'll win the award. Dr. Lee responds with some tension. The results haven't been announced yet. Soo Jung encourages him, no, you will win it. I believe that, not just me, but everyone here. Meanwhile, one of the team members says, since there are candidates, there's a 50% chance of winning the award. I think this will be a good competition. Dong-sik says, Mr. Director, I brought some calming pills just in case. At this moment, Yoon Si-jin interjects, exclaiming, what? Dr. Dong should take those calming pills. Simultaneously, Dr. Lee talks to Soo Jung saying, I feel extremely nervous. It feels like my body is melting. He then wonders, why are doctors more nervous? Soo Jung confirms his last statement. That's true. Next we see Dr. Myung talking to himself, saying, well, that was fun after all. The outcome is predetermined, and there are two main criteria for selecting outstanding employees. He continues speaking while standing in front of someone saying, I have taken all the necessary steps regarding this year's outstanding employee selection. First, I included the head of the medical rehabilitation department, Kim Jun-myung, then my father, who follows him in rank, to influence the performance evaluation. Then we see Dr. Kang talking on the phone with Myung, where Kang says, of course, according to the plan, Dr. Lee knows nothing here. Myung replies with satisfaction, good, let's keep it that way. I have agreed with the physical therapists who hate him, so we will ensure this side also wins in the employee voting. I wouldn't be Myung Soo-han if it ended there. After that, a message appears saying, sent via the web, welcome everyone to Myung Hospital's Outstanding Employee Award ceremony this year. We would like to hold a small event for voters for candidate number 1, Myung. The following prizes will be drawn for those who prove their voting results through the link. A membership at a luxury resort for 1 person, a tablet for 2 people, and a coffee voucher for 10 people. Meanwhile, our hero says, this is definitely a fraudulent vote, and Myung replies, do you want to defeat me badly? Well, I've incurred some costs, but that's not important. The reason I haven't dropped you from the nomination is that I want to see your frustrated expression in the end. This time, I will definitely make you kneel. After that, the award presenter appears on stage and begins speaking, saying, you've waited a long time, and now we announce the Outstanding Employee of the Year, Dr. Myung Soo-han from the Medical Rehabilitation Department and the head of the Special Care Unit, Lee Ji-wook. When Myung hears the phrase, our outstanding employee from the Rehabilitation Department and head of the Special Care Unit, he asks in shock, what? Why? How can there be 2 winners this year? He appears extremely angry. The award presenter continues saying, before presenting the awards, I will explain the new selection criteria that have been applied this year. The winners are chosen based on internal evaluations from the hospital, in addition to employee voting and patient voting. That's why 2 winners have been selected this year to activate the policy of the hospital director, Myung Jin, which focuses on patient care. Meanwhile, Dr. Myung angrily thinks to himself, what? My father was planning to give the award to that jerk from the beginning. After that, Myung looked at Dr. Lee with contempt, and at the same time, a scene appeared in his mind where he was scolding his father, asking, why are you doing this for him? At that moment, our hero asked Dr. Seo-han, what's wrong? I feel like I don't deserve this award. In that moment, Myung thought to himself, what a hypocrite. Myung then tried to walk away, but Dr. Lee grabbed him by the shoulder, saying, wait a moment. Myung turned to him nervously and asked, what do you want? Dr. Lee replied, regardless of everything that has happened between us, today is a good day. I want us to be on good terms from now on. Myung looked at him in surprise and asked, what are you doing? Dr. Lee extended his hand, saying, I mean, shake my hand. It's a sign of 2 people wanting to have a good relationship. Myung thought to himself and said dismissively, who doesn't know that? Meanwhile, 2 people were watching the situation between Dr. Lee and Myung from among the attendees, and one asked the other in surprise, why are they shaking hands? The other replied, oh, they are high school classmates. The first one said, oh, did they meet here by chance? At that moment, Dr. Myung was cornered on stage by Dr. Lee, who was determined to resolve the misunderstanding between them and start fresh. Myung thought to himself, damn, I can't stall any longer. He then directed a question at our hero saying, I don't know how you convinced my father, but don't think this trick will work forever. Our hero replied, that's what your father asked for us to be on good terms. Dr. Myung extended his hand toward Dr. Lee and said, my father knows nothing, then continued defiantly, but one day the truth will come out that you want to take over this hospital. Meanwhile, one of the team members asked in surprise, what? It seems they have finally reconciled. But Soo-jung replied, well, I don't think so. The atmosphere seems a bit tense. At one of the tables at the event, while the grandmother was crying and saying, oh my god, Seo-han has really become an outstanding doctor, the father smiled and said to her, he still has a long way to go. We have to wait and see what happens in the future. At that moment, Director Myung began to feel tired, and one of his employees asked with concern, are you okay, Director? He replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Then he thought to himself, my son holds such a prestigious position, and I can still hold it together. At the same moment, the employee thought to herself, he pretends to be fine, but things will get worse if we let it go on like this. I need to tell the family after this event is over. Meanwhile, Dr. Lee was reflecting on his interactions with Dr. Myung, saying to himself, he was drowning in his sense of moral superiority, not realizing how difficult things were for those around him. The same goes for Chai Kyung. I loved her first, and I would have protected her instead of letting her suffer by his side. In another scene, we see Dr. Myung imagining himself driving his car, saying, I wished I could do that, but everything went wrong because of him. Then he imagines himself confronting our hero, asking him to leave and saying, everything will be fine if you disappear. Meanwhile, the two heroes snap out of their thoughts, and Dr. Lee tells Dr. Mayung, I now understand why I couldn't get close to you all this time. It's because you never had any desire to do so in the first place. At that moment, they hear the award announcer again saying, it's wonderful to see two colleagues being honored together. The hospital director has prepared a congratulatory speech for you both. Please come up to the stage. Then the hospital director Mi-young-jin rises from his seat and confidently walks toward the podium, later telling Dr. Lee, you are trustworthy. Although Seo-kan lacks a lot, I believe he will be a good person someday by learning from someone kind like you. So, Mr. Lee, please take care of Seo-kan and guide him. Suddenly, the hospital director collapses on the floor, and Seo-kan screams, Dad! We then hear repeated calls from the attendees. Director, wake up! After that, Director Mi-young-jin enters the VIP room at Mi-young-sung Hospital. We see the grandmother in the reception area, and Dr. Mi-young calls out to her, Grandma! She throws herself into his arms, saying, my poor grandson, what bad luck on such a day. How is your father? Mi-young sadly replies, his condition is critical. He suffered a brain hemorrhage due to exhaustion, and it seems the situation has worsened to a stroke. The grandmother then sits in a chair, crying, saying, oh my god, how stubborn he is. I told him to take care of his health. Does he want to end up like my daughter? What should we do, Seo-kan? Seo-kan responds to his grandmother, don't worry too much, Grandma. He will recover soon. Then Seo-kan pulls something out of his pocket and says, I left this in the car, Grandma. The grandmother replies seriously, I must have left it when you dropped me off last time. Thank you, my kind grandson. Then she adds emotionally, why do all these things happen to such a good boy? The grandmother then excuses herself, saying, I need to hold a hospital board meeting, so I will go now. If anything happens, call me. Seo-kan tells her, okay, Grandma, take care of yourself. After that, he speaks to himself as if scolding his father. Why did you do that, Dad? Why does a doctor hide his illness and exhaust himself like this? What kind of doctor and hospital director are you if you can't take care of your body properly? Am I not supposed to be trustworthy enough for you? Seo-kan continues bitterly, so I supported that selfish jerk. He then insists, I have a feeling that a person can't always live righteously, and I will prove it to you. So watch that, Dad. Dr. Lee is sitting in his office, recalling the events of the party, and remembering Seo-kan's screams calling Dad at the moment the director collapsed. Suddenly, he feels panic as he calls out, Director! At that moment, a notification from the system appears, indicating an urgent mission to save a patient in front of him, with a promise of a guaranteed promotion as a reward for completing the task. Dr. Lee thinks to himself that in such cases, even if no reward is offered, saving a patient's life is the most important thing. He then addresses the attendees at the party, saying, can someone call the emergency room at the hospital? He returns to the present, telling himself, it's been a week since the director collapsed, and I haven't heard any news yet. He was in critical condition, and I can't believe I didn't notice it until I saw him collapse in front of me. At the same time, Soo-jung enters Dr. Lee's office and asks if he is still thinking about what happened at the year-end party. He admits to her that he is very worried about the director, and she reassures him, saying, don't worry too much, you'll get sick like this. Then Dr. Lee says seriously, I'm sorry, Soo-jung. It seems I've only shown my bad side to you these days. Soo-jung replies in surprise, what are you talking about? Dr. Lee thinks for a moment and realizes that Soo-jung is right. Just worrying alone won't solve the problem. He then tells himself, I'm sure the director also wants me to stand up and do my job. Meanwhile, A well-dressed man enters the treatment unit, where he is greeted by Yoon Se-jin, who asks, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" He angrily replies, "Appointment? I don't think so." Then he asks, "Is Dr. Lee Ji-yuk here?" Yoon Se-jin approaches Dr. Lee and informs him, "I think there's an unregistered patient looking for you." She then thinks to herself for a moment, commenting on his appearance. He looks suspicious. Is he here for insurance? Or something like that? At that moment, Dr. Lee feels uneasy and thinks to himself, "No way. Is he another patient sent by Myung? It's only been a few days since the director collapsed, and he's doing dirty things." However, Dr. Lee reassures his team, saying, "I'll handle this person." Dr. Lee then enters the private treatment room, and while with the mysterious patient, the patient starts asking him about his salary and how much it is. But Dr. Lee tells him, "We ask for your understanding that we cannot disclose our salaries publicly according to hospital rules." Then thinks to himself, "I'll try not to fall into the trap." Nevertheless, the mysterious patient insists, asking Dr. Lee, "Just tell me once. Is it less or more? Is what was reported in the news true?" But Dr. Lee ignores his question, noting that the muscles in his right neck and shoulder are slightly tense, and that all he needs is simple treatment to prevent the condition from worsening into a herniated disc. He then thinks to himself, referring to the mysterious patient, "Among all the patients Myung has manipulated so far, none have openly challenged me like him." Meanwhile, two team members stand outside, eavesdropping on Dr. Lee and the mysterious patient. Dong-sik asks his colleague, "Aren't we supposed to stop him?" His colleague confidently replies while adjusting his glasses, "The president said he would handle it himself." The mysterious man returns to insistently ask Dr. Lee again, "Just tell me once, is your reputation based on your real skills?" Dr. Lee responds, "The description won't be enough, so I'll show you directly. Do you feel discomfort when moving your head? And do you often feel pain at the base of your right neck when waking up?" The mysterious man is surprised and asks, "How did you know that?" Dr. Lee replies with a question, "Can you lie down on the bed?" The mysterious man challenges, "Okay, let's see your skills." Dr. Lee begins the treatment saying, "Now try moving your head in the direction I point. Don't force yourself, take it slow." At that moment, the mysterious man thinks, "What a strong grip, and it makes my neck feel more comfortable." Meanwhile, Dr. Lee thinks, even though he's a fake patient, the treatment must be done correctly. He then tells the mysterious patient seriously, "Since the symptoms are mild, we'll end the treatment here today." After that, he gives him advice. Always be careful, as muscle injuries can continue to cause problems. Dr. Lee then takes out a piece of paper and explains to the mysterious man that a sound piece of paper doesn't tear easily, while paper that has been damaged once can be torn easily, just like this paper. He confirms that this is the rule. After that, he provides some health instructions, emphasizing the need for ongoing care and avoiding stress. He assures him that improving his sleeping habits will be enough for now. He then adds another piece of advice, recommending using a low pillow as much as possible, as the pillows available on the market often aren't worth the price. Here, the mysterious man confirms that he understands what the doctor said, saying, "I got it." The mysterious man then thinks to himself for a moment, noting, even though the symptoms are mild, the doctor pinpointed the pain location and treatment method perfectly in a short time. Not only that, but the subsequent treatment was also perfect. Before the mysterious man can finish his thoughts, Dr. Lee interrupts. He says, "Can you inform Seo Khan about this?" Dr. Lee continues, "Sending people like this is just tarnishing your reputation." The mysterious man responds with a question, "What? I don't understand what you mean, but it seems all the rumors are true." After that, the mysterious man takes off his glasses and says, "Let me introduce myself again. I am the administrative director of Dream Nursing Hospital, which is set to open nearby. My name is Choi Young Ryol." He then adds a warning, "Dr. Lee Ji-yuk, I came to warn you about the danger you will face." Dr. Lee wonders to himself, why is the administrative director of another hospital here? He then asks inquiringly, "What do you mean by danger?" The Dream Hospital director tells Dr. Lee, "I didn't mean it that way, but I heard about you by chance. Despite your skills and good reputation, it seems you also have many enemies. I thought long about whether it was good to tell you this, so I decided to check the rumors about you myself." Dr. Lee smiles and says, "You were testing me." The hospital director replies, "I sincerely apologize for any offense I caused with my rudeness." He then places his hand and adds, "By the way, the treatment was truly perfect." After that, he takes out a very special card and says, "If you face any problems or are considering changing jobs, don't hesitate to contact me. I also came to offer you the position of director of the rehabilitation center, and I hope that doesn't bother you." The doctor apologized to Lee, saying, "I still have work to do here." At that moment, the Dream Hospital director thought about Dr. Lee's situation and said to himself, he will take responsibility for his tasks until the end, that's for sure. Then he responded to Dr. Lee saying, "If that's your wish, there's nothing I can do about it. Just pretend you didn't hear that." Dr. Lee raised his hand in apology, saying, "I'm sorry for refusing your kind offer." The Dream Hospital director replied gratefully, "No, I acted poorly today." As he was leaving, Dr. Lee thought to himself that this was his first meeting with someone who would become a starting point for the new challenges he would face. He felt they would meet again, and that his encounter with this person would determine his fate and the fate of Myeongsung Hospital, bringing unexpected results. In the office of the head of the rehabilitation department at Myeong Hospital, there was a person sitting at at the desk speaking very formally. He said, "As you know, doctor, I'm just a temporary assistant to the hospital director, but I intend to manage the hospital more strictly than before. In other words, what the hospital needs now is administrative innovation." From this, we understand that a few weeks had passed since the administrative director's departure, and the person who took over the position was the head of the rehabilitation department, Kim Jun-myung. The acting director, Kim Jun, then spoke seriously with Dr. Lee, asking, "In your opinion, what is the most important thing to stay on top?" Dr. Lee replied, "Sticking to the hospital's motto and maintaining a spirit of dedication and treatment." But the acting director shouted at him, saying, "The most important thing is money." Dr. Lee was shocked when he heard this response. The acting director then presented him with a chart showing the duration and cost of treatment for each patient by the therapist in the special treatment room. He continued firmly, pointing out that Dr. Lee Ji-yuk was finishing treatments with low-cost care in a short time. He compared him to Dr. Myung-Soo-han, noting that the revenue per patient was very high for Dr. Myung-Soo-han. At that moment, Dr. Lee tried to defend himself, saying he treated the same number of patients, explaining that Dr. Myung intentionally prolonged treatment, making the numbers look high. But the acting director insisted on condemning him, saying, "That means you could have made a lot of money." Then he asked an aggressive question, "Are you saying you wasted all that money?" Our hero impulsively asked, "What do you mean?" The acting director firmly replied, holding up a special hospital list in front of Dr. Lee's eyes. "Making treatment expensive for as long as possible is more beneficial for the hospital." Here, our hero tried to regain what was left of his dignity, saying regretfully, "If that's all you want to say, I'll leave." The acting director responded with blame, saying, "You need to change your treatment approach in the future." Before our hero left, Kim Jun accused him again, saying, "I heard that as soon as the hospital director collapsed, you called another hospital director and threatened him, saying, 'I can't just sit back and do nothing.'" Our hero defended himself spontaneously, saying, "I don't know where you heard this rumor, but it's not true at all." After that, Dr. Lee met with Dr. Myung, who curiously asked him, "What's going on here, Dr. Lee Ji-yuk? You don't look well. Something seems wrong." Moments later, the acting director of Mayung-sung Hospital appeared, standing next to Dr. Mayung, who said to him, "Congratulations on your position as the acting director of the hospital, Mr. Kim." Mr. Kim replied with a laugh, "It's all thanks to Dr. Myung, who spoke well of me to the chairman." Then the acting director put his hand over his mouth before speaking, saying, "I apologize for calling you Dr. Mayung, but we were discussing the policy for operating the special treatment room." Here, Dr. Mayung spoke seriously, expressing his gratitude to the acting director, saying, "Thanks to you, I was able to see the face of the shameless traitor who doesn't know the meaning of gratitude to my father." On the other hand, our hero was sadly talking to himself, recalling memories of the former hospital director, saying, "This is what the administrative director Choi Young-ryul warned me about, but I never listened to his warnings." He then clarified that the chart presented was just an excuse that Myung was planning to use to get him fired from the hospital in the absence of the director. After that, our hero decided to confront Dr. Myung and the acting director, standing before them seriously and saying, "I've endured everything until now, even if it was unfair, like complaining and being falsely accused, because I didn't want to hurt the patients." He then added reproachfully, directing a challenging look at Dr. Myung, "But you are asking me to deliberately delay treating patients for money. Is this how a doctor thinks?" Dr. Myung replied mockingly, "You repeat what you said." Our hero answered, "I will repeat it over and over. You are not treating patients, you are trading them." The acting director shouted angrily at Dr. Lee, saying, "You are crossing the line now." He then explained the hospital's policy, pointing out that the same applies to the director. He emphasized that every patient who comes to the special treatment room receives care because they are suffering from some pain. Dr. Lee replied firmly, "We are here to treat these people." But the acting director looked at him with boredom and said, "Doctor, you misunderstand. This is a hospital, and it is a place run by doctors, not therapists." Our hero felt despair inside, realizing that things wouldn't change no matter how hard he tried to resist. The acting director raised his finger in front of our hero, saying, "In any case, your last statement deserves punishment." He then added, in an authoritative tone, "Please, behave respectfully." Dr. Lee bowed his head in surrender, saying, "I understand. I will accept any punishment." He then added sarcastically to himself, "Because I know this place no longer cares about the patient." After several days, our hero was sitting at his desk when he received a message stating that after the recent conversation with the head of the rehabilitation department, a disciplinary action had been imposed. He was banned from assigning new patients until he followed the hospital's policy. And that was that. When his team learned about this action, one of them commented, "It's clear this is a retaliatory disciplinary action." Dr. Dong-sik said, "Our therapists in the special treatment room have already made their decision." At that moment, Yoon Se-jin raised her hands excitedly, saying, "If you get fired, we will all follow you." Dr. Dong confirmed her words, saying, "That's right, let's all leave, and let Myung-Soo-han stay here." Dr. Lee thanked them gratefully, saying, "Thank you for your words, but you shouldn't make such a big decision for me." Then he shocked them with his decision, saying, "I have already submitted my resignation." Inside, he felt constricted, saying, "The hospital I thought would support me is starting to feel like a shackle pressing down on me." He then continued with determination, saying, "If they prevent me from treating patients in the hospital, I will have no choice but to go where the patients are waiting for me." After that, Dr. Myung was sitting in his office when he was surprised by the entrance of Dr. Park, who said excitedly, "Dr. Myung, something bad has happened." Dr. Myung asked him inquiringly, "What happened?" Dr. Park replied, "Look at this." He then presented a large list containing the names of patients who canceled their appointments in the special treatment room at Myung Hospital. The list included several doctors' names, like Dr. Kim and Dr. Choi, and all the patients canceled their appointments with them. When Dr. Myung read the list, he was shocked and said, "All appointments for the special treatment room have been canceled." Dr. Park explained, "A rumor spread among the patients that Dr. Lee would resign, which made them decide to look for another hospital if they couldn't get treatment from him." He then added with concern, "What will we do in this situation? The hospital's revenue will drop this month." Dr. Myung closed his eyes disinterestedly and asked, "Do patients go to hospitals to see the doctor or the therapist?" He then confidently added that this was just a temporary phenomenon, so there was no need to panic. He assured that the treatment room would be well managed by the department head. Dr. Park stood listening to him, but he was seriously thinking to himself, "This guy won't succeed, no matter how much he hates Dr. Myung." He realized he couldn't cut the goose that lays the golden eggs. He didn't see the danger ahead because of his personal feelings, and at this rate, there was no future for Myeongsong Hospital. Our hero gathered his things and slung his bag over his shoulder, then stood contemplating the massive Myeongsong Hospital building, wondering if this was the last time he would see it. He remembered all the patients he had treated there, and thought to himself that he had met a lot of people. He started counting them, patients, colleagues, and suddenly he was interrupted by Soo-jung, who came up from behind, calling out, "Doctor, will we meet again?" She added sadly, "I can't stop you from leaving. That's your decision, but I still have so much to learn from you, and I have questions and things I want to tell you." After that, she encouraged herself and asked him, "What do I mean to you?" But he replied, his eyes fixed on the ground, "Therapist Soo-jung." At that moment, Soo-jung recalled their romantic moments together. Then she said hopefully, "I don't think this is the end." After that, she burst into tears and said, "One day I'll come to listen to you, so make sure you decide about our relationship." Our hero left her saying, "No one knows what the future holds." As he walked away, he thought to himself, "I don't even know what tasks await me outside this hospital." Then he imagined receiving a notification from the system, saying proudly, "But I'm different now because I have a leveling system, and there's a future." He continued talking to himself, saying, "If there's a ruler, I'd like to ask him, why did all this happen to me?" At that moment, a system notification appeared, informing him of a new task related to a training program for treating patients, promising to earn 20 points. If he completed the training program, he would have a special opportunity for a reward. He wondered what this special opportunity was, then despairingly said that nothing was certain. But at that moment, he encouraged himself, saying he had to move forward and believe in himself. The system notification appeared again, but this time it was clearer, informing him of a task linked to a special opportunity, opening his own physical therapy center. The reward for this task was a chance to make his name known in the world. Our hero looked up at the sky and said happily, "I've been waiting for this." Then he added proudly, "The miracle physical therapist is back again."